Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void. Never to be seen again. Well, beautiful to see all of you people here tonight. My hat and sunglasses on. There we go. Now I'm ready for the show. So great to see all of you folks. So much to talk about, but first, some shout-outs. Young Chris, HBX Hermit, a horologist, 123 in the YouTube chat. Columbia Rican, a very close fourth. Atticus Among Us, also here. B-Cat. Cthulhu. Young Chris. Did I say that already? I can't remember. Skinny Stock. Marvin Trevino. Mr. Spock. Edward Thornton. Smooth Bandito. Randy Terpstra. Disco Wolf. Jetman. So many beautiful space fams in the chat today. See Moano up on the not the horizontal, the vertical chat. Bro Gerb, the Green New Deal, and Ducky on Twitch. Today we've got a lot to do. Hopefully, a lot of value dating to do.
You're about to be value-tained.
Yes, hopefully valuetainment incoming shortly. So many investigations and things to discuss. Oh, I need a second music break before we... Oh my god, so many things to discuss. Damn Seder, where in the heck is this guy? Oh God, is he in the United States? Is he in another country? Is he working on some sort of project that we aren't privy to? Is he having some sort of health episode that's being covered up? Oh, we'll get into it. Also, you may not be aware of this fact, but this week, or technically last Monday, the 20th of July, was the anniversary of the death of Michael Brooks. 6 years. So we will be celebrating his life as well today throughout the stream. Actually, it's gonna be Michael themed stream. He's gonna be popping in and out. We also got, of course, AI stuff to talk about. All sorts of AI stuff happening this week, including an announcement from the president. Multiple announcements. Wildfire chaos continuing in the EU as well as on the west coast of the United States. All caused by climate change, costing billions of dollars. Could totally solve a lot of this problem. Hey, what else we got? Oh boy. Iran war. Iran war updates. Iran war updates. An oil tanker exploding in the Strait of Hormuz after striking a naval mine. And the U.S. Suddenly claiming peace is back on.
Immediately, if not sooner.
War over again, apparently. So they say. Alright, let's start in that familiar place. The United States. Steps away from the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal. Let's go back in time to the last time Sam Seder was seen on a Majority Report with Sam Seder. Live stream thumbnail. 10 long days ago. I'm just realizing the volume's kind of quiet. There we go. Fixed it. Fixed it.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
The Majority Report with Sam Seder.
The destiny of America is always safer in the hands of the people than in the conference rooms of any elite.
Sam Seder.
They are unanimous in their hate for me, and I welcome their hatred.
We must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
The Majority Report with Sam Seder.
Or is it? Or is it? This is not Sam Seder. This is some other person. Some other person who we love and support. But what the heck is going on over here? Oh my God.
It is Thursday, July 16th, 2026. My name is Emma Vigeland, in for Sam Seder, and this is the 5-time award-winning
Emma
Majority
Vigeland.
Report. We are broadcasting
So they
live steps from the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal in the heartland of America, downtown Brooklyn, USA. On the program today,
not Sam Seder. Oh, I'll tell you that much. No Sam for days over here. Look at the goddamn channel. Crystal Ball. You got Ken Klippenstein. You got Jamal Bowman. Here's Sam back 10 whole days ago. I wonder where he appears in this stream. Oh my God. Oh, let's find out. Where could Sam possibly turn up in this stream from 10 days? That's not Sam. That's John Ossoff. I don't know that guy. That's not Sam. Those are graphs, not Sam. Oh, there's Sam in a pre-recorded interview in an undisclosed location. Oh boy, and the plot thickens.
so descriptions, find and book the right doctor.
Or planting, it could be planting apples. That's also a
majority.
plausible
All right,
theory.
quick break, and when we come back, you'll be hearing Sam's interview with Robert Kuttner.
We are back. Sam Seder on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome back to the program Bob Kuttner. Robert Kuttner is the co-founder and current editor of the American Prospect. In 1986, Kuttner founded the Economic Policy Institute, currently serves on its executive committee. Kuttner, in addition to many other jobs in the media, also served in on the Senate Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs, and author of now his 14th book, which is a memoir, Notes for Next Time, which is, I have to say, incredibly appropriate.
Now, I'd like to point out, you look around here, there's no distinguishing details in either of these rooms. You know, you got a flat beige taupe wall with this guy over here, and then Sam is in some other undisclosed location. No distinguishing features whatsoever. He could be anywhere. This could have been recorded at any time. We have no evidence. He looks well fed in this video, but how do we know this was in fact from 10 days ago? These are the hard-hitting questions we have to ask ourselves on this Sunday fun day, goddammit.
Come on!
For this very moment, Bob Kuttner, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me.
And let me just also just like say, this is a memoir, but one which really is a way in which to travel through American politics over the some odd 50 years plus that you have been either writing about or directly involved. I watched your interview with David Dayen, which folks can find on the American Prospect YouTube channel, which covered a lot of the sort of more personal aspects from your story. We'll touch on that a little bit, but I can't encourage people enough to go over to the American Prospect YouTube page and listen, because really just a fascinating life in the context of politics.
My God. I heard this earlier, and the only plausible theory I could come up for why Sam would be plugging the American Prospect, a channel he has plugged numerous times in the past on this show.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. How rude GSL. Are you saying this is AI Uncle Sam? Has Uncle Sam been replaced by an AI copy?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking questions, Columbia Rican. Have you ever seen Candace Owens? Okay? I'm asking questions. Hard-hitting questions. I am leading the viewers to the water to drink. Okay? But I'm not telling you to drink or what to drink. I'm just asking questions about what we're drinking today. Okay? You see what I'm saying here? I'm just asking questions. What is this? What are we looking at? And why is Sam plugging a channel that he's plugged many times in the past? The American Prospect. Are they in on it? Is David Dayen in on some sort of nefariousness? I don't know. These are the questions I want answered. God.
Favorite stories was how you almost inadvertently joined the CIA or became but I will leave that for a moment. Let's start back, because for me, one of the things I want to focus on is your lessons from working on these committees in the Senate, because we're about to enter into a period where I think we're going to have a lot of hearings by Democrats. It would be wonderful they take the Senate, but at the very least, we're going to see it in the House. But before we get there, let's just talk just a little bit about your life. You grew up. Was it in Brooklyn or the Bronx?
Well, I was born in the Bronx.
Born in the Bronx. Ultimately, your family moved to Scarsdale. Your father passed away when you were quite young, and you developed, I mean, a real, I guess, appreciation, a lived appreciation for the New Deal that was prominent in that era. Just briefly tell us a little bit about that, as I think it sets the tone for your politics.
Frozen. Shall I just keep talking?
Yeah, go ahead. Did you hear my question?
I did. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me just take a moment to locate that origin story, if you will, in the context of the sweep of what I'm trying to do in the book, because it's directly related. One of the three key points I make in the book is that the deal that my generation had was a better social contract, if you will, than anything that has been offered before or since. And that we lost it. I talk about why we lost it, and I talk about how we might get it back. And the punchline is it will take a politics and a set of policies at least as radical as what FDR gave us to get anything like the social contract that my generation had back.
At least as radical as what FDR gave us, which was really, when you think about it, not that radical at all. That actually seems very attainable. Why are we struggling so hard with that? Anyways, This was a fascinating discussion with Sam and this guy who didn't even get a name tag, I would point out. Just some unknown dude who seems to know a lot about politics. Some unknown dude in a green polo talking to Sam. And the last known footage of the great Sam Seder. Let's just go to the very end of it. Very end of this discussion. See what else we can glean from this interview, quote unquote.
Presidency in the history of the country, or at least in modern era.
Well, okay. So just to be clear, you need both. You need all kinds of process reform, and you need substantive progressivism. Because even if you get rid of the corruption and put big money back in its place, you then have to take that and run with it and get substantive progressivism so that ordinary people have a prospect of making a decent living. So you need both. First, you got to get elected. You got to elect a president and a Democratic Congress in 2028. Now, what are the chances of that? So here's where the last couple of chapters of my book are both optimistic and not so optimistic. Here's the optimistic part. I think against all odds, democracy seems to be holding. Trump is overplaying his hand. The Iran war is a catastrophe. Republicans are beginning to defect. He's got this Hail.
I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but you'll notice there for about 10 seconds. Look at it. This guy. Suddenly, image stops moving. He keeps talking.
Colombiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. We may need to get the help of our friendly neighborhood xenomorph, Bob, to help locate Uncle Sam. We need to get to the bottom of this mystery.
Yes, Bob the xenomorph. He could be helpful. Good point.
Mary passed notion that if I can just get control of elections, then I can stage a kind of a coup. But I don't think the Senate's going to pass the SAVE Act, even though he's won some court decisions on the most important court decisions, like birthright citizenship, like can he federalize the National Guard, like can he fire the Federal Reserve. He's lost some key decisions. And the lower courts just are overruling his attempt to get control of elections by executive orders. And I think, I wouldn't bet my life on it, but I think we're probably going to have reasonably honest elections this fall. And I think it's going to be a Democratic wave. Okay, that's maybe the good news. But if you look at the kind of social contract that my generation, and maybe to some extent, Sam, your generation had, debt-free college, housing that you can afford, that builds equity over a lifetime, jobs that are not gigs, that lead to careers, jobs that have decent pensions, not just gigs. How on earth do you recreate that social contract for children and grandchildren of people my age? And my punchline is, wow, that's going to take a politics and a set of policies at least as radical as Roosevelt. And I haven't seen one of these 2029 blueprints that goes far enough.
No.
I mean, you take the case of health insurance. Even if we had Medicare for all, and we keep these for-profit middlemen who are sucking money out of the healthcare system, that would just add costs. And Obamacare, as far as it went, because it worked through private insurers, you're subsidizing an inefficient system. So to be a liberal, you need to be a radical. times. And I have a line in the book where I say, I don't think I've become more Marxian. I think the world has become more Marxian. And this is a society of extractive capitalism, the kind of capitalism that operated after World War II, when were well regulated and entrepreneurs actually delivered real stuff. That's gone. We have extractive capitalism. We have hedge funds and private equity and tech bros and surveillance capitalism. And to get back a kind of social democratic economy that serves ordinary people is really going to take radical reforms. I don't know, even if we get democracy back, even if we elect a president who's a Democrat and a Democratic Congress, you need a president who's both a visionary and a practical politician, and that's going to take some doing.
Well, hope springs eternal, I guess. Bob Cutner.
It has to.
Indeed. The book is notes for next time. Can't recommend it enough. Fascinating story. We barely scratched the surface of your really, David Dane said, Zelig-like life in terms of both politics and the journalism, politics from both a journalist and an economist and a working for the government. Bob Cutner, thanks so much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
We are back.
And
Folks,
replaced.
Hope you enjoyed.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
And replaced. No Sam. At the Majority Report with Sam Seder. Right back to the Majority Report with the boys. And the coup. It should be the coup report. The coup report. That dot illegal.
Illegal.
That was Sam Seder speaking with some guy, Bob Ratner or something, or an AI. An AI or some guy talking about how we need to have more radical policies than we have right now. That being Democrats. If Democrats, liberals want to make any progress, this is actually going to be a theme tonight. We're going to get back to at some point. Coincidence? I think not. Okay. Well, I think the only possible way on this Sunday Fun Day to do a serious investigation into Sam Seder, where he is and what is happening, we're going to have to go through much of the history of the internet, as Sam has been on the internet, a public-facing internet figure for nearly 2 decades. But before that, I do want to address something, and that is the thumbnail. If you look at the thumbnail on the YouTube,
follow the rich white man.
Who's following the rich white man? Columbia Rican resubscribing 9 sweet months on Twitch. That Prime sub, taking money from old Jeffy Bezos and giving it to me. Very smart life choice, gotta say. So the reason for the thumbnail, I did not make this photo that you're seeing. Well, I made parts of it. But this was posted to Sam's Twitter 4 days ago. And ever since then, thoughts have been, they've been going around in my head. I mean, look at it. Look at this horrifying photo. Clearly AI generated. I don't know who anyone thinks they're fooling with this photo. It's very clearly AI, but reposted to Sam's account, July 22nd. Captioned every day that Emma says, I swear Sam is still alive, quote unquote. As if to mock us. As if we don't know the truth. The horrifying truth. I couldn't help it. So yeah, did I go a little ham on the thumbnail? Did I put them in a dungeon with Sam holding a proof of life newspaper? Yes. Because I have questions. I have serious questions about what the fuck is going on here. I can't possibly be the only person to look at this photo and say,
What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on?
Exactly, what the fuck is going on? Sam. Is he alive? Or is he been Mitch McConnelled? God. And like I said, I think the only way for us to investigate this matter further, which I think we all must agree, those of us with any sense, that it warrants such a thing. Let's go back in time. 17 long years ago, to a strange channel called Break Room Live. 129 views for this clip. Look at that, that's... Views, news equals views. Views, news, newsy views. Uncle Sam's mailbag.
Oh, hey, hi, didn't see you there. Hey folks, I wanted to announce a new feature that we're doing on Break Room Live. Every Friday, I will present to you Uncle Sammy's mailbag, or some other name for the segment. But basically what it is, you send me an email at breakroomlive@gmail.com. That's breakroomlive@gmail.com. Put in the subject line, Sam's mailbag, or Uncle Sam's mailbag, or Uncle Sammy's mailbag. Ask me a question or two, I will answer it in a segment every Friday. So, see you on the webs, internets.
So that was Sam 17 long years ago on his original YouTube project, something called Break Room Live. Promising to do Uncle Sammy's mailbag every single week. Well, if this isn't a cry for help, look at Break Room Live's channel. He hasn't posted an Uncle Sammy's mailbag for 17 long years. That's the longest call for help that I've ever seen in my life. Sam, I hear and see you. I can hear your cries for help. Don't worry. Oh, God. Am I the only one that sees the signs? Of course, we have right now a government going after socialists, anti-fascists, and anybody who complains about Donald Trump or his agenda. Communism is his new most favorite target.
Communist.
We'll take a look at this clip, also from Break Room Live 17 years ago. The same Sam Seder's project YouTube channel of old. Perhaps this has some sort of strange link to Sam's disappearance.
Terror has a new name more terrifying than terrorism. Socialism. Tremble with fear at universal healthcare coverage.
Thanks, Doc. How much do I owe you?
Nothing.
What? That can't be.
Yep. It's absolutely free.
Watch in horror as class distinctions disappear.
You want to hang out?
Please do join us.
Witness the return of Karl Marx.
I am back.
In socialism.
Oh, thank God. It was only a dream.
Oh my God. Look at it. Look at it, Space Fams. Oh, it's the unmistakable, ever-recognizable face of Sam Seder. What does Mark Maron have to do with the disappearance of our great socialist leader, Sam? Oh, God. I have so many questions and so few answers right now. Oh. Maybe this video, the first ever video posted to this channel called The Majority Report with Sam Seder, will give us some explanation. I don't know. Does Europe have something to do with this? It could be. Everybody's asking questions. Is Sam currently in Greece, taken over by socialists?
Now, spanning the globe, from Sunday talk shows to his Twitter feed, from across the fruited plains to Mars, bitches. It's That's Bullshit with Sam Seder and Bullshit. And now, Sam Seder.
Hi, I'm Sam Seder, and I left my computer's power cord at home. This week's bullshit emanates from the mouths of Republican lawmakers and conservative shills from across the country.
Toilet.
Namely,
Toilet.
they're trying to scare you into thinking that America is turning into Greece, the country, not the musical. You know, with Travolta and the greasy hair and the cars, and not that one. And they're trying to scare you so they can pursue their anti-government conservative agenda. Come on, I'll tell you about it. As you probably know, Greece is having a tiny bit of an economic meltdown at the moment, in part because their deficits are so large relative to their GDP. So this has caused other governments and investors to worry that Greece may not be able to pay off its loans. In an effort...
Oh my God. Has Sam gone 16 years later after the fact to Greece to solve the Greek debt crisis? Oh my God. So many questions. Maybe the end of the video will explain it. I don't know. I am just interrogating a very serious line of thought. Okay?
bathtub. They want to make sure that we view our government as a problem or an obstacle as opposed to something that can actually genuinely improve our lives. They're looking to cut our infrastructure, our government services, our Social Security. They're ginning up all this fear to create sort of a mini shock doctrine scenario. A conservative's wet dream, if you will. First, you pass the Bush tax cuts for the rich. Then you raid Social Security to make up for the lost revenues. And then you start screaming, we've got huge deficits. We're turning into Greece, the country, not the musical. know that these people have an agenda. Don't be fooled and don't be scared. The next time you hear somebody tell you that America is turning to Greece, you just tell them that's bullshit.
Now, this revelation, 16 years old, but the one I'm about to point out to you is right now, this very moment. Take a look at this right here, and then take a look at this right here. Tell me that these aren't the same rooms. Sam, starting in one place, ending in the same place. Perhaps Sam is wherever we last saw him. Unfortunately, the last place that we saw him was in a nondescript location, undisclosed. Speaking to some random guy in a green polo about radical change in America.
It was America, huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Just running in circles right now, Space Fams. So many questions, so few answers. Now to the first ever live stream of the Majority Report. I didn't realize that the Sam. This was news to me. And actually, is this true? This is the oldest one I could find on that. Maybe, hold on. Let me make sure I've done my homework properly here. I was multitasking. Could this possibly be, there's no way this is the first live stream. Hold on. Where's the first broadcast? What is this?
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Damn it, GSL, you forgot the yarn thread so you can use it to connect the dots on the Uncle Sam is missing whiteboard.
I forgot the yarn thread so that I can use it to connect the dots. The Uncle Sam is missing. Am I doing that? I don't know. I don't know. Is that true? Is this the first show? I'm starting to question whether or not this is the first show. I don't think this was the first show. Actually, I know this. No, wait, what? Hold on. You know what? I don't know if this was the. I was about to say, was Sam's first show, live show 10 years ago? Is that right? I'm the first show. I'm the first show. I've screwed up my fake investigation. No, foiled by my own petard. All right, we're gonna skip this one. But all right, we'll go to one. We'll go to one of these. Let's go to Inauguration Day 2017. Long, so long. Almost. It's like, did this even happen so long ago? January 20th, 2017. You remember the day. Oh, yes.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Yes, this is when Trump was about to become president.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Arguably for the first time ever in history, willingly, if not enthusiastically, gave control of the government to people they believed had a dramatically different view.
The Majority Report with Sam Seder, where every day's casual Friday. That means Monday Tuesday, casual Tuesday.
Yeah!
Wednesday, casual hump day. Thursday, casual Thurs. That's what we call it. And Friday, casual
Stop booing.
Shabbat.
There's nothing wrong with it. There are dozens of us. Dozens!
It is Friday, January 20th, 2017. My name is Sam Seder. This is the four-time award-winning Majority Report.
I'm pretty sure, like, Sam, I think they started, like, hiding, or maybe they have too much content on YouTube, but I can't find their oldest content on YouTube right now. And I could swear it's not the Sargon of Akkad. Michael Brooks, like, I feel like it's like this is a Berenstein Bears situation. It's a goddamn Berenstein Bears situation. The Michael Brooks versus Sargon of Akkad debate is no way that's the first stream. I could have sworn I was watching these streams before 2016. Exactly, this isn't the first. This isn't the first, but I can't, literally they've disappeared off the channel. I don't know. Click live and go to oldest. The first one on there is Michael Brooks versus Sargon of Akkad. Election Day Eve, final countdown, and then Inauguration Day, or election wrap up. But like, no, he was doing streams before that. I could swear. I could, in fact, swear. But maybe I'm losing my frickin' mind. Maybe I'm just losing it. But maybe Sam's just trapped back in 2017 on Inauguration Day. Nope, wait, that's not it. That's not it, because he's been doing, unless he went into some sort of a time loop accidentally, which I guess that's as plausible as anything else I've said so far. We can't rule it out, but he has been doing streams since then, of course. Streams with people that he knows personally in real life. Like H. John Benjamin, the voice of Archer, and Bob from Bob's Burgers, a show which Sam himself is on. Perhaps this stream from 7 years ago with H. John, maybe this is the key to unlocking the mysteries of Sam's disappearance.
We are back. Sam Seder on the Majority Report. Next up on the program, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome back to the program John Benjamin, author of the book.
It's a book.
Failure.
I'm only doing streams. No, I'm not only talking streams. Right now, we're investigating where Sam Seder is. That's going to take however long it's going to take. You know? And then we're going to talk about other things. I have a whole stream. Look at the title and thumbnail. I have a plan. We're also, by the way, celebrating Michael Brooks' life. Anniversary of his death, 6 years. We'll be talking about him intermittently through the stream, peppering in Michael takes, different points. But right now, we're doing the very, very serious investigation of where in the fuck Sam Seder is. Very ominous post on his Twitter, which is on the thumbnail, which led to this investigation. That and the fact that I miss Sam. It's been like 3 weeks since we've had him on the show. Like in real life. I'm pining for my Sam takes. I'm not getting them. And, you know, you post something like that to Twitter, and here I am. Here I am to do a very, very serious, like I said before, Candace Owens style investigation into this clearly deeply important topic on this Sunday Funday. I expect everyone to respect that. Okay? Okay? How about that?
How rude.
How about that? Come on.
Come on.
Is an option. Welcome to the program, John.
Thank you so much, Sam.
So, John.
Is it okay if I drink tea?
Sure.
The whole time?
Yes.
The whole time.
As in not talk, just drink tea.
As you know, John, your book, Failure is an Option,
Not
is
so hot.
now out in paperback.
Yep.
Originally, it was written in a hardcover form. Prior to that, it was...
Hard, not hard.
And that hardcover came out, when was that, about a year ago?
I think, yeah, it was about a year ago.
And prior to that, it was written in the form of a sitcom script for AMC television that I had actually written.
No.
That was completely unrelated to the book, just coincidentally the name of your book.
I'm not going to lie. Even though Sam is like my political spirit animal, this is still one of my favorite interactions with this stream. Him and John Benjamin just sort of bantering about this book and I re-listened to this earlier today. Them bantering about the origins of this book for it's like at least 7 or 8 minutes. It's quite a while that they go on about the origins of this book.
Have you never heard the expression "failure is not an option"?
Well, I mean, prior to my writing a script about
Do
it,
you think anybody ever used the expression "failure is an option" prior to your use of it for your failed sitcom?
Well, prior to that, the only time I had seen it before then was in regards.
Wow, those are some niche John Benjamin references. Coach McGurk and Fenton. Look, Archer and Bob from Bob's Burgers, I assumed were the two most notable, most recognizable characters. But we have multiple Coach McGurk references on the Twitch. Okay. I see you all very deep dive on the John Benjamin lore.
Oh, and just to back up, excuse me,
about me
before
in Boston Globe.
Before we resolve that,
yeah,
I think that what you just said was it's complete fabrication and fallacy and not true. I didn't steal it from you.
I didn't say you stole it. It's interesting that you would say that you stole it because I didn't say that you stole it.
I'm not here to be prosecuted for a crime I didn't commit, and I don't like your tone, and I think it's not fair. And if I thought you were this was going to be a friendly, proper interview by a proper podcast. On a proper set with proper microphones, and right now I feel like I am being attacked and I don't need to participate in this type of discourse. So thank you very much, and I'm not leaving.
No,
but
I understand.
Thank you so much.
And now, so here is another thread to pull on. Is there some sort of book-based feud between H. John Benjamin, a.k.a. Bob from Bob's Burgers, and Sam Seder, a.k.a. the health inspector from Bob's Burgers and the host of the Majority Report? Is there some kind of beef simmering all of these years that none of us... it's just been going by the wayside this whole time. But Sam, John, some kind of serious disagreement on the genesis of this book, the origins of the title of the story. Give it. I listened to the whole. We can't go through the whole thing tonight. I got a lot of other stuff to talk about here. It's not the only. Sam's disappearance isn't the only story for us to cover tonight, but questions, more questions, Space Fams. More questions than answers. Hopefully at the end of this, we will get some kind of satisfactory conclusion. Some kind of satisfactory conclusion, some kind of reasonable explanation. But right, is Sam sitting in Archer's basement right now? Is Coach McGurk currently holding that guy who was on Sex and the City one time, you know, against his will? I don't know. I'm just asking questions. I have no evidence for that. If I did, I would provide it to you. Just a lot of disturbing things that we're uncovering. Now, here's a question I think we have to really ask ourselves right now. And actually, you know what? Is this the one to do? Actually, I think this is... We'll do a couple of these. Let me think. Which one should we do here first? Now here's an important question that I hadn't considered, but while I was doing research, I was reminded of a particular person. Well, character, you could call it. Personality, perhaps. But I stumbled upon an old Majority Report clip compilation by some strange channel called Leftist Best Productions. And it's entitled Best of the Majority Report's right-wing show, Ken, and Ken. And I was reminded of Sam's alter ego, perhaps second personality, Ken. One of the Kens of the Ken, and Ken show is Sam. Hold on. You know what? I'm getting ahead of myself. Putting the cart before the horse here.
It's the same reason that Trump got elected.
This weekend, I went out and did one of my famous Convince Me segments where I go and I deal with some liberal students. As you know, schools are totally overrun by liberal professors and liberal teachers teaching kids to be liberal without doing any critical thinking. Okay? So I went down to a local school and checked out one of... I got a whole series of this, but we're just going to play one clip for now, okay? Do the... the one on the global... on so-called global warming. This is pretty good.
Now, before we get to this... Before we get to this, I just want to say, if there is a whole series of these, I demand access to these clips. Okay? I don't think there is, but if there is, it's not being on the internet is some kind of a crime. I'm not a lawyer. I'm certainly less of a lawyer than Sam, but that's got to be some kind of injustice.
Violent crime.
Right to jail, right away.
So I'm here at Leo T. Doherty Memorial Elementary School with one of the typical liberals who's here, who's been indoctrinated by public schools. So, first question for you. Global warming. I don't believe it. I don't think it's happening. Convince me.
The Earth is getting warmer.
The Earth is getting warmer? That's it? That's an assertion. That's not an argument, right? So
It's not an argument.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, boom. Typical liberal. You just say it, and that's why it's true, right? Okay. Next up, hate speech. I don't think there's any such thing as hate speech.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what that is? All right. I guess you didn't convince me. So that's another one for me. That's 2. You got 0. So. Yeah, that kid. So.
That kid just rocking back and forth on his chair, not knowing what to do with Sam's stupidity. It's fucking gold. Oh, God. But this is the important question in this whole, and the reason for this clip is Ken a character? Or is it a second personality? You know, on nights and weekends, does Sam turn into Ken from Ken and Ken? On some corner in Staten Island just yelling at people? Or Boston, I guess. Like, I'm trying to think where in Boston. Yelling. You know, I'm just asking questions. You know? I look at this video, and that is all I can think. Is Sam trying to get small children right now as we speak? You know, I hear it's possible for you to just get stuck in a second personality. So maybe he's stuck. Maybe he's stuck inside the personality of Ken on the streets of Boston right now, yelling at young children, minding their own business, telling them to convince him of why people should have health care. I'm just asking questions. Is he? I don't know. I have no evidence. But God, what we have right now is glaring. Glaring of what? I could not be more specific, I'm afraid. But just to interrogate this a little bit further, I feel like we should watch a little bit more Ken, just for the fun of it. And maybe we'll find something new. I don't know. You never know with Ken.
Walmart, and so it is. And then, like, he even admits hate speech doesn't exist. He doesn't even know what it is.
Yeah, I thought that was the interesting part, because you could tell that with just a little bit of access to outside freedom and whatnot, he at least can realize one liberal lie.
Exactly.
Or not know what it is.
Wait, hold on.
Pretty stunning.
A cosmic pentastar onto something. This is a great theory. He's off wandering in a fugue state. Perhaps as Ken is a fugue state. It's like Breaking Bad, but real. But like a real fugue state, I assume. Or maybe a fake one. I don't know. Maybe he's doing a Walter White right now. Maybe he's committed some atrocious crime, and he will turn up. You know, he'll turn up naked on the Staten Island ferry, or, you know, walking on the BQE or something in a diaper. I don't know. I don't know. All we have is questions and clips. Clips and questions. We will be examining clips and questions for at least another 15 at least another 15 minutes, I would assume, based upon my list.
Good afternoon, Ken. This is Anthony from San Juan.
Anthony from San Juan. Okay.
I called this show on March 2nd, 2016, shortly after the inauguration, and predicted that Nancy Bitch Pelosi and the demo cucks would move to impeach Trump. we had an argument about that, and you said that they didn't have the balls to confront Trump, especially since he just won an overwhelming and historic election where he took nearly all the electoral college and over 95% of the popular vote. But once again, time has proven me to be right. Who's keeping score? It's okay. But speaking of impeachment, there was some hubbub several weeks ago when a Fox News poll showed 51% of Americans support impeachment. But as I'm always saying on this show, you can't just look at the poll, you have to look at the methodology behind it. And according to a very reputable 8chan user, the Fox poll sampled only 10 people, and they were all never Trump or Democrats. And a lot...
See, and this is why we stayed here listening to this. These are incredible allegations being made by, what was his name? Dave from San Juan. By the way, that's not actually Dave from San Juan. That's, what's his... Fuck, now I can't think of his real name now. Now I can't think of his real name. The guy from San Antonio, he's the one who always calls into the show with the numbers, and now I can't think of his name. Now I can't think of his name because he came in with a fake name. Oh, this is hurting me. Oh, I know somebody watching this right now knows who this is, and I just somehow... That's John, thank you, that's John from San Antonio, not Juan from or Dan from San Juan, or whatever the fuck he said. I can't... But did you see Michael Brooks' breakdown when he started quoting fake 8chan threads? Oh god, it's good to laugh. But maybe the answer is on 8chan. It just sparked something in my brain unexpectedly. But perhaps the answer is on 8chan. And we just need to do an investigation over there.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I don't know. What do I know? I am just asking questions. Once again, I'm just postulating theories and ideas. I'm an ideas guy. I'm just having, we're just engaging in big picture thought experiments and ideas and stuff. This is it's a marketplace of ideas. I don't know why some people are so skeptical about these. They all seem very real to me. Maybe you want something more serious. Maybe you want, maybe you'd like to discuss more serious things. We can do that right now. Sam's career spans, as we've discussed now, 17 years on YouTube alone. Which is so long. I mean, wow. How old am I again? But, yeah, maybe we should talk business and anti-Semitism study. Holocaust studies. Maybe perhaps that is what you would like to do. Let's go here to the majority report from 3 years ago. Perhaps we will uncover something in this discussion.
Every Friday, I said this before the break, but folks know every Friday, generally, we have, someone come on to talk about streaming films, and sometimes we have comedians on. And today we have someone who is, arguably, who's done some comedy work. And I think probably some people consider a comedian, but he's on a couple of shows that are funny. They're written by other people, but that's not the point. Well, no, I mean, it's true. I'm not telling secrets out of
Seems like
school.
you're minimizing a little bit, but
well, it's Bob's Burgers and Archer. They're not written by our next guest, but he does the voices on there very well. But he's not here today to talk about those things. He's here to talk about anti-Semitism because it turns out he also has a master's degree from Northwestern University in Holocaust Studies, ladies and gentlemen, John Benjamin.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
In studio.
Thank you for that very eccentric introduction.
Well, I mean, I didn't think it was eccentric. I was just saying.
I know there was a lot to unpack in that, I guess, in the introduction.
Well, you do have a master's degree.
And some like veiled. There's a lot like veiled, wouldn't you say?
Like veiled in there.
Or some overt, but some veiled, insulting and just odd. But
That's not
honestly
what,
no. Like
That's really weird.
It was interesting, and I enjoyed it because I've been introduced a ton of times very positively, and it was nice to get one introduction that now I can remember for the rest of my life as being the oddest introduction I've ever gotten.
You see why I've decided to continue pulling on the John Benjamin, Sam Seder link disappearance thread? The feud, it continues. And it's very, very strange. It's very strange. It's very strange. Two colleagues who seem more like rivals than friends, always bantering back and forth, always quibbling and disagreeing, and, seemingly intentionally going at one another's credentials and or careers. I do feel we have to follow this a little bit further.
I was just explaining to people that generally we have on.
You said arguably a comedian. I guess that's true. I guess you're arguably a podcast host.
Well, I'm literally hosting a podcast, and so it's the.
So then it wouldn't be true what you said.
What's not true?
We said arguably a comedian.
If I said that, I didn't mean it. I mean, you're sort of like a comedian.
So you didn't mean your introduction at all.
This is weird because I don't know why you're getting
we don't have to get
offended by this.
We don't have to.
No, I was simply trying to point out that generally we have comedians on in this slot.
You're doing it again. You're like, generally we have comedians on, but is that?
You're not coming on to do comedy.
I see.
You're coming on to talk about. I happen to be aware that you have a master's degree.
That is true.
In Holocaust studies, and you're coming on to talk about some of the dynamics associated with.
Aren't I a good guy?
The way the Nazism rose to power in Germany, and talk about the current, sort of like phenomena of anti-Semitism. And I just didn't want people to get confused by the fact that you work on shows that are comedic in nature.
And written by other people, not by me. You pointed that out.
I mean, that is true
too.
Right? I mean, I don't understand why you would take offense to that.
It's just a weird thing to point out when you're introducing somebody to, like, focus in on what that person doesn't do.
I gotta say, John does make a fair point. He does. It would honestly, if we did that all the time, it would take a really long time to introduce people if we just said the things people didn't do. Because I would argue most people do less things than they do things, right? Like they're doing less stuff than they are. Like right? Like you could name a whole bunch of things that you don't do versus things that you do in fact do, right? Let me see if I can find some of the Holocaust studies and or business discussions promised.
Doctoral programs in the country.
And you dropped out, but that's not...
well, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I was
like, I didn't drop out. I was kind of like I was ushered out.
They asked you to leave, but that's all right.
I wasn't ushered out like they took me by my under my arms and led me to the door of the gate.
No one's suggesting that.
But
It
a
just
little
didn't-
bit like that.
It didn't work out, and so that's fine.
Yeah. But I do have sort of a background in that history, and it is a troubling moment now, I guess, when you look at what's happening in social media and what's happening on Twitter and other areas. I think that, yes, this is relevant now.
Okay, and you did your thesis on.
Sorry.
You did your thesis on Eichmann on the trains. What are you doing?
What do you mean? I'm listening to you.
Do you want a mug for that?
No, I'm fine. I brought cans. But what I'd not Eichmann in the trains. There's a camera on me, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, interesting.
What are you doing with that?
I'm here. I'm doing this thing with you, and I am having a drink because
What is that on the cover of that drink?
Oh, this.
Did Streamlord do the cha-ching sound for Holocaust studies? Yes, but only because I know the contents of this video. Oh, God. I mean, honestly, it broke me. I've seen this multiple times. It still breaks me every time. When he opens the drink, when Sam's in the middle of describing his thesis on Eichmann in the trains, it's the most inappropriate. It's the most inappropriate possible moment that you could do it. Sam's like, so tell me about Adolf Eichmann. And then John just, oh, God.
The Jazz Daredevil whiskey highball.
Wait a second. What? Is that real?
Yeah, this is a real drink. It's a whiskey. You want to try one?
No.
I was just thirsty because I came over here. I came from Park Slope, so I came on the subway, and then I had to walk from.
You were thirsty, and so you're drinking a whiskey highball. It's 1 p.m. in the afternoon.
Well, it's hydrating. A whiskey highball is basically club soda with a little whiskey in it.
I'm familiar with what that is, but isn't the Jazz Daredevil?
Well, it's a club soda actually with organic
Wait,
minerals.
isn't that Jazz Daredevil thing the thing that you did where you were like, I mean...
Oh, it is a character I did. I don't want to, we don't have to get off track about that, but it's a character I did. Like, I made an album in 2015, but obviously I'm not here
there was a lot of musicians who were really upset by that because of how bad you were at it.
Well, not many people were upset. It was a joke, and I think some people didn't.
Well, I think there was a lot of people
enjoy the joke, but a lot of people did. And
the joke was that you would play the piano poorly, but you.
Oh, that's strong.
You.
That's a good. It's a good drink.
Is that real?
This is a real drink. It's a drink I made. I just happened to bring it because like I said, I brought one for the road.
You brought a highball for the road. Oh, God. Today I really decided to, I don't know if you noticed, but I decided to really lean into the Sunday Fun Day. I felt we needed it. It's been a rough year. We're over halfway through. Sam's missing. Am I wrong that we needed this? Am I the one who's on, am I the one in the wrong here? Ay. But Sam looks very concerned about multiple things. About John's lack of concern about Holocaust studies. about his business endeavors, the highball, the, you know, whether or not he's writing his own jokes on Archer and Bob's Burgers. These are all, I think, valid potential reasons for there to be some kind of, some kind of a rift. Could lead to the moment that we find ourselves in right now. Maybe there's clues in this commercial.
Whiskey highball, please. The Jazz Daredevil Whiskey Highball, hand-canned by me.
My God. Look at it. 2 different hues. Blue, red, and then grayscale. It's like a strange world somewhere between reality and fiction. Is this some kind of a strange political message contained in this ad? Ah, so many questions.
As Daredevil.
There you go. I mean, yeah. I'm sorry to get. I don't want to. This is your show. I don't want to get you off track. And yes, I'm like I said, I came here to talk about something else, but I just happened to bring.
Sorry to interject, but that actually is strong, flavorful, and does pack a punch.
It's good. It really does. I am I've had a quarter. I don't even know if I should be selling this.
So wait,
it's too. It's too strong. I'm a mess right now. And I got to get home.
You're selling this at, what is it? The Jazz Daredevil. What is the
JazzDaredevil.com. It's a.
Is this legal? Like.
Oh, God. Is this the reason why Sam is missing? Was Sam going to rat out John Benjamin to the feds for his illegal whiskey, hand-canned whiskey highball business? Did John Benjamin say, no, Sam, I'm not going to let you ruin my illegal fictional whiskey highball can business? And I can't let you stop me. This is part of my evil plan. And then Sam, he was like, no. And then there was a fight. Maybe, I don't know. Once again, just asking questions. Oh, God. I still don't feel we've gotten any closer to the bottom of this situation. Perhaps Sam's real last stream at the Majority Report Studios in downtown Brooklyn, USA. Perhaps this will give us some clues. I'm just following the breadcrumbs, Space Fams.
Columbiarican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. GSL, it's okay, our uncle will soon come back. In the meantime, I will get the picture we need for the back of the milk carton.
Thank you.
We'll see our favorite uncle once again.
Now you're thinking, milk cartons, bring them back, get Sam Cedar's face on them and get him out pronto.
Not sooner. Immediately, if not sooner.
With Sam Cedar.
Whoopsies.
Where every day's casual Friday.
Now this was
That
supposedly
means Monday is casual.
live streamed on July 3rd. More than 3 long weeks ago. 24, almost 24 days, I think. Since this, before we go to this, I do have to give thanks to Cthulhu, who is a numbers guy, donating 10 bones to the galactic content goal, which we do have to start. I almost forgot to do that. Also goes to the financing of the galactic deficit, since it's on Cash App. Thank you, Cthulhu, getting us started. And I'll start the goals on Twitch while we watch this clip. This live stream from the Majority Report over 3 long weeks ago.
Report with Sam Cedar, where every day's casual Friday. That means Monday is casual Monday, Tuesday, casual Tuesday, Wednesday, casual hump day, Thursday, casual Thurs, that's what we call it, and Friday, casual Shabbat. The Majority Report with Sam Cedar.
Whoopsies.
It is Friday, July 3rd, 2026. My name is Sam Cedar. This is the 5-time award-winning Majority Report. We are broadcasting live to tape steps from the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal in the heartland of America.
Supposedly. My God. So this live stream from 3 weeks ago was a lie stream. Sam could have been anywhere at this point. God. Well, I guess we better watch a little bit more.
On the program today, as we celebrate the federal celebration of July 4th on the 3rd, because everybody deserves a 3-day weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Jeet here, national affairs correspondent for The Nation magazine, host of the weekly Nation podcast, The Time of Monsters. Also on the program today, that's it. Why? Because this is July 3rd, but we're celebrating July 4th. Everybody's off. And I've pre-taped this on Thursday. That is the 12 hours before you're seeing it now, probably. I mean, not exactly 12. That would be
have
midnight.
10 fingers at the time of this recording.
Exactly. What's that?
I said I still have 10 fingers at the time of this
Oh, that's right.
recording.
Yeah, Brian's going to go off on fireworks. And
why is Brian talking about fingers missing? I'm sure it has nothing to do with whatever Sam just said about fireworks. Is Brian under threat? Is the Majority Report crew under threat? No! Why would Brian's fingers be missing all of a sudden? And how many fingers does Brian have right now? 3 weeks ago, they were under threat. He's still at the Majority Report, I assume with all 10 fingers. But Sam, missing. Oh, and the plot thickens. This plot is as thick as pea soup. All right, let's see what guest Sam had on here, supposedly, for this pre-taped live stream, if you can even call it that.
On the Democratic establishment. It's an interesting time right now, particularly for someone who is as old as I am. Be right back.
Maybe it's all Hassan's doing? That's just as plausible as anything I've said so far tonight.
Hassan Parker?
Could be Hassan Parker. A very feasible possibility. I'm prepared. I'm afraid I'm not prepared to indulge that theory right now tonight. But boy, oh boy, does that sound equally relevant as everything else I've said so far tonight.
We are back. Sam Seder on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome back to the program the host of Time of Monsters, or co-host, I should say, and national correspondent for The Nation magazine. Jeet here is here. Are you the co-host or the host?
I'm the host. I mean, I have like rotating guests, but
okay. Well,
yeah,
so the host,
Yeah.
We are, of course, pre-taping the day before the day before the official celebration, or I should say the extra day off we get because of the 4th, because it falls on Saturday. I want to talk about the 4th. We'll get there in a little bit, and maybe we can even talk about the really amazing. I will ask you if you got down to the 250th celebration, the National State Fair on the Washington Mall. I'm gonna guess you didn't.
I did not. No.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to President Trump delivering a long MAGA speech in 107-degree weather.
Yes, that should be rather interesting. They're going to have a lot of air conditioning there. But all right, before we get to the 4th, let's talk about obviously the big news. Really, it's been the past 2 weeks, and it has been big news. Certainly, like in our worlds. I don't know how much this is leaking out to non sort of like political people, but we're talking about primaries and we're talking about the response of the establishment, Democrats. The Democrats have really basically controlled the party to both the New York primary results last week, where you had 3 DSA members get elected to or I should say 2 DSA members, but arguably 3 Democratic socialists are elected to the House. Or
I believe we call them fellow travelers.
Yeah, exactly. And we should say there's been 3 incumbents, and we had one in Denver on Tuesday. 3 sitting Democratic incumbents who have been dislodged.
Well. Another thread. Could that be it? The dislodging of incumbents? Just in the air, perhaps. Incumbent Democrats, incumbent podcasters, all on the chopping block. I don't know. Go to the very end. Go to the very end of this supposed live stream from 3 weeks ago. See what the final words of Sam Seder were while at the Majority Report. See if there's any relevance to them.
politics that once existed, for the reasons I indicated, no longer exist. The other side effect is victory builds on victory, right?
Yep.
The fact that the DSA has won these victories, now they're growing larger than ever. If you could have, DSA of the strength that's in New York, in other parts of the country, it would become a real powerhouse within the party.
Without a doubt. Jeet here, always a pleasure. Have a great 4th.
Yes.
And we will see you again soon.
Yes. As a Canadian, I want to congratulate all the Americans on their anniversary. For Canada, that's very important for the United States to have sane leadership. Our survival depends on this. So guys, try to work a little harder.
We're working. I appreciate it. Thanks, Jeet.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeet. What does that mean? I'm not even going to. I'm just going to leave it. Oh, that's the most suspicious sounding sentence of all of the ones that we've heard so far, I think. Completely unquantifiable, but I stand by it. Well, those were the final words of Sam uttered in the Majority Report studios in downtown Brooklyn, USA. In the month of July, he has not returned. Where is he? Unknown. But you know what we have had? We've had a bunch of this lady.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
What are you talking about?
Could you drum up?
We're on the DSA ship right now. We got Claire Valdez. We got Terry Elisa. Let's go! I've been drinking slightly.
Is Iran committing genocide in Gaza right now, like the Israeli government is, which dragged us into this war? Call out Israel's genocide, and then everybody swarms.
No. This is thing that you can't say.
I can invite you on for a real conversation, and what do? You're shows for neo-Nazis. This is why you guys don't get invited places, because you're not having real conversations.
I don't really care about it.
Yes, it's been Emma Majority all the time. Everywhere we look. Emma. Oh, Emma here, Emma there. Emma making appearances on podcasts everywhere.
A what now?
That's not Emma.
Medicare for all with universal health care. But Medicare for all, when it's actually defined, is one singular government-run healthcare system that we are all on. Now, I want you to imagine what that would look like with Donald Trump and RFK Jr. at the head of it.
Emma, do you want to take this?
Yeah, sure. So State Senator McMorrow, it feels like the implication of your framing there is that government healthcare programs shouldn't be trusted because Trump and RFK Jr. are leading them. Are there other programs, specifically healthcare programs or social programs, you think should be cut because Trump and RFK Jr. are currently in charge of them?
No, that's not at all what I intended. And, why...
Get her, Emma, get her. Yeah, Emma, making appearances on podcasts all over the place. CNN. And completely taking over the Majority Report. I think we better get used to hearing this song.
Okay, Emma, please.
Well, I feel that my voice is sorely lacking on the Majority Report.
Wait, look, Sam is unpopular.
I do deserve a vacation at Disney World. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome Emma to the show.
It is Thursday.
I think you need to take over for Sam.
Yes, please. No. I'm gonna pause you right there. Wait, what? You can't encourage Emma to live like this. And I'll tell you why.
What now?
Sushi and poker with the boys. Tour? Sushi and poker with the boys. Who was offered a tour? Sushi and poker with the boys. What? Tour? Sushi and poker.
Tim's upset.
Tour? Sushi and poker with the boys. Who was offered a tour? Sushi and that's what we call the biz. Tour? Sushi and poker with the boys.
Right.
Tour? Sushi and poker.
We're gonna get demonetized.
I just think that what you did to Tim Pool was mean.
Free speech.
That's not what we're about here. Look at how sad he's become now. You shouldn't even talk about it. I think you're responsible.
I probably am in a certain way, but let's get to the meltdown here.
Sushi and poker with the boys.
Oh my God.
Wow. Sushi. I'm sorry, I'm losing my fucking mind. So was offered a tour? Sushi and poker with the boys.
Logic.
Tour? Sushi and poker with the boys. Boy. Tour?
I think I'm like a little kid. I think I'm like a little kid. I think I'm like a kid.
Tour?
I think I'm like a little kid. I think I'm like a little kid.
Had this debate 7,000 times.
A little kid. I think I'm like a little kid. I think I'm like a kid.
Tour? I'm losing my fucking mind.
Some people just don't understand.
So I'm not trying to be a dick right now, but like I absolutely think the U.S. should be providing me with a wife and kids.
Yes, indeed. And you just look at the Majority Reports channel. It's been taken over by Emma. I'm surprised they haven't replaced Sam yet. Emma and Crystal. Emma by herself. Emma and Ken Klippenstein. More Emma, supposedly Sam, but as we all know, that was a sham. That was a Sam sham. No, it's just Emma all day and Majority Report. Every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and goddamn Friday. Oh, it is disturbing. Honestly, anybody with access better rush to the Majority Report and can some of that air. Still has that Sam scent still in it before it's all gone.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If Matthew's going to join us, let's play his theme.
Matthew, the film guy, is choosing your streams. Cassavetes on Netflix and other such themes. Maybe you'll watch one and learn a few things. Please recommend me a movie to stream. Matthew, please recommend me a movie to stream. Matthew, film guy.
He's here, folks. He's sitting in our set. He's in studio. He doesn't have like a big. Am I miss where your big box of crap that you brought, or did you bring smaller stuff?
Sam, I didn't want to dilute the Matthew the Film Guy segment by continuing to bring just pieces of detritus from the backs of my junk drawers in the hopes of pushing them on your audience and trying to raise the value of nothing into something. So I didn't do that. I just
I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Just brought something a little more, I think, connected to the show to offer to people. So
An empty. Let me just explain what I'm watching. You just whipped out a plastic Ziploc bag, and you are now okay. I see what you're doing. You're opening it up, and you're sort of thrusting it around. You're capturing air from the studio.
Actual 100% authentic air from the Majority Report studio, which is going to be made available, coincidentally, on my eBay page. But let's just put that aside for now because I want to concentrate.
How many bags do you have there?
You know, it has to be somewhat of a rare commodity to be really worth something. So we're just going to do, I don't know, what's a good number? Ask the audience what they think is a good number.
Oh, man, there's going to be a real run on that. Maybe, I'll tell you what.
Really,
we'll start with
this is going to be like a look into my future, sort of like the Pete Rose future I have.
but I will breathe into one of those bags.
Whoa.
And,
Now that's not just
lock it,
air.
and we'll see what that goes for.
That's breath.
Visually, or because it is a really striking looking movie. I know you worked with like 5 different.
Well, there you have it. Matthew, film guy, bagging Majority Report studio air 10 years ago. This has got to be worth. I mean, if Sam did breathe into a bag for him, that's got to be worth millions. With the disappearance of Sam right now, the market's got to be as high as it's ever been. With us having no information on Sam's whereabouts. Now, I've got one last theory. Got nothing to do with Emma majority coup, Emma Vigeland not taking over the majority report. Not in H. John Benjamin's basement or in a dungeon somewhere so that Emma can keep doing the show, so that or having in a fugue state, stuck as his character Ken, or in Greece, or being detained by the Trump administration. What else did we cover? I'm trying to remember all the other reasons that we claimed so far. It's none of those things. I don't think. It may be. It could be. Anything could be possible. But what about this? A second. A Bob's Burgers movie. Yes. 4 years ago, Bob's Burger movie came out, 2022. Fans, I think, loved it, generally speaking, and demanded more of them. But in those 4 long years, no sequel has come out. But perhaps that is what Sam is doing, has been doing, for an entire month. Some sort of Bob's Burger movie? Perhaps a Hugo-themed offshoot? Who knows? So many questions.
Exactly how we wanted it.
Well, having gone through this, are you more bullish about doing a sequel, or are you just like, no way?
Yeah, we'll do a sequel.
Okay, all right.
Hear from someone?
It's yes, separate from however our friends at the studio, that's their decision on a as a piece of business. But I know I'm speaking for the 3 of us anyway. It's one of the most fun things you can do to make an animated movie. To make a Bob's Burgers animated movie is pure pleasure.
Okay.
So
could it be Sam's absence, disappearance? The mysterious lack of Sam for the Majority Report, somehow linked to a future Bob's Burgers related edition? I don't know. Space Fams, I'm just asking questions here. I'm just the guy. It's here to ask questions about the situation. As a guy who, while a great love of Emma and Matt and other Matt, Brandon, and new guy Brian, still growing on me. I think he's a funny guy, but there's been a lot of changes around there, and the lack of Sam, it's paining me deeply on the regular. I felt it necessary for us to examine this here today. What other day would we possibly do such a thing? Something as silly as this. Of course I don't actually think that Emma holding Sam hostage. This was just a fun, value-taining episode of the GNN. We're not done, though. Of course, we still got a hell of a lot left to talk about, Space Fam. So if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch. Subscribe on YouTube, lest ye get lost along this long journey which we have ahead of us. So many more clips. Like 100 more clips. Swear to God. So, just a reminder, everybody, we also have a couple of goals we need to complete here. One by the end of the stream, another by the end of the month. Content goal. Actually, not by the end of the stream, by less than 3 hours from now. Like two and a half, less than 2.5 hours from now. We gotta complete that galactic content goal. Thankfully, a lot of great ways for you to contribute. And people have already contributed. So we're about 25% of the way through it. But for a reminder, for those who need it, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Cash App and PayPal, and Patreon memberships all count towards the galactic content goal. But, however, you could contribute to both the financing of the galactic deficit and the content goal. And unfortunately, that excludes Twitch, because we don't see any of those Twitch donations until mid-next month, preventing me from using it to pay the bills in like 5 days from now, which is what we need to do. How far are we on that? Was that 350? No. 250? Actually, wow. 253. We're making serious progress on it. I'm still stressed the fuck. I'm still trying my best to pretend like I'm not stressed the fuck out over it. But we are. At least we were not in a good spot like last week. Really bad spot. All right. We are going to move on from wondering about the whereabouts of Samuel J. Seder. I don't know his middle name. Or middle initial. I just made that up. But not quite done with Sam. So we gotta talk about somebody else who's missing, who hasn't been seen for a super long time, from what I can tell. Although I didn't put, I put even less effort into this investigation than I did that one. The one we just got done doing. But there's one guy I have been talking about being mysteriously missing, maybe being kept in a basement, a dungeon somewhere, by a certain media opportunist. A young woman. Related, in this case, to the person missing. Yes. We need to talk about Jordan Peterson. A guy who we could not get away from. I mean, for a very, very long time. And I don't know how, I can't even, because once again, I don't care very much. I didn't put very much effort into this investigation. Couldn't be specific at all, but it feels like at least a decade or longer. I'm pretty sure longer. This guy has plagued us. It's got to be at least 15 years that one Jordan B. Peterson has been plaguing us, or at least had been. I should use the right tense, because had been plaguing us with his annoying, transphobic, regressionistic, sort of misogynistic thoughts. Whether we wanted them or not. Usually we didn't want them. He was foisted upon us for years, and then suddenly went missing. Then we had one young woman come out and tell us, actually, some sort of mold type of situation is preventing my father from doing his normal jobs. That was Michaela Peterson. Now, before we get to talking about this in too much depth, why not just have a little walk down memory lane on JBP? You know? Just go back in time.
Stop with the faux communist pretense, unless you want to go there. And if you do, think again, sunshine. You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right, you're not a Christian.
I'm done with him.
Wait, hold on. I forgot. I can't watch this. I can't watch this because I can't watch this part of it because of the goddamn Jubilee clip part. I don't want to get screwed over by that. Oh, it hurts. Okay, where does it? Yes. Perfect.
Hello, everyone. A few days ago, I penned an irritated tweet in response to one of the latest happenings on the
The great thing about this is how much he thinks he's killing it. Right?
Oh, yes. Recently heated
I love
culture war front.
I love that Jordan Peterson came out here in a 3-piece suit and a little lapel button to tell us about an irritated tweet that he penned. Also, I would argue you don't pen a tweet, okay? At no point has a pen ever been involved in a tweet that I'm aware of.
In response to the decision of an actor named Elliot Page, I am employing this awkward and impossible naming style because it is now apparently mandatory and am probably doing it wrong nonetheless.
Okay, pause it. I'm sorry. You know you're doing it wrong because you don't need to say Elliot Page's dead name. You can just say Elliot Page.
Listen,
that's so
you
true.
know, Floridan Peterkin is. Wait a second. Floridan Peterkin.
Oh boy.
Florida. These rules about the way you pronounce a J or you spell his name, it's too hard for me to say. Wait, let's listen.
Floridan Jeterson.
This is where he's talking about sin as a pride as a sin.
Utter carelessness of the Twitter organization.
Oh God!
With regard to
Utter
the propriety of its own censorial actions.
It's utter carelessness, Space Fams. You don't understand. It's quite serious. And people aren't taking it as seriously as they should be in society.
I should at least know exactly what I did wrong if I am required to acknowledge that my tweet violated the Twitter rules.
Oh, God.
What rules, you sons of bitches? Precisely.
That'll be a drop.
Yes.
What a legend. What rules, you sons of bitches? He's a complete lunatic. God, where is JB? Where is JB?
Wait, we know the rule, right?
Where is this guy? He was so vivacious, so energetic, so adamant about his beliefs. He went on to Jubilee. Remember Jubilee? And he went on there and he got schooled by like 20 millennials, Gen Zers, who like slapped him in their in the face. I won't say with what, but it was a rude part of the body.
How rude!
And it was And then he just sort of disappeared. He suddenly had mold problems in the house. Suddenly he's got mold problems and he can't come out and to play and talk about all these horrible views that he has. All of a sudden, tell us to clean our room, which I mean you should do. I mean that's the least problematic. Like honestly, if cleaning your room is the only thing you get from Jordan Peterson, great. But that's not the problem, right? Like if making your bed when you wake up is all you've ever taken from Jordan, great. But he's got some very regressive views about things. You know, I'm not anti-bed making. I'm not that guy. I think it probably helps you, with, what do you call it? Keeping an uncluttered mind. You know, being all zen and shit. There's nothing wrong with that. What is wrong is complaining about women wearing lipstick at the workplace because you think that they all want to have sex with you. That's a problem. Or, I mean, any of the other insane things that Jordan Peterson has ever said. Like this.
Living with two parents and don't have access to food, don't have access to a quality education, don't have access to higher education or health care or a myriad of other things that are unequal because so much of the wealth in this country, and broadly speaking in the world, is concentrated in the hands of a few. In other words, you want more equality of outcome.
Possibly rectify that if one man is, but like say if we've got one 6'5" beautiful man who's got a perfect body and he's brilliant and he just wants to date a bunch of women, and all the rest of the people are 5'1" and they're fat and they're lazy, and like this guy's gonna, if this is the competition,
Pause it for
he's
one
going
second.
to win.
I just want you to know that Matt stood up to show us that he's the tallest person in the
Sam,
6'2".
Let me say, Sam Harris. That's how it's done.
That's how
There's a thought experiment.
All right, continue.
To win.
That's super fucking jacked.
There's no way around this, and even if you decide to have enforced monogamy, where it becomes a popular thing, the women are going to be more drawn to him. If he chooses to date them, they might decide, I would rather have him sometimes than never at all.
That is actually what does happen.
But what is
there's-
wrong with that?
Well, what's wrong with it is that it destabilizes society and it's bad for children.
Right, you said that.
Yeah, but that's
what if they don't want to
it.
have children? But there's a lot of people that don't want to have
You're
children.
hurting the
There's a lot
kid.
of people that choose to go their entire life without having children. There's men in their 30s. Some of my friends have vasectomies. They don't want children.
Mm-hmm.
So why would that help in any way, these involuntary celibates?
Well, I think you tilt the society so that it serves the interests of, well, that's a good question.
Wait
Do
a
you
second.
see my
Wait.
point?
That moment when he says, I think you tilt society so it serves those who...
Wait a second. Wait, hold on. That's an interesting question. I don't necessarily have... I had an answer. I started off with an answer, but it's a little confusing. Now that I'm saying it out loud, I don't like my own response. I can't do the impression right now. I can't do the Jordan B. Peter. I'm just doing... Oh, God. Maybe Sam is wherever Jordan B. Peterson is right now. Oh, wait. Never mind. Jordan B. Peterson, he's fine. Well, he's not fine. I'll let Michaela Peterson explain it to you. By the way, Michaela has taken to posting videos to her channel, and I assume her father's channel, but like collab videos. I'm not gonna claim that Michaela used her father's name in this video that we're about to watch, right? Like, use her father's YouTube channel, Jordan B. Peterson, and connected it to the video we're about to watch in a YouTube collaboration to get extra clicks on her channel. I'm just going to point out that it probably does, in fact, do that. It doesn't speak to motive. We have no idea why Michaela would do such a thing. You know, that's a business decision. Personal and business. And for personal and business reasons, she posted this video 3 months ago, apparently. I don't know why this came up for me today. It just did. The mind works in, strange ways, Space Fams. We're talking about Sam being held against his will by Emma in a basement so that she can run the Majority Report. We also happen to be talking about Michaela Peterson, who now seems to be running the Jordan B. Peterson empire, while her father is missing in action. A guy who's been in the political talking sphere, narrative, whatever you want to call it. The business of saying stupid things on the internet for money. Over a decade. I got Michaela here 3 months ago, giving us a health update. I'm JP, a guy we haven't seen for I swear to God, it's been like a year. Somebody look it up for me. How long has it actually been? I literally couldn't be bothered to look it up.
Hey guys, this is a video update on Dad's health, as well as a much longer portion of information about what he's suffering from, what a lot of people are suffering from, unfortunately.
Really?
And what my experience with these issues was. These updates are not fun for me. They're really stressful.
Oh.
And I would have updated you guys soon.
Okay, everybody, before we get into this, I need you all to find some empathy for Michaela, okay? She's having a tough time. And anybody who's planning to be unfair to her, or Jordan, her daddy, that would be wrong of you, okay?
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
And never forget that.
But he's still been really sick, and he got worse over the last few months. And I'm 25 weeks pregnant, and I wasn't able to record anything without weeping the whole time until this week, apparently. And it stresses out my whole family to talk about it online, and there's no point in adding stress to an already stressful situation, except that because we're...
Oh my God. This is the first time, 3 months ago, that Michaela Peterson has been able to speak without openly weeping about her father. This must be terrible news. I can't believe we haven't been talking about this.
Public, Dad in particular, it's also stressful not talking about it because then rumors get started,
Mm-hmm.
and then that's all
So
people
true.
wonder about.
Yeah.
So, here goes.
Yeah.
Dad's been suffering from an old neurological injury that's more recently been causing akathisia. Akathisia is the worst
What?
thing I've ever seen
now?
anyone go through. That's
Okay, that's all we're gonna get from this clip here, but this is Michaela Peterson saying that from an old neurological injury, Jordan Peterson now has something called akathisia, which he says afflicts a lot of people. Which there is no official count of. I suppose there must be at least hundreds of cases of akathisia. I've literally never heard of it. But supposedly brought on. I looked into what this... Because I had to look into it. I was like, what the fuck is akathisia? And I couldn't just take Michaela's word on it. She's not a doctor that I'm aware of. So I looked into it, and supposedly akathisia, I think spelled akathisia, is a neuropsychiatric syndrome that can occur as an effect of antipsychotic medications and manifests as psychomotor restlessness. I mean, this is a disturbing affliction, whatever you want to call it, stemming from antipsychotic medications, which leads one to believe, if that is the only cause of this, what psychiatric or psychotic syndrome, or not syndrome, was symptoms, was Jordan Peterson exhibiting before taking whatever medicine that he took? It's interesting. Now, supposedly there's other drugs that are non-psychiatric in nature, like cocaine and anesthesia. Although she doesn't claim it was from anesthesia. It was, I think she said it was from some sort of neurological injury, which it does not clear. To me, it sounds like he had a neurological injury, which led to some sort of psychotic break or episode, which led him to be on some sort of antipsychotic drugs, which then led him to have this akathisia, which supposedly leads to serious restlessness, which makes you want to jump out of your skin. Like it sounds disturbing, like a drug-induced sort of, like ants crawling on me type of thing, with severe anxiety and panic and irritability and mental distress. And I had to check Jordan Peterson's channel. And like a few months ago or something, actually, is this the first one? I can't remember. But like within the last couple of months, I think around the same time this was posted on Michaela's channel and Jordan's channel, they posted this video. I think this is the first of them. I think the most important part of this video is the first, 15 seconds.
Hi, everybody. I'm pleased to let you know that we're going to release a lecture a week from my extensive tour archive, beginning this Sunday and then repeating every Sunday after that. This allows me to do something interesting and useful while I'm otherwise incapacitated. My health is such at the moment that I can't really return to podcasting or public lecturing. But we recorded these with the express intention of preparing them for release, and we've all determined that this is a very good time to do that. So that's what's going to happen.
So they pre-recorded a bunch of videos with the express intention of releasing them at some point, and have determined now is the time to do that. And that's what's going to happen, says Jordan B. Peterson.
I hope you find them useful and compelling.
No.
They'll be particularly attractive to those of you who liked my early YouTube work that was very lecture focused. It's a return to my roots, I suppose, in some ways, and I'm as happy as I can be under the current circumstances, given my ill health, to be participating in this process and to have these lectures prepared for release. Thank you very much for your continued interest and support.
There's no adventure.
And then it's back to the multicolored suit show that we were watching. I don't know how old this clip is, but for the last couple of months, Jordan B. Peterson's channel has been reposting a bunch of these insane lectures where he's dancing around in, Joseph's multicolored business suit over here. Like with the same pre-recorded message at the beginning of it every time, saying that they pre-recorded these with the express purpose of releasing them at some point, and now is that time. I don't know what to take from this. Oh. Anyway, that's it on Jordan Peterson. Still missing in action. That freaking minute-long clip could have been easily AI. I mean, how many... Like, there must be thousands of hours of Jordan Peterson speaking on the internet in one capacity or another. You could easily put like a large language model together of his voice. Be like, here we go. Here's JBP. Here's 1 minute of JBP. And a bunch of old ass clips. And repost. You think he's alive? I'm not saying he's not alive. Like, you look new. I don't think I've seen you before. Person suggesting that I think... I do not think that he's dead. I think, like I've been saying for, like, I think almost a year now. Since his disappearance. We talked about... I cannot remember how long it was that we talked about this. Long ago. But I have been saying for a long time... It's feeling more and more real as time goes on. But I've been saying that Michaela's got him tied up in the basement, feeding him gruel and oatmeal, you know? Getting him to, like, you know, sign over his, what was his, like, legal, what do you call it? I can't think of it. His, like, conservatorship. Just wasting away on some cot. Some dank dungeon somewhere. It's a feminist takeover. Yup, Emma. Well, actually, I take that back. Michaela is no feminist. Not even close. But the ladies are taking over, it would seem. Emma, Majority Report. Michaela, the Peterson Report. Whatever you want to call it. Oh, God, I am starving. I'm just realizing right now, I haven't eaten since last night when I burnt that quesadilla. Still ate it in the middle of the stream, so it's been a day since I've eaten one quesadilla. How am I still alive? I need sustenance of literally any form. What can I do to put food in? Let me think. Okay. I'm gonna need a second. Gonna need to do before I can do this. Shit. Okay. Power of attorney. Thank you, Etch. You think he's got sepsis from an infection of sketchy stem cells from an unlicensed doctor in Mexico? I'm glad we can delve in the ridiculous conspiracy, the conspiratorial today on this Sunday Fun Day. It feels good. The right gets to do this too much, unabated. While we sit here talking about facts all the time. I mean, come on. Is that fair? Come on! Is that really fair? I don't think so. That's why I continue to wear this stupid hat every day. And also because people pay for it with their space bucks. Make rice. Maybe I have rice. I have nothing to put on that rice. Just plain, I could eat plain rice. It would take me like 30 minutes to cook it. That's 30, and I would have to run, I don't have a rice cooker. So I'd have to run a stove. In this economy, for 30 minutes for unsatisfying rice? I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it. Should we pay for more hats and sunglasses? I mean, you're all free to. We all know
This is ridiculous.
continue to wear them all the time. What I would be more concerned about right now is us completing the galactic content goal. Or, even more seriously, technically, the financing of the galactic deficit, while they are interlinked. Otherwise, I'm just going to be homeless. Can't be sitting around worrying about tinfoil hats and sunglasses all day. All right, let's talk about another dude who is missing. What's up with all these old white dudes going missing? Inexplicable, mysterious disappearances. You know what? You know what, Space Fans? Maybe they were right. Maybe that great replacement's happening.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
You are not funny.
Okay, all right. All right, just kidding. But there is another missing white guy we got to talk about. Mitch McConnell. It's now been 6 long weeks since his hospitalization and sudden, inexplicable disappearance. Here's Forbes breaking news 6 hours ago. Mitch McConnell hit 6 weeks. 6 weeks after Senator Mitch McConnell from Kentucky was abruptly hospitalized for what his office said was a fall and mild case of pneumonia. Son of a bitch. The former top Senate Republican remains absent, fueling speculation about his death and whether or not he will attend funeral services this week for his longtime ally, Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican of South Carolina. Yes, that's a great question. Will almost dead Senator Mitch McConnell attend the funeral services of his longtime colleague, actually deceased, that we know of, Lindsey Graham of South Carolina? The timelines are like folding in on each other right now. Oh, wait. Where is this? There's something else I need. Where is this clip? I can't remember how I found this now. Oh, son of a bitch. Wait, do I have this up somewhere? I have this clips. I have this. Ah. Is it Beast? Is it Daily Beast? I think it is Daily Beast. Now this is from earlier on Sunday, 9 hours ago, out of the Daily Beast with the reporting. Oh, shit. Come on. Why do you do this? Why do you have to do this to me? Why do you hate me? I just don't understand. Like, what did I do to you? Why don't you want journalism to be appreciated by people? You know, that's my question. That's my question. Can I get around this? Why don't you want people to appreciate your journalism? That's the question. Everybody's asking it. Everybody is saying it. Literally, everybody's saying it. Here we go. Breaking news. Coming out of the Daily Beast, 3:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, July 26th, Sunday. The Republican senator has offered a fresh update on Mitch McConnell's condition that raises more questions about why he is staying out of public view. West Virginia Senator Shelley Capito was confronted about her 84-year-old colleague's prolonged absence by reporter Nicholas Balassi on Saturday. Well, why read it when we could hear it? Oh, shit. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I know none of you can hear it because I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Take two. Is this full volume?
Hey, how are you?
Do you have any idea
what's going on with McConnell? What his condition is right now? Have
Well,
you heard an
he's
update?
I mean, I think obviously the public information that I have is that Senator McConnell is recovering and is healing and is in a rehabilitation hospital. That's been what's been reported. I talked with somebody yesterday who visited him and said that he's clear-minded and he just needs to get stronger.
Do you plan to visit him?
You know, I might wait until he asks, for visitors. I think, anybody who's been in the hospital or in a rehab facility being visited, I think is a pretty sensitive topic.
So what do you constitute as telling you about
Yo, Shelley Capito commenting on the condition of Mitch McConnell, suggesting he's in a rehabilitative hospital. Something that actually, to me, was news. I don't know about everybody else, but for me, that was news. I just thought it was a regular hospital. Why is he in rehab? Like a physical rehab? That's to me what I mean. I assume it's not a drug addiction.
Call a crackhead.
So one would almost have to assume it's some sort of a physical rehabilitation, which would suggest that maybe Senator McConnell had some, like, the fall led to him breaking a hip or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, Capito did not identify who she said had spoken to McConnell in the hospital, nor did she specify when the visit took place. When pressed on whether she would visit her GOP colleague herself, Capito said that she, quote-unquote, might wait until he asked for visitors. McConnell was hospitalized over a month ago on June 14th after what his team said was a fall that left him briefly unconscious, quote-unquote. However, in a statement, his staffers alleged that this Kentucky senator had not suffered a stroke or a heart attack. Yes, indeed. However, a public EMS dispatch call found that the emergency medical personnel responded to McConnell's D.C. residence that same day. During the call, the dispatcher called in a cardiac arrest. So, I mean, I guess another thing it could be, he could be in some, like, bougie, like nobody can afford to do this, but, like, maybe he went to a hospital to have heart surgery, and now he's just spending 6 weeks, like, on vacation, right? And, like, some bougie, like, these things exist for, like, the uber wealthy and, like, politicians. There's, like, hotel hospitals, basically, where you have most of the same kind of facilities you would expect in like, almost hospitals, not quite, like something between like a hospital and what do you call it? Like, fucking hell, I can't think of words right now. But you know what I mean, like long-term care facilities that are like away from like the public. I don't know. I don't know where he is. I feel like he's just like, he's in some like medical bunker somewhere right now. Like in one of those like hyperbaric or like whatever you call them, chambers. Like the DBZ guys are always going in. They're just trying to resuscitate Senator McConnell back to health. Whether or not he'll make it to that funeral for Lindsey Graham, which is supposed to happen this week upcoming, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But that's another. It is 3 different missing dudes that we are talking about today. All right, let's talk about dudes who aren't missing, and other people, in fact. Other non-dude people. The ladies and non-binary folk. Space fams of all identifications. Oh my god. Well, I hope so far everybody has been enjoying the spacecast so far tonight. If you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, please. Both of these are helpful to me and you. For instance, helps me with the numbers and you with remembering how to find this stream should you somehow find yourself in some other place, some other crazy non-galactic news network place. I can't think of another place off the top of my head, but I think you get it. It's possible. It's not that far out of the realm of possibilities, which is why I implore you to leave a trail of breadcrumbs by following or subscribing. It also helps me and or you finding the stream. This is the bell icon. Gives you alerts whenever I go live on YouTube, supposedly. Like button too. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you, the viewer. Without your support, we would cease to exist. Without sweet, sweet donos by people like young Chris, with $12.80, very specific, $12.81 donation on PayPal. Thank you, young Chris. Let me add that. I'm going to round up that 81 cents. Just to be clear, anybody who's confused. Around that 81, that 19 cent. Not going to worry about that. What was I saying? I was on a roll. Oh, right. Cash App, PayPal. Those are great ways to donate to the stream. You got Twitch, bits, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs. You also have Patreon memberships, the low price of $3 a month. How can you go wrong? Your Earth dollars go so far in keeping the stream alive. Ah, yes, we were going to talk about live Earthlings, whose whereabouts are known. Yes, that sounds like a good way to segue into the rest of the stream. At least mostly. Just realized a sad fact of this stream. Whatever, we'll get to that later. Alright, let's go to Maine. Let's talk about elections a little bit. It's a big topic, something I'm not getting enough time focusing on right now because I'm so stressed out, worried about paying the bills right now. Bills which are getting closer to being paid by another $10 dono from Columbia Rican. Oh, sorry, you didn't put your name down. I didn't mean to accidentally identify you. I'm just too used to seeing your name there. I already know who this is from. Another $10 to the deficit. Getting us to exactly $230 away from completing it. Preventing me from going homeless. I believe in us. All right. I need hydration, which I'm gonna grab in a second. But first to Maine for some democracy.
This was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
So hot right now.
A little bit of democracy happening on Friday evening. Democratic special convention in Bangor, Maine.
So hot right now.
Yes, very hot right now. As, of course, we've been talking about for weeks, a decision was necessary on Graham Plattner replacement. Decision was, in fact, made at this convention by the votes of 600 delegates. In this race, we were supporting, after some back and forth, Troy Jackson. Here's the moment when that decision was made. I'm gonna grab a drink. Be right back.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Green cards have it. The motion carries. The convention report is hereby adopted, and Troy Jackson is officially certified as the Democratic Party's nominee for United States Senator in the 2026 general election in Maine. There being no other business necessary to conduct this convention, we are now ready to adjourn. Is there a motion to adjourn? It has been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed, no. This convention is adjourned. It is now my honor, and I am delighted to welcome our new Democratic U.S. Senate nominee to speak to you.
We've been robbed of so many things in this world.
Okay, I am back, Space Fams. So there you have it. That was the moment Troy Jackson was nominated. Before we go to his speech, I'll play this. I don't know if this is the video they play, but this, you can't. I mean, the audio is terrible, so I'm gonna have to skip ahead. This is from yesterday, or sorry,
We've been
Saturday.
robbed of so many things in this world by the people who control it. You know, I think about my sons, I think about my wife, my granddaughter who hasn't been born yet, and those things to me are everything in this world. And what little time we have is being stolen by an oligarchy who see us as nothing more than a commodity.
You know, we're seeing a movement of everyday working class people, people that have been left behind, people that don't have health insurance, people that don't have child care, people that are looking for a government that's going to fight for them.
Together, we can fix what's broken in Washington. We can pass Medicare for all. We can take on corporate power and the politicians in their pocket. We can create the future Mainers and Americans deserve. They said that a bunch of loggers could not take on the big landowners exploiting them. But we did. And they said a guy from Alleygas could not rise to the Maine Senate, and I did. And now they're going to say that a grassroots campaign powered by working people cannot defeat Susan Collins. But you know what? They're wrong. They're wrong again. We're not from the left. We're not from the right. We're from the bottom, and we're rising. And I know what happens when working people decide that they've had enough. We lock arms, we fight back, and then we win. Let's go and beat Susan Collins and send a working class fighter from the North Woods of Maine to the United States Senate.
Well, there you go. That was Troy Jackson. I think that's the video. It's honestly hard to hear in this clip and hard to see. I think they played at least one of his campaign videos there, so I figured we'd play that one that he released after his nomination. Now we'll go to his speech. Fiery speech that he gave here at the special DNC on Friday evening.
Boyd. Well, thank you, Maine. Thank you, brothers and sisters. And thank you to the delegates who placed their faith and their trust in me, the volunteers and the organizers who built this campaign, my family that I can't, thank enough, the people of the St. John Valley and Mercer County, and everyone who stood beside me through every fight, every step, every misstep. And thank you to every candidate who stepped forward during an extraordinary moment for the party. You know, I spoke. Yeah. I just spoke with Sandra out back, and Sandra is all in on trying to make this happen. Yeah, and I really appreciate it. So outside of my family, my immediate family, because all of you are my family, outside of them, this is the absolute honor of my life to accept the Democratic nomination for the U.S. Senate.
I just want to answer a couple of questions here. I see someone asking if this is Plattner's replacement. Yes. Yes, it is. Why do you keep coming back here? I don't know. 60 stream streak, though. Impressive. Very impressive. See, that's why that's a smart idea. Give yourself applause for the streak. You know, yesterday somebody complained about me not noticing their streak, but I don't get notifications for streaks. Naps with Cat. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Also, I just want to say thank you to a few different people who just donated, all in series. All in series here. Or rumor of 2 space creatures dono 10 each. I'll dono another 10. Let's get it started. Immediately, if not sooner. 2 other space creatures donating. Young Chris. And TB. Immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Pretty crazy. I think we just completed the galactic content goal. But no confetti party until we're done with this speech. So, focus back in, Space Vamps. Come on.
Come on! As you all know, this process came together faster than any of us expected. Again, the Democratic Party, Charlie, the whole staff, Devin, I mean, incredible work. But, yeah. But this is important. You know, the movement represented in this room did not just begin 2 weeks ago. You know, whether you supported me from the beginning, supported another candidate, or are still deciding what you think of this 5th generation logger from Allagash, depends on who you ask. But seriously, I know, I've always known this, that your trust has to be earned. And so I want you to hear this directly from me. There is a place in this campaign for all of you. There is work for you in this movement. And I will spend every day, now through November, earning that trust. Because today, we turn the page. Today, this becomes a general election campaign. And today, we begin the work of defeating Susan Collins in November.
Okay, now he speaks for quite a while here, and I don't want to spend too much time on celebrating. So I'm just going to skip towards the end of this speech. I think this is probably a good enough spot to wrap it up with.
Both come from Aroostook County.
Hold, wait.
Served herself. Bill. And when Mainers needed her the most, she has served herself. You know, Collins is now worth millions, and she still refuses to support a ban on members of Congress trading stocks. I mean, that is the ultimate. Susan Collins and I both come from Aroostook County. I thought Aroostook was over here. But that is where the similarities end. Because I've always known, I know now, I'll know tomorrow exactly who I work for. After 30 years in Washington, she definitely seems that she's forgotten. For 30 years, she's told us that she's concerned. But look, concern is not courage. And what she says in Maine does not erase what she does down in Washington. So one way or the other, this November, she will answer to the people of Maine. Because this election is not going to be decided by corporate PACs, big pharma, insurance companies, or the billionaires funding Susan Collins. It will be decided in union halls and at kitchen tables. It's going to be decided out on those front porches in conversations between neighbors and communities that have been ignored or taken for granted for far too long. And it will be decided by people that have never volunteered for a campaign before. Because they know, we know it in our soul that we cannot afford 6 more years of the same thing. And that's how we, together, we will win this. You know, person by person, town by town, county by county. You know, we will welcome Democrats, Independents, Republicans who believe that working people finally deserve a fair deal. Even when we don't agree on every issue, because this movement is not from the left, it is not from the right, it's from the bottom, and we are rising! Susan wants us to believe that she is unbeatable. Here's what I have to say about that. You know, I've spent my entire life, many of you, being told that people like us are not supposed to have power. You know, they told us that a bunch of loggers could not take on the companies exploiting us. But we did. And they said a guy from Allagash could never lead the Maine Senate or stand up to the special interests. But I did. So now they will say that a grassroots campaign powered by working people cannot defeat Susan Collins and every powerful interest standing behind her. They are wrong again. Because we can together, shoulder to shoulder, we can defeat Susan Collins, and we can take back that Senate seat. And we can build a government that finally works for working Mainers, not the power brokers who write the biggest checks anymore. But look, there's never been a campaign that I won on my own. And this one, I cannot do it alone. Because this campaign honestly belongs to all of us. I can feel it every time I talk to somebody, the belief that there has to be a change in our government. There has to be a way that works for us. So if you've ever been ignored, underestimated, pushed around, or told that you have to wait your turn while the rich cut the line, I'm asking you to stand with us in this campaign. If you believe in your heart that health care is a right, stand with us. And if you believe that workers deserve power, stand with us. And if you believe our freedoms are worth defending, stand with us. And if you believe that Maine deserves a senator who will fight like hell for working class people, well, stand with us. We have a party to unite, we have a movement to build, and we have a senator to defeat. And together, we are going to win. I can't thank you anymore. I am so inspired by all of you. God bless you, and let's get to work winning this race.
There you go. That was a couple of excerpts from Troy Jackson's victory speech after being nominated in a special Democratic convention in the state of Maine. There's a lot that has gone into this, but as we've talked about, just to sort of wrap this discussion up about the Maine election, Troy Jackson here, I mean, he got his hat in the race the second Graham Plattner dropped out. It's not clear who got in or out faster, him into the race or the Graham Plattner team and apparatus, all of the tens of thousands of people that had gotten together to help support Graham Plattner left his campaign within like 24 hours after this all came down. And almost all of them unanimously got behind, I think all of them. I can't say for sure. I can't remember if anybody was in dissension or not. But I think almost all of them got immediately behind Troy Jackson, who was endorsed by the DSA in his race for governor in Maine earlier in the primary this year. Which is, honestly, when you think about it, a huge win here that he got across the finish line. Now, of course, he got the Hassan bump too. But I think the fact that the on-the-ground apparatus that had supported Graham Plattner got behind him because they felt that his policies and record most embodied what they had voted for when they had voted for Graham Plattner. You know, and honestly, the guy's got a great policy set. We went over it earlier. I'm not going to do it again today, just for time's sake. But he wants, like you said, healthcare as a human right. He wants to abolish ICE. He wants, maybe reallocate some of those military dollars that we're sending to Israel to some other stuff here at home, right? He's got a whole host of policies we could go down the list on. But We have other races coming up. Remember? I know I haven't been doing my best, the very best that I could be. If I weren't so worried about the bills, I'd probably be doing slightly better at it. But excuses. What's the cliche again? I can't remember now. Suffice to say, never give up, never surrender.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh,
shut up.
Yeah, and in a little over 2 weeks, on August 11th, Wisconsin will be having an election. Oh, wait, I take it back. I'm getting ahead of myself. On August 4th, good God, a little over a week from now, one Tuesday from today, multiple states will be having elections. Good God. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. Is it Monday yet? It's Monday. Okay, but yeah, Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Washington, Virginia, all having an election next Tuesday. Tennessee next Thursday. Washington next Saturday. Then a whole bunch more next Tuesday. But we can't talk about all of them right now. So let's just talk about a couple. Like the one in Michigan, where Abdul El Sayed is running to get your vote for Senate. Now in a one-on-one race with Haley Stevens. All right, that was my worst Haley Stevens impression yet.
Healthcare costs unaffordable, but your government is wasting your tax dollars abroad? 1-844-ABDUL for you. We'll get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all. I'm Dr. Abdul El Sayed, and I approve this message.
There you go. Abdul for Senate. Approved by Abdul El Sayed. Call 1-844-ABDUL for you. Seriously, call it. It's a real number. Okay. Of course, Abdul has been getting a lot of attention. One woman we haven't been talking as much about is running for an important position in a state right next door. On August 11th was Francesca Hong. We're looking for your vote to become the next governor of Wisconsin, who's represented Wisconsin's 76th Assembly District since the year of 2021. Making an appearance, I think, at this point, last week, on Zateo. Mehdi Hassan.
Hassan Parker?
Nope, wrong Hassan. Mehdi Hassan, not Hassan Parker. That's very Islamophobic of you.
How rude.
How do you expect voters in this state to go from electing Donald Trump in 2024 to electing a Democratic Socialist as their governor?
These are all policies that are popular across the state. Human rights, democracy, and fairness. It's my Democratic Socialist values and principles.
You repeatedly called to defund and then abolish the police.
It is a responsible thing to demand reform.
What do you say to people who say you're unelectable?
The Republican candidate is an election denier, a traitor who supports a national abortion ban.
Does that make Donald Trump a traitor as well?
Yes. Our tax dollars should not be going to fund genocide and forever wars. The people of Wisconsin want to know that their elected officials are willing to lead with moral courage.
You called Madison police to report a, quote, highly anti-Semitic protest display, which called for a ceasefire in Gaza. Can you just explain to our viewers what happened that day?
Okay. Let's check out Francesca Hong.
so much for coming on Media Unfiltered.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
You are running to be Wisconsin's governor, which, if you win, would also make you the first Democratic Socialist governor in the United States. And we are seeing your fellow Democratic Socialists winning primaries in New York, Colorado. But this is Wisconsin we're talking about. People will say this is a state known for razor-thin margins, moderate swing voters, and they will ask, how do you expect voters in this state to go from electing Donald Trump in 2024 to electing a Democratic Socialist as their governor just 2 years later?
Maddie, this is also a state where progressivism was born and nurtured, where kindergarten was born. This is where sewer socialism in Milwaukee came from. This is where social security and unemployment insurance was born. Gaylord Nelson fighting Bob La Follette. Our socialist progressive roots run deep, and the people all across our state are ready to dig up those roots and build something new and better.
It's a word, it's a term that gets...
Okay, we're not going to listen to all of this stuff. I will say that Francesca is my pick in the Wisconsin governor's race. The galactically endorsed gubernatorial candidate. She's running against incumbent Dem Tony Evers. Actually, wait, did he drop out? He might have dropped out. Actually, I think Tony Evers, I don't think he's running for re-election. So she's running for Tony Evers' old seat. In a very hotly contested field. It was 7 candidates. It was actually 11 candidates at one point. It's now down to 5. So she's managed to fade more than half of the field so far, which shows that she certainly has lasting power. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. How did I forget to do this? I am not paying any attention. Oh, I'm an idiot. I gotta get in here. I gotta say thank you to a bunch of people. And do one of these. Little space party of the confetti variety. Yes, indeed, Space Fans, we've completed another galactic content goal and gotten us closer to completing the financing of the galactic deficit. Thanks to Space Fams like you. More donos coming in after the last donos that I said. Including another one from young Chris for $6.31 or something like that. One from LH for 10 bones, and a Here You Go from more rumor. Apparently, I assume is you following up on that initial one, the 10 for 10 dono scheme that you came up with. Well, thank you. Thank you, all of you Space Fams who have made it possible. We have ensured, once again, all the space content. Oh, everything that I've prepared for this newscast tonight. So, I guess we better get back to it. Okay, I'm trying to calculate right now the goal. It's confusing. Also, people are donating in odd numbers. 7. Okay. Right. So, I think I know what that gets me to. Don't want to be wrong, but I think it's this. We are getting very close. $203, it would seem, away from completing the galactic deficit. Oh. For the skin of our teeth, we may keep the Galactic News Network alive for another month here, Space Fams. Good God. Alright, let's hear some of Francesca Hong's opinions about stuff. Like public safety. As governor, that would be a seriously important job. She'd be in control of the state police.
Abdul El-Sayed, a progressive Democrat running in Michigan, another swing state, you both have faced a lot of backlash over previous social media posts where you repeatedly called to defund and then abolish the police. Interestingly enough, though many Democrats have walked back their support for such comments, defund the police, you have not backed away from these positions. Why not? And what is your plan for funding the police as governor of Wisconsin?
Public safety is paramount, and everyone deserves to feel safe. We have a system right now where the Epstein class roams free, where we have masked thugs openly murdering people in the streets for being potentially immigrants. I think that it is the responsible thing to demand reform. And here in Wisconsin, if anyone has been defunding police, it's been the Republicans in the state legislature who have held back state funding from local governments to be able to pay for public safety resources. I'm serious about public safety, but we cannot be tough on crime unless we are tough on causes first.
Okay, yeah, I honestly, I like Francesca Hong a lot. She's been on my list now. She was recommended by a Galactic viewer, a space fam, if you will. Yes, one of the space fams recommended her to me like months ago now. Though we haven't been talking about her very much because we've been talking about these elections sort of in a chronological hapdash kind of way. It's been rough. It's been rough, I'm not gonna lie. Trying to stay on top of all the elections. Like ahead of time. In a way that I feel is really contributing to the space. I'm trying my best, but I don't feel like I'm doing as well as I'd like. It's my first ever real time focusing on midterms ever, really, right? We've been only doing the stream for 2.5 years. And the real focus in 2024 was the president. Didn't really think much about other elections, although maybe you should have. Hopefully I can learn from this year and the future. All right, let's go to this clip.
Issues. One candidate who did very well running on the Gaza issue, saying it's a genocide, saying he would be in the Senate voting against weapons to Israel, was Graham Plattner, who won the Democratic primary in Maine, has just dropped out of the race after being accused of sexual assault. He denies it, but he's out of the race now. What lessons do you think the Democratic Party has learned from Graham Plattner's candidacy? And do you think the downfall of his campaign will be used to discredit progressives and progressive platforms across the board?
Well, first of all, Mehdi, here in Wisconsin, there are ways, and I said before that as a democratic socialist, I value human rights and the principle that everyone has a right to live a life of dignity. And we have the International Holocaust recognize the IRA legislation that the governor signed, where we have a anti-BDS boycott legislation on the books. To have a firm stance in repealing both of these pieces of legislation, that is something that it is important for people to know where their governor stands, that everyone has a right to free speech, to feel safe, and to practice their faith. And when it comes to Graham Plattner's race in Maine, I think that the voters responded to his strong position that our tax dollars should not be going to fund genocide and forever wars. The people in Wisconsin, our values are ones where we take care of one another, our neighbors, where we work hard, where we ensure that we're protecting our natural resources. And whether or not it is it's an event happening overseas or right here at home, I know that the people of Wisconsin want to know that their elected officials are willing to lead with moral courage and moral clarity and a conviction to put the people and their lives first.
Howard Fine Duck? Why is the Galactic News Network chat filled with ducks? It's just filled with them. So many ducks. So many duck chatters. Where are you ducks getting the phones or access to the internet? It's a question I've been asking myself lately. Maybe I shouldn't think about it too hard. God, I am hungry. I'm so hungry. All right, let's talk about an election of a Democratic Socialist 8 years ago. Yeah. 8 long years ago. One woman by the name of Julia Salazar ran for New York's 18th in Bushwick. In the New York State Senate. And she went on to a little podcast you might be familiar with, of a guy whose life we are celebrating today as a result of the 6-year anniversary of his death last Monday. The Michael Brooks Show. Julia Salazar, DSA candidate. Why and how socialists win. From 8 long years ago. I'll be right back.
And joining us now, a major fan of Dipset and a candidate for the 18th the 18th district in New York City, which is a state Senate race. The primary day is on September 13th. Is Julia Salazar. She is a member of the DSA, and she is seeking with increasing momentum. She started very strong out of the gate with an appearance on TMBS a couple months ago, and she has been picking up momentum ever since in that race. Julia, you are tonight's shout-out segment. So do we want to play the shout-out theme for Julia? You ready? Yeah. Julia, you're going to enjoy this, and then will tell us what's going on.
And we're back.
Ooh, Danarchy.
I don't want to get greedy, but if Danarchy could give us a shout-out beat, that would be ill.
Top of the line professionalism.
Let's get to the shout-out. Shout-out.
Creepy.
Shout-out.
Weird. I think that's creepy. It's incredible.
Shout-out. All right, Julia, I know it breaks your heart to not hear the rest of that, but I just wanted to give you a flavor of it. This is the shout-out segment. You are the shout-out of the evening. Julia, how is the campaign going, and what are you running on?
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. The campaign is going really well. Today was the first major public filing release, campaign finance filing. So a lot of everyone's who is running for office, our fundraising is now public. We have raised nearly $120,000, and absolutely none of that has come from corporate donations or for-profit real estate developers, which in my district is especially important. I'm running against Senator Martin DeLon, who has taken more from real estate developers and private interests than any sitting senator.
Okay. We're not going to watch this whole clip, but before we watch a little bit more of it, I would just like to point you to this. Ah, yes, the Wikipedia bio of Julia Salazar, New York State Senator for the 18th District. That's right, assuming office in 2019. 7.5 years ago. Huh. Huh.
But we need elected officials who actually have the political will to pass it.
Yep.
And so that's what we're going to do when we win in September.
That's exactly right. What can people do? I know people have been donating to your campaign. It's an incredible fundraising number. I also know a lot of people are, if they're in the area geographically, which a fair amount of people that watch and listen to this show are, what can they do if they wanted to? First of all, how can anybody contribute money? And if somebody is able to physically and they want to, how can they go door to door for you?
Sure. So our website is salazarforsenate.com. And from there, you can learn more about the campaign, my platform, and also can sign up to volunteer or contribute. And our campaign office is open from morning to night every day, 7 days a week. And it's just stopping by anytime is a great way to get involved as well. We have canvases going out every day. You know, one thing that's been really cool for me to witness in this campaign, especially as someone who, even though I have a background in organizing, even though I'm now a political candidate, I am sort of introverted, and I empathize with a struggle that a lot of people have expressed to me about anxiety that they have about canvassing and such. Like, we always have people to support volunteers through that. So I've been seeing a lot of people become activated in the campaign who had never previously canvassed for a political campaign. So that's a really great way to get involved, is to start canvassing.
There you go. That was Michael Brooks. Actually, I guess I'll let him finish it.
Yeah.
That is awesome. What are your feelings on Dipset? No,
Wow. Yeah. I'm very proud to be at the forefront of the dance revolution.
Okay, perfect. That was exactly the type of thing that I was looking for. It was very adroit, Julia. I appreciate it. Okay, Julia Salazar, thank you so much for being with us. Everybody, seriously, this one is really important. Go check out the website. We have links to it. You can also find, obviously, Julia on Twitter and elsewhere. But this is a real campaign for the things that we really need to have happen, and it needs to be hitting on all levels, federal, state, and local.
Well, there was Michael at it back in the day, getting Democratic Socialists elected to the New York State Senate. Julia is still a New York State Senator. from the 18th district getting elected in that election. And I just, to me, that felt like a little bit of Michael's legacy. The fact that this woman is still in office, he helped get elected. Whatever way this stream had at the time. He was a real fucking legend. I wish he was here for these elections right now. You know, I do my best. Cover what I can. But he was truly a talented guy. All right, to talk a little bit more about the elections, let's go here to the very best. The great Harry Emden at CNN.
Hey there, if Democrats lose to Trump yet again, these are all the red flags. Democrats, you have only about 100 days until the midterm elections, and you don't have control of either chamber anywhere close to being locked up. What are we talking about here? Well, we're talking, first off, we're talking about cash on hand. We're talking about cash on hand. You know, Democrats, they're much more like this. They're your $1 bills. While Republicans, you're much more like this, your 50s, and dare I say, even your $100 bills. Because just take a look here. Cash on hand from the main outside groups, ergo your congressional committees, right, your NRSC. Take a look here. Republicans at this point, $657 million. My goodness gracious, that's why I'm talking about these bills, right, $100 bills. While the Democrats, only about $334 million, only about half the level of Republicans. And of course, cash is what makes the world go round in politics. Now, you think that these numbers are bad? How about the national committees themselves? The RNC, the DNC, Republican National Committee, Democratic National Committee. Look at this.
Oh,
Cash
God.
they have June 2026. The RNC.
Oh, God.
Holy Toledo. $129 million. That's pretty gosh darn good, right? But get this, the Democrats are a rarity. The DNC is red on your screen. Why are they red? Because they're literally in the red, way down there. They're actually in negative territory. That's cash on hand subtracted by the party debt. The party debt actually is greater than the cash on hand. The Democratic National Committee. It's broke.
Oh my God. This is quite a revelation. I mean, I can't imagine the DNC being in a worse position to go into a general election with less than half, or I guess not less than half, but almost exactly half as much money cash on hand party committees than Republicans do. And then, you know, you take debt into account, and they're actually underwater, the whole Democratic National Committee. I wonder what this guy, Ken Martin, has to say about this. Here's a New York Times story. Oh, son of a... Hold on. This thing's being stupid. Here is a New York Times story from earlier this very day, Sunday, by Shane Goldmacher and Reed J. Epstein. Oh, Ken, tell us what the fuck is going on. Democratic Party is so short on cash that leaders at its headquarters have undertaken a new gambit to mask the severity of the problems, asking vendors not to send bills until after the midterm elections.
This is
Come on. Come on. You gotta be. This is. It's like borderline fraud. Okay? It's like, look, listen, okay? We'll be able to pay you after the election, okay? Just send us the bill after. We can't have it on the books. If you have it on the books now, we get into real problems with our creditors, okay? Look, listen, I know you want your money, and we want stuff, but can't you just give us stuff without the money, please? Oh, that's a bad start. This book, the bookkeeping maneuver, which was described by 3 people, briefed on it as the latest sign of financial duress for the Democratic National Committee and its embattled leader as money troubles threaten to undercut Democratic momentum with 100 days until the midterms.
I'm staying in the race.
So much is going politically right for Democrats these days. President Donald Trump's approval is down, gas prices up, unpopular war, but dysfunction and debt inside one of the party's key institutions, which is getting crushed in fundraising by its Republican counterpart, are creating rising anxiety for top Democrats. At the center is Ken Martin. This guy. Oh, I lost it. Where am I? At the center is Ken Martin, the 53-year-old party chairman, who has found himself increasingly isolated, gripped by the fear that he will lose his job and relying on a vanishingly small circle of people that he trusts, according to interviews with more than 24 Democrats, including current and former DNC officials and members. Most of them spoke on the condition of anonymity. Mr. Martin's fraying nerves are showing. In a peak of frustration in early July, he threw his phone on the desk of a junior aide while unbraiding the person. The phone tossing incident resulted in a formal complaint to the DNC's Human Resources Department. Oh, shit is bad over here. Ken Martin's throwing phones? We're being told by DNC operatives we gotta worry about Troy Jackson throwing water bottles over healthcare. But Ken Martin is chucking phones over here. The fallout from the phone throwing episode was described by half a dozen people familiar with the incident who spoke on the condition of anonymity once again because they were not authorized to discuss internal party matters. None of them witnessed the encounter, and there were some dispute over how aggressively the phone was tossed. The vibes of that. Oh, there's so much ass covering going on in that. Oh my god. So much CYA in that. I can just feel it. I can feel it in the fucking force, the disturbance. But the Democratic Party and its allies are far behind Republicans when it comes to money. Mr. Trump controls a $400 million super PAC, the Republican National Committee.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. To describe centrist Dems, will quote one of Popeye's friends, I will happily pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
I will happily pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. Oh. No. He's the hamburger, or wait, what's it called? What's his name? J. Wellington Wimpy. I'll gladly pay you Thursday for a hamburger today. That's the DNC. The DNC is J. Wellington Wimpy. I mean, this is the DNC right here. I'm gonna put this up just side by side because that's perfect. Yes, thank you. Okay, what was I saying? By the way, thank you for the 100 biddies. And that laugh. Columbia Rican. You're a gem. What was I saying? Ah, yes, Mr. Trump controls a $400 million super PAC, and Republican National Committee is sitting on nearly $130 million. Mr. Martin's DNC is $2 million in debt.
Holy Toledo.
The committee's role is not just to help Democrats win back power in the midterms, but also to lead the party into the 2028 presidential race, including by overseeing a new primary calendar, while organizing debates in a national convention. Even supporters acknowledge Mr. Martin's growing sense of paranoia. He confronted the party's finance director this spring over what he thought was a budding coup, and before he met with the top congressional Democrats, Senator Chuck Schumer of New York and Representative Hakeem Jeffries of New York in mid-July, assurances were given to an ally of Mr. Martin's that the two party leaders did not plan to use the gathering to call for the chairman's resignation. Oh my god, Ken Martin is so paranoid. This dude needs fucking help. Good God. $2 million in debt because he took out a loan. I looked into this. I'm not going to read this whole thing. I looked into it. Apparently, the Democratic Party, the DNC, had to take a loan out to fund all of these primary races that they've been losing. So they're actively trying to fight the progressive, whatever you want to call it, democratic socialist upsurge in the party, and they're undermining the future of the party to do it. It's the most deeply irresponsible thing I could think of if you actually believe that the Democrats are the bastion of freedom or here to protect democracy. Even though they've helped, many of them, at least the ones we're trying to get out of office, have helped the president in his agenda. But the fact is, they don't wake the fuck up, we got a real problem. Okay? Because not only are they, as Harry would say, beneath the Hudson on the money, the numbers, just the raw numbers on popularity right now put them in a very precarious spot and in dire need of rizz. Or at least rizzing up in some form or fashion. Because it is bad.
Is way down there underwater, under the Potomac River.
Oh, now it's the Potomac?
Look at
this.
Oh,
now we're switching rivers?
Hello, approve of their own party in Congress. We're talking about...
I don't accept this. Why is it now the Potomac? I don't appreciate. Now, once first it's the Hudson, then it's the Potomac. When's going to be the East River next? Where does it end? Where does it end, Harry? Where does it end? Tell me that. The Mississippi? The Rio Grande?
New Tea Party here. You know, back in July of 2010 when Republicans really did not like their congressional leadership, right? Really didn't like it. Still, 52% of Republicans approved of their own party in Congress. Look at where Democrats are now. They are in a worse position, the Democrats in Congress, than Republicans were during their Tea Party wave of 2010. Now Democrats, they can't even reach the 50% mark, and we're talking within their own party.
Honestly, these numbers gave me so much. This came out like a few hours before the stream. And sorry, I'm eating cereal. I realized I had a little cereal somewhere hiding. It's the only sustenance I've had. I needed the food, but holy fuck, this is substance for the soul. Because wow. Now, because if you combine these two things, DSA-backed candidates, leftist candidates, more progressive, left of Democratic incumbent candidates, have a better chance than I ever thought. Follow me here. Because I've been saying we need a new Tea Party. That this is the Tea Party moment for the Democrats. You know, for the left to seize power. And we've been witnessing a bunch of stuff, and we haven't had a full view. But now with these numbers on the money, I'm realizing we could probably get a lot more done with a lot less than we might be imagining. You know, like, they've already overextended themselves so hard on this shit. Like, they're not getting enough funding because nobody's donating right now. This puts Democratic, like, DCCC back candidates in serious trouble, right? Sure, AIPAC is funding most of these races still, but how long does that actually hold for? This is a question I'm asking myself. Like, how long can AIPAC? There's still like another 20 states or 50. I don't remember. There's at least 100 races left, between 150. If you just count like House and Senate and governor races. We've been talking about it. Like, they're spreading themselves thin. They're spending $50 million to get, you know, Haley Stevens, an unelectable candidate, just to even in the polls with fucking Abdul El Sayed, and she still can't do it. The fact is, I've been worried that because of all that money, even with small dollar donations, we're going to be in trouble in a lot, and we're still fighting this big a battle I think I've been conceiving as being bigger than it actually is because of how weak the Democratic Party really is right now. And that, you know, the lack of billionaire backing for the leftist Tea Party moment might not actually be as bad, or not bad, but what's the word? Not I can't think of words right now. Like we've talked about it in the past, how the original, like the Tea Party, like the Republican Tea Party moment back during Obama's term was funded by billionaires, right? It wasn't organic. There was some anger, absolute, but there was also a huge amount of what do you call it? Carpetbagging? That's not the right word. I can't think of words today. I don't know what's wrong with me. I think it's because all I can think about now is food. Now that I put a little bit of food in my mouth, in my stomach, I need more.
So hot right now.
So hungry. I need more snacks in my space station. I guess what I'm saying is the lack of billionaire-backed, movement here, I think, could be good. Maybe not, well, not good, but like not necessarily detrimental to progress because of how weak the Democrats are right now. But here's the problem. Because I see this as a double-edged sword. Because when it comes around to the general, this is terrible. Right? It's not head-to-head. This is from 2010 for Republicans. This is Democrats now. All I'm saying is that Democrats are so unpopular within the Democratic Party. If we don't get a bunch of change between now and the general, I'm worried that people are going to be lacking enthusiasm for the general election, which we need to win. All I'm saying is this is a moment where the Democratic Party was weak, and we need to seize on it, make actual change. Hopefully some of those changes can get, people out to vote for a party they would otherwise maybe not. Of course, approval of the party isn't going to happen immediately, right? But I don't know. I'm just saying, this is bad. These are bad numbers. Also, there is technically a hurdle, according to ABC News and Fox News polling. Supposedly, the DSA is even less popular than the Tea Party was back then. You know what I say? Challenge accepted.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
All right. There's Harry Emden. With some of the numbers for this election. Okay. Now, let's go back to Michael Brooks. Not for more election stuff, necessarily. But just for shits and gigs. Found a little compilation of Michael Brooks clips. A tribute, if you will.
There are transgender bathrooms and making kids addicted to crack.
Oopsies, I forgot about this. Hold on.
And he was a prison security guard, except it's all real.
And it's an immense honor to be here,
Oh.
including definitely with Dr.
Damn, I just realized this thing is filled with music, isn't it? Damn, I fucked myself. Does any of this not have music in it?
I think that
Okay, it does. Okay, I could have sworn there was some in here. It didn't have any music in it. That I'm not losing my mind.
halfway quotes and not remembering who to attribute them to. But it's good. It's from a writer from Mozambique. I know that. And he said that when the people are terrified, they elect monsters to protect them.
It's from Lula, right?
And that was quoted by him.
Oh,
it's a writer, Mia, I forget his name. Regardless, I think that you have to be, sorry?
Mia Kotu.
Mia Kotu. Thank you. That's
there
what
it is.
And so I think that explains, obviously, the rise of these monsters across the globe, Trump and Bolsonaro and all of these various leaders. But I think it also, in a way that I want to have a compassion and attentiveness for. There's a bunch of people like Hillary Clinton. I have no doubt she's more angry at Bernie Sanders than Donald Trump. She doesn't care about the results of this election. There is a power elite inside the Democratic Party, which links to your second question, that I have no doubt is more threatened by Bernie Sanders than Donald Trump. That's clear.
Yeah.
For the people that, as an example, you mentioned, Philip, I think that people are rightfully petrified that some game show asshole is putting children in concentration camps.
Yeah.
And they want to do anything they can to remove him. And so how we enlarge the conversation, at this point we're in a really interesting moment because I think actually legitimately Bernie is the safe bet. He is the smartest tactical choice to go up against Trump. But depending on who you're talking to, you need to disaggregate. There are cynical people who have bad faith motives, the same people that, yes, the DNC being controlled by these interests is a disaster for poor people, for working people, and for democracy. And they have bad faith, and they need that's the Machiavelli part I keep talking about. They need to just be gone after, hard and strategically. For normal human beings, whoever they may be, that are appalled, and maybe they weren't as conscious. I think there's some people on the left that have a little bit of like early adopter effect. Like, oh, really? You're shocked by that? I knew that this was terrible. But you need to bring them in, and you need to have a real empathy, not for the cynical stuff you see in media, but for the genuine, natural human sentiment of people who are maybe just tuning into that and go, oh my God, what is happening here? And so I don't know the right tactics. I just know that you need to be very clear about who you're talking to. because you're going to get that sentiment from the most cynical people imaginable, and also from some of the most open-hearted, sincere, and genuinely morally motivated people imaginable. And you need to respond, obviously, in diametrically different ways.
Sam, I am troubled by a...
Oh my god, honestly, he's such a prescient, fucking genius. He's taken so just too soon. Real fucking loss, not just to the leftist movement, but humanity. To have that very intelligent, thoughtful, nuanced statement to be broken up by his right-wing Mandela impression, though, is he was a funny man. Not only smart, but just such a such a brilliant comedian.
In diametrically different ways.
Sam, I am troubled by a lack of seriousness in the GOP field that I see.
Really?
All of these candidates are true patriots who clearly would like to save America from the destructive liberal socialist tendencies of President Obama. However, I see a lack of seriousness when it comes to foreign policy and family values that is lacking in the field.
Really? What is it that you feel is lacking specifically?
I think, as I say, a measure of seriousness when it came to foreign policy and a willingness to confront the Islamic threat. See, many people don't recognize, Sam, that there is evil in the world.
No, I think people, yeah, I think that's probably...
And I think if you look at my
you don't think that the Republican
experience set and skills that I bring to the table, as I
so wait a
continue...
second, are you suggesting that you,
I know
right-wing Nelson Mandela, are going to run for the Republican primary nomination?
I know that liberal hosts like to interrupt and be disrespectful, and I will be painted into a corner. Comments I made about Buju Banton being correct about gay people will be distorted. All sorts of things will come my way. But I have received a message from God saying that I must run.
So God
So it is today that I am announcing later that I will formally create an exploratory committee to see if a run could be what this country needs to save it from creeping socialism.
Wow.
An open border and terrorists at our front door who do no longer believe in American strength.
Honestly, Michael Brooks' ability to, like, stick to a bit was, like, unparalleled, you know? I feel like that's difficult. You know, as somebody who does bits around here, but, like, to stay in the right thought space while doing a kind of like, especially with something like a Nation of Islam Obama or right wing Mandela, like to be able to do the impression, but like stay in the headspace of what it like, because honestly, I just try and do impressions of Trump or like other people. I don't tend to try, like, he took it like a next step. This wasn't just doing impressions. He was like, if Obama was actually the thing that Republicans claimed he was, right? Like, I know it was like multiple layers deep. Honestly, to some degree, I gotta say, Michael Brooks is the reason why I podcast now, right? In the wake of his death, I thought about doing a bunch of things. I didn't do really any of them. Although I did take my first step into podcasting in the year that he died. Playing Among Us. But he's genuinely one of my big time leftist independent media news content creator inspirations. Whatever you want to call it. He was quite a guy. I'm just gonna skip to the end of this clip. Here.
This cosmopolitan socialist vanity.
As an idiot for the TMBS and Majority Report soundboards. That would have been fun in the 2015, 2016.
To get to this cosmopolitan socialist vantage point and to really develop this sort of empathy, the patience, the capacity at synthesis, and also complexity and nuance. This is not another moralistic story. We have competing social media driven, just various versions of mega stupidity right now that preach pure, black or white binary narratives that don't have any room for human complexity, historical complexity, and rigor, right? I mean, again, you read Adolf Reed in class notes, that's the Adolf Reed reference. He really identified that. The delusion and moralism in the left that is only accelerated with woke culture. So this is a model that is about, what does it actually mean to be truly global to the extent we can, local, national, and international simultaneously, east, west, north, south, but from a place of actual growth and empathy. And this is where, again, this questions of consciousness come in. The questions of cultivating empathy, cultivating compassion, cultivating awareness, the complete antithesis of social media modes. Long-term thinking, compassion, seeing complexity, comfort with oneself, solitude, the opposite of instant gratification, the attempt to constantly humanize and not dehumanize your fellow humans. These are all completely countervailing forces to the market technologic that subsumes all of us today. And so, integral theory, which is something that a lot of, it covers a lot of people. Sri Aurobindo was a great Indian integral theorist. William Irwin Thompson was a fascinating public intellectual. The most well-known guy is probably a guy named Ken Wilber, who I'll tell you, in my opinion, has some, he's, when it comes to things like politics, policy, history, this is not the guy, I'll put it very diplomatic, it's just not his strong suit. He's not informed or up on that stuff, and it affects his analysis. But this model has definitely created some brilliant maps of integrating worldviews, which we really need to do. We need to have a much greater understanding of both how other people are seeing, experiencing, and then enacting in the world. This is a necessity. It's a necessity with all of the extraordinary splits in the United States and the kind of serious analysis we need to figure out even the different types of ruling class right now in this society. Thank you so much. And it also is going to be very necessary as the United States declines, relatively speaking. That's one of the things, that shows up in the China coverage on the show. Of course, we need to talk about the crisis dealing, and the horrific repression of the Uyghurs as an example. And I care quite a bit about the Tibetan oppression as well. But we also need to understand, literally, the Chinese worldview to the extent we can. We need to understand these things, not in a bipartisan way, and well beyond that boring word in the United States. Not in that milquetoast centrist, we all just figured out and meet in some crappy middle, but literally that we need to humanize as many as possible and then try to create cohesion to enact real systems change. Because right now you see so much of these velocity of serious social action in the United States. I mean, we're still hugely behind. There isn't the countervailing force of labor to capital. These uprisings are extraordinary. Where are they going? In some good directions, but also the new boon and the
toxic, horrifying, grotesque HR industry, the diversity consulting scam, which is often just companies covering their asses from discrimination lawsuits they should face with very little empirical basis in the research, and then of course a renewal and another cycle of the horrifying toxicity of online culture. So we need to get to this place of humanization, understanding, and synthesis. So this is my perspective. And the reason I want to bring in integral theory or some of the ideas around something called meta-modernism, and I would check out Jeremy Johnson and Brent Cooper and Michelle Bowens with Peer-to-Peer Foundation. And this is like where, it gets trickier. I've been kind of saying like, look, there is like a spiritual, for lack of a better word, element to this. I'll wrap this up. And I will wish each and every one of you all my very best. Please treat yourselves well, treat each other better, treat each other well, treat yourself better, and log off if you can. Much love to all of you. Stay safe. Hit the like button on the way out. Hit subscribe if you haven't yet. All that stuff. Go to patreon.com/TMBS. And most importantly, stay safe, stay strong, be well. Much love, people.
I believe those are some of the last words of Michael Brooks. And whether intentionally or unintentionally, I think a lot of what he said there, I've tried to, at least in some of that, embody with the way that we do things around here with this community, with this stream, with, my my sort of relentless insistence to synthesize all of the things that we talk about, not just be U.S. focused all the time, right? And to take ourselves out of that mindset. Talk about environment, talk about climate crisis every day, and talk about all the other stuff that's happening outside of our, locus of perception or whatever, right? Like out of our bubbles, and find a way to empathize, humanize, whatever others in other countries that oftentimes I feel like we forget about, right? Whether it be the crisis in Myanmar or Sudan or whatever else, right? I feel like I do my best to remind us of the forgotten humans that we should have solidarity with. And that was one of the things that I think I appreciated most and felt was missing after the death of Michael. It's like we still had democracy now, but, and this is not even close to being any sort of criticism of the majority report, because Michael was their guy for this thing, but Michael knew his shit outside of the U.S. Certainly more than most people in the U.S., and was well enough versed on things to be able to explain what's happening and give context, historical context or whatever else. I think a lot of people like myself appreciated having. I feel like I'm almost kind of doing that, although I still don't feel like I do nearly as good of a job as Michael did. I mean, he talked to Lula da Silva on his podcast. I'm just some idiot in a space station. But suffice to say, Michael Brooks is my hero. R.I.P. Dead at 36 years old. It's crazy to think, but he's gone. I just hope to be able to, bring even a fraction of the knowledge that he did and insight that he did on stuff. He's not the only person that I exemplify or respect in this space, of course, but honestly, he was genuinely one of those people that like spoke to me. We're basically the same. I mean, he'd be a little bit older than me right now if he were still alive. But not by much. We're pretty close in age. I think he's like 5 years older than me or something, 4 or 5 years older than me like that. And I don't know. Like I found the Majority Report when he was there. Majority Report is, I think everyone here knows, is my favorite show still, and politically, you know, it's just like a formative show to my worldview. You know, like I had been interested in politics and studied different aspects of politics and history and whatever else, you know, in school, but I think really started assessing things in a different way after I found the Majority Report in like whatever it was, like 2015, like 12 years ago now or something. Okay, I think I had a slightly early interest in politics, but didn't get really in like the nitty gritty of it at all. Not in the way that Michael was when he was young. Like I don't have footage of this. It may have actually been in that tribute video. But like Michael and I could have sworn I actually heard the footage. Maybe I could find it. But like as a child, like Michael Brooks like called into like a political show. like when he was like 7 years old or something. Or like some stupid age. Like he was always too tuned into politics. Something happened to that guy. Something special happened to that guy at a very young age and just sort of latched on before I think any of us, at least most of us. Oh, it's crazy to think that it's been 6 years since then. Yeah, good point, Wolvie Raza. DSA doesn't seem too unpopular when they keep winning. Yeah. Also, I would point out, if you're, I assume you're referring to that graph that Harry Emden put up. But I would point out the Tea Party took over the Republican Party. So they might have been 15 points unpopular in the 2018 not the 2018, whatever midterms that was, 2010 midterms. But it's 2026 now, and the Tea Party is the Republican Party now. MAGA is the Tea Party. It's just the newest version of it. It's just a rebranding of the Tea Party. It's the same people. See a lot of people who miss Michael Brooks. All right. Hold on. I'm just going to check one thing. If this pops up, we'll watch it. Oh my God, is this it? I think this is it. Got uploaded to the Michael Brooks show 5 years ago. Well, I guess we get a bonus Michael Brooks clip. C'est la vie. Sorry, I don't want to get hit for the copyright.
This box, I think most of you probably listened to my interview with Al Giorgiano. Giorgiano. I have to like do the Italian to say it. He was a local radio host in Springfield, Massachusetts. I think I said the wrong city last time. And he hosted a talk show, political call-in talk show. And my brother would call in, Michael would call in. And so we discovered that there were tapes that had been made, and they have basically sat in Al's friend's attic for, close to 30 years. And I got this box of cassette tapes. There's about probably 50 cassette tapes in here, and some of them look like this. Some of them have no label at all. Some of them say like Al 9.
I will admit I have a box similar to that still, which I gotta deal with. It's been a while since I even looked at it. Contains very old tapes from my very old parents. There was like last time I tried one of them, I pulled out I think it was a Stevie Wonder cassette. God, it must have been like 30 years at least old. Oh, I think Stevie did not sound good. Oh no.
9/4/91 1 hour. Like there's really no way to know what's on these tapes besides the years. We've kind of narrowed it down to the years, and we were able to sort of, just gonna put them down. We were able to sort of, figure out there's basically like a 4-year span that Michael would have called in. And I just started listening, and I think I got through about 4 cassettes, so that's about 8 hours. And I found Michael. So at one point, Al mentions this brilliant kid, this homeschooler who's only 8, and he follows the primaries, and he's hyping up this kid. And I'm thinking like, oh my God, it's Michael. He's got to be, on this tape soon. And he says Steven, not Michael. And I'm kind of like, oh, maybe Al got confused, but kind of my heart sinks a little bit. I'm like, were there's just like a bunch of homeschooler kids that would call in to the show? Was Michael not like this savant?
Some cabal.
I was just so thrown off. So I called my parents and I was like, did you tell Michael to say a different name? And they were like, yeah, I think we did. I think we were worried about his, privacy. So then I'm listening, and all of a sudden Steven calls in. And it is unmistakably little Michael. We have some home video of him during this time, and the cadence is completely Michael. Also, about halfway through the call, he asks his name again, and he pauses, and he's like, "My name," and then he starts to say Michael, and then he cuts himself off and says Steven. Okay, I haven't digitized this yet, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna press play and put it in the microphone, and hope that you guys can hear Steven. It's probably going to be kind of low volume, so you might have to turn up your volume on your computer or your phone. But here is Michael, age 8, calling into a talk radio show to talk about the 1992 primary.
Hello, you're on WNNZ.
Hello, this is Steven from Ashfield, and I just got it. I think Clinton's going to win New York by a squeak.
I happen to agree with your analysis there. I think that Clinton has pulled some rabbits out of the hat in recent days. His appearance on the Phil Donahue show the other day was a brilliant performance, where Donahue kept trying to ask him about, whether he inhaled his marijuana and had an affair. And finally, the audience booed Donahue and said, look, we want to hear about education and Medicaid and how you're going to fix the economy. We don't want to hear about this junk anymore. But what do you base your analysis on, sir?
I was hoping that Brown wins it. I just think that it's kind of like Clinton's an idiot, and most of the people in New York, are kind of funked up. But so if he's going to go in New York, he's going to get voted for.
You've really been following this race. What's your first name?
My Steven.
Steven, and are you in school, Steven?
No, I'm homeschooled.
You're homeschooled. How old are you?
Oh, I'm great. It's going great.
How old are you?
I'm 8 years old.
You're 8 years old, you're homeschooled, and you can discuss the presidential race more intelligently than more adults. Well, I'd say that's a good argument for homeschooling.
Yeah.
Well, I'm really glad to hear from you, Steven, and you keep it up, and give me a call next week, and we'll see how good your prediction came.
Okay, bye.
Okay, thanks for your call.
Bye.
56.
That little bye really breaks my heart.
You know what I mean? I found it. There he is. 8 years freaking old, calling in. As was mentioned by the radio host. Talking about the election. More intelligently than most adults. R.I.P. Michael. R.I.P. my leftist YouTube hero. I'll be tuning back into Michael throughout the, and by might, I mean we will be tuning back into Michael throughout the evening. He was born in 83, August 13th. Died July 20th, 2020. Went to Bates College. My God. Look at him, he's got a whole Wikipedia page. Including, Lula da Silva, who's mentioned over here. Made an appearance on Michael's podcast. Yeah, he led quite a life. All right. Speaking of real-life heroes, what did I just not go for? God damn it. What was I saying? Yeah, real-life heroes exist. Including here in the United States. This guy here, he is struggling to get across the street in the old wheelchair here. Not making it anywhere very fast. God, it's like going like 3 feet a minute here. What's this? Spider-Man. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry, we just gotta break this down, okay? Hold on. So, here we go. This guy, he's moving, and then out of nowhere, and by nowhere I mean a red Jeep, pops Spider-Man. Spider-Man rushes to the rescue. Who knew Spider-Man drove a Jeep, by the way? Go. Spider-Man shows up, rushes to the rescue. Yes, this guy. I mean, look at the speed. I mean, it just, wow. It's impressive. Okay. Yeah, that was from 3 days ago. Imagine. Just mind your own business. Average Thursday afternoon. Just trying to get yourself across the street in your broken wheelchair, and then Spider-Man comes to help you. Well, same exact thing is happening in Philadelphia. Okay, not the same exact thing, but you could make parallels between those two stories. Okay, you got a hero, Spider-Man, coming to the rescue, jumping out of his truck. You got a disabled guy. I almost said the wrong thing. Across the finish line. Meanwhile, the Philadelphia 76ers, who did not have a good season last year, but they're getting their own hero, who's leaving his Jeep, aka the LA Lakers, to go help them get across the finish line. That's right, people. LeBron James, after I don't know how many fucking seasons at the LA Lakers, is apparently coming over to the Philadelphia 76ers. Will that help them win a championship? Who knows better than this guy? The round mound of, what is it again? Churro loving San Antonio women something or other, Charles Barkley.
And look who's with us, a guy who barely needs an introduction. It is Charles Barkley, Chuck in the building. And Charles, man, I got to tell you, this is unbelievable news. So what was your reaction when you heard LBJ coming to the 215?
Surprised, shocked. Man, hey, the 76ers, man, it's like Christmas. It's Christmas around here between Jaylen Brown and LeBron. You guys have had a hell of a July, man. I'm not going to lie.
Chuck, let's talk about then the fit with the 76ers because, look, there's the old adage that there's only one basketball, right? And the Sixers now have a lot of mouths to feed. They have a lot of guys they employ, Maxey, Brown, LeBron, Embiid. Does that even matter?
Oh, hell yeah, it matters. It's not going to be as easy. It's not going to be as easy as people think because Maxey, Jalen, and LeBron, and Joel, don't forget him. They all need to ball.
That's true. That's true. I mean, what's the point of having Joel Embiid if that guy's not holding the ball? A lot. Right? I mean, he might be a giant. He's a giant with dexterous hands. You got to give these guys the ball. That's a star-studded roster. Charles Barkley making a good point. It's really hit and miss with Charles. But who knows, really? Now that Charles has said that it's going to be a problem, maybe it won't be a problem. Honestly, in most cases, that's probably a good bet to make. Just do whatever the opposite of what the last thing Charles Barkley said. He's a great basketball player. But he's not out there boxing out the boards anymore. Okay? I've watched enough inside the NBA to know trusting Chuck, not the best policy. At least on opinions. I'm sure he's a perfectly trustworthy guy. I'm just saying. He's just wrong a lot. That's not my fault. That's Chuck's fault. Don't blame me. Don't blame me for just bringing you the truth. Charles Barkley's funny. That is true. He is a funny man. I wasn't even going to come close to claiming he wasn't funny. That's a whole different discussion that I'm not even prepared to engage in right now. In fact, I am. Funny. He's funny. End of discussion. All right, to other sporting activities. Let's talk about a sport everybody can get involved in. Enjoy. The kids, the old people, the parents, the family, the friends. Or at least they used to be able to do, until they got priced out of it. Oh, this one makes me sad. Bowling in America is being repressed by the same force that is repressing everything. Consolidation. Corporate consolidation, and private equity. Or is it a public company? I can't remember. Doesn't matter. Profits. Profits for the wealthiest. All right, more perfect union with the video, the investigation.
No matter what your politics are, it feels like Americans can agree on one thing these days. Everything we love is getting worse. From fashion to food, sports, it seems like things just aren't as good as they were growing up. And now this enshittification is coming for one of America's great pastimes, bowling.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Straight down the middle. No hook, no spin, no fuss.
I'm slamming him tonight. You guys are dead in the water.
In the 90s, a family could spend an entire Saturday night bowling for only $35. Whether it was a birthday party, a date night, or even a competitive league, bowling was one of the few activities that worked for all Americans. Singles, couples, men, women, rich, poor, old, young, they all bowled. I tallied up one night at my closest bowling alley and I was shocked. And despite spending more, we're getting a worse experience.
You notice the price hikes, it's insane.
Price has been always going up. We're talking about...
Okay, I just before we get on here, like I said, this story is close to my heart. Why, you might ask yourself? Because I come from a family of serious bowlers. Okay, a group of people who take bowling a little too seriously, just amongst each other, but also just generally speaking. You know, my brother and my I have two half siblings. My half brother, he's in a bowling league. He's bowled a 300. My dad, who's dead, he had in the past bowled a 300. I have never bowled a 300 because I don't take it that seriously. But I've certainly bowled over a 200 on numerous occasions. Like, I'm a decent I'm a fairly, I've engaged in the activity of bowling. I enjoy it. I don't take it so seriously that I'm going to have a heart attack over it or start yelling about it or anything toxic. It's a fun time for everybody, and a little competition in there. Let's not obsess over it too much. But suffice to say, I love a good time at the bowling alley. You know, it mixes multiple activities at the same time. You know, it's physical activity of competition. You can get, you know, some snacks in, but also it's not constant physical activity because you can sit down. You can have a conversation with somebody, you know. Maybe you see someone cute near you, and you want to chat up get a little conversation going. I don't know, so many opportunities, so many things to do at the bowling alley. Not just bowling, but bowling, of course, the main focus. And now, it's under threat.
Worst experience.
You notice the price hikes, it's insane.
Price has been always going up. We're talking about inflation.
The corporation, they just didn't care about a lot of little things.
They know nothing about bowling.
This is the story of the little guys who are trying to save bowling and the Wall Street outsiders who are changing it.
I don't think anyone takes bowling seriously. Why would you?
So how do guys like that decide who gets to bowl and who gets left in the gutter?
In order to find out, we're going bowling. I'm here in Los Angeles at my closest bowling center, a Lucky Strike, and there's a good chance that your closest bowling center is also a Lucky Strike.
Honestly, after I saw this, I was almost tempted to like check and see. I haven't been bowling in years. Oh, I think it's been at least, I think before the stream started, actually. I can't remember exactly. It's been like 2 or 3 years at least since I've been at a bowling alley. Which I won, by the way. It wasn't with my family, but a group of friends gathered for bowling. 2 years ago, I played well. God, but honestly, this whole thing is fucked. Like they are ruining it, and we're gonna get into how all of the great ways that this company, Lucky Strike, aka Bolero. Because apparently there was some merger here. I don't know which one it's going by right now. I should look that up. But things have, suffice to say, changed. A lot. Intended to focus on a particular kind of customer.
Alley.
Wauwatosa Bowling Alley has a new look and a new name after 60 years.
Lucky Strike in Ala Moana Center opens tomorrow.
That's not the traditional looking bowling alley. Despite the name, there's a lot more than just bowling going on there.
It's safe to say this does not look like the bowling we grew up with.
And when you visit an independent lane, the differences are pretty shocking.
Bowling is a big part of my life. I've been in bowling since literally birth. My parents met bowling. My dad.
Honestly, I don't know about you, but like the difference between this and this, I find this much more appealing than this. I don't know, like, I don't need black light to bowl. I don't feel like that improves the experience. If anything, that's just throwing me off. I don't need that. Don't do this to me. Just give me normal lights.
It's a big part of my life. I've been in bowling since literally birth. My parents met bowling. My dad was working at the bowling center. My mom was actually going in the back while she was pregnant with me, working on the machine. So it's something I was born to do, I guess. The bowling boom really happened, really after World War II, I'm going to say. And that's where the commercialization started going in, where you start going away from the 8 and 16 lane centers to the large 32, 48, 60 lane centers.
During its peak in the mid-60s, there were over 12,000 bowling centers in America. Some bowling centers even offered daycare services to get young families involved. At its peak, nearly 10 million Americans were league bowlers. They showed up every week and accounted for the majority of sales at a bowling center.
To get the most possible enjoyment out of your bowling, by all means join a team and bowl in a league. Nothing can top the excitement and satisfaction of competing in team play.
Pro bowling even had 12 million weekly viewers on Saturday afternoons, outdrawing college football.
Every size, age, kind, breed, and class from all walks of life. Every type imaginable. They make the game our country's most popular participating sport.
Today, there are less than 3,200 bowling centers in America. Some of this decline mirrors broader cultural shifts, the rise of home entertainment, and the general collapse of third places in American life.
With property values being what they are, you see the size of the lot that this center's on. They just sell it for the dirt and don't really think of it as this is a community place for your kids to have a place to hang out. That is the biggest enemy to bowling, especially here in Southern California.
As real estate values skyrocket, many independent alleys just couldn't survive.
So they changed who bowling was for.
In 1998, Tom Shannon bought the original Bullmore lanes in New York City and transformed them into a nightclub atmosphere.
The Bullmore CEO saw two different versions of America in a bowling alley. The blue-collared regulars who kept the lights on, and the upscale newcomers who'd pay 5 times more for the same lane.
In New York or Orange County, California, it's ironic because you take people who rarely do the sport, right? Think of it as this old man's league activity, and you make it relevant for them, and they love it. I mean, I don't think anyone takes bowling seriously. Why would you?
Tom Shannon didn't take bowling seriously, but for 15 years, the model worked in places like LA and New York, where bowling felt a little bit ironic. But then there was an opportunity to redefine the entire sport. In 2013, AMF Bowling, once the largest bowling chain in the world, filed for bankruptcy. All 270 locations were suddenly available.
And this, this is where it all goes wrong. All of the AMF bowling centers, they go up for sale. Shock of shock. Some rich weirdo gets fancy idea. Why don't I buy them all? This guy. This guy. Right here.
Independent bowling centers in this country, and so it's just a tremendous long-term opportunity for us to continue to consolidate.
He set out a plan to slowly but surely roll up basically the entire industry and got some funding from a bunch of private equity guys on Wall Street to do just that.
We've got 3,500 different independent bowling alley operators in the United States, representing an incredible consolidation opportunity for Bowlero.
And
ooh, incredible consolidation opportunity. Every time you hear the sentence "incredible consolidation opportunity," you should throw up a little bit in your mouth. Because that just means all of the terrible things that we see in our world, right? In every place where there's incredible consolidation, monopoly, essentially power, all the worst stuff happens. Prices skyrocket. Like, choices diminish. You're left with a worse experience, paying more. And that's exactly what's happened. That's exactly what's happened to bowling. Oh, it's very depressing. They've even gone so far as to bastardize the pins. Something known as fuckery. All right, I don't remember. I can't remember what they call it, but like these little ropes that prevent the pins from falling naturally, so that they can be more easily reset by the machines.
Super loud. There's a lot going on. This is not a relaxing social experience whatsoever.
I've always wanted to bowl and watch Family Guy at the same time.
They don't really know a lot about the sport itself. They just turn the lanes on and they don't really care about what's happening.
You got to know about bowling. So, you know, get out there, bowl some games, talk to the league bowlers. There, they don't do that. It's like watch a 30-minute training video and you're out to the sharks. That's it.
But in all my conversations, there was one thing that fired bowlers up the most.
The thing that we really hate about Lucky Strike and why we try not to come here too often is we hate the strings and the pins. You don't get that satisfying crash when you bowl on these string pins.
When they brought the string pins, our league, we lost a lot of teams, lost a lot of bowlers because of that, because they were turned off.
You're taking away the fun of the game.
And it's not just about aesthetics. String pins change the physics of the game.
The data shows that strike percentages are lower.
Yep. The enshittification is coming for literally everything, space fams. We gotta stop. We gotta stop it before it's too late. Oh my god. We gotta stop it. Everything is going to shit. By the way, if bowling is important to you, you should watch that whole thing. Because honestly, we only hit on a few parts of that. Like, honestly, it's been a while since I've been bowling. If it really is as bad as they say, good God. Like, I went to like an independent place like a few years back. That was the last time I bowled. Before that, it had been a while. But oh my God, no. Like, they're basically saying that people are spending like hundreds of dollars. We skipped over that part of it, but they're basically saying like people are spending hundreds of dollars to bowl for a night. It used to cost like nothing to bowl. In fact, actually, maybe should we listen to the... Hold on, maybe we could listen to that one part of it. Yeah, all right, we'll listen to this one quick breakdown of how much it's costing people. This is stupid.
That the league bowler would pay.
Okay, let's tally up our bill from 2 hours of bowling. The lane and shoe package for 4 people was $223. Add just 1 bucket of beer and some under cheese nachos, and you're looking at about $308 with tax and tip.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
$77 a person. So
$304 for 4 people for a quick evening at Lucky Strike. 2 hours. That's a short, honestly, in my opinion, that's a kind of short time to bowl. It's only like a few, I don't know, maybe a few, like for 4 people, how many games is that? Good God. $304. Get the fuck out. Get right the fuck out. Was it golf? That is nuts. Oh. That's extra stupid. So much could be bought with $304. Speaking of which.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Going to quote Captain Picard in First Contact, the line must be drawn here.
The line...
This far, no further.
That's so true. The line must be drawn. Speaking of which, $304. That's $101 more than I need to complete the financing of the galactic deficit. That's 2 hours of bowling. Ugh. Gross. This is why I don't do anything. This is why when I'm done with the stream, I just go back to researching for the next stream. So I can't afford to go do anything. Who can afford to leave their homes and engage in any other activity that is not intrinsic to survival at this point? $304. 2 hours of bowling. You shut up. You shut up with those numbers. Those are fake numbers. They should be fake. They should be fake, but unfortunately they're all too real. Alright, well, for now, that's it on bowling. Up next, another form of competition that is at least affordable for the time being. To Keihan 2 News, Hawaii, to the State Speed Cubing Championships.
A what now?
That's right, nerds. Hold on to your hats. Cubes are about to start flying at ridiculous speeds.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Time is 7:06 now. Competitors will be putting their speed and problem-solving skills to the test as Hawaii hosts its first ever state Rubik's Cube Championship.
Kay Piper joins us now live in Neva Beach with more. Good morning, Kate.
Good morning, Sarah. Good morning, Sam. Yes, history is going to be made this weekend at Honouliuli Middle School. We're talking about speed cubing, where they're hosting the first state championship. And here to tell us a little bit more about what's in store, I've got Chris Martin, World Cube Association Delegate, California. Good morning and mahalo for being here with us.
Good morning, mahalo for having us.
Okay,
Mahalo,
so
Chris.
this is the first state championship. Give us a little insight into what speed cubing is.
So everyone basically knows what a Rubik's Cube is. So speed cubing is the sport of trying to solve the Rubik's Cube as fast as you can. Speed cubing has had a very long history.
Oh wow, I was following Chris this whole time. But sport, Chris, I think you've gone too far. Well, you know, I support this activity. I'm not sure I'm prepared to call speed cubing a sport. I feel like he's gone too far. I feel like he's taken, like he's gotten, what's the word? He got overconfident, you know? Like he's gotten over his skis, if you will. You know, like too big for his britches. Sport, Chris. I think it's great. I can cube, you know? I can solve a cube, but sport, I don't think so. Come on. Finger sport?
Solve the Rubik's Cube as fast as you can. So speed cubing has had a very long history. The World Cube Association, the WCA, started in 2003, and ever since then it's just been growing and growing ever since. So it's as...
Well, there you go. You too could take down the best, or could have, I suppose, at Hawaii's speed cubing state championships. Is there nationals? I guess there's nationals and worlds in store for some of these cubers. I personally can solve a Rubik's Cube of multiple varieties and shapes. I'm not claiming that to be some sort of claim to brilliance. I'm just bringing it up because we're talking about speed cubing. But I'm only bringing it up because it's not a sport. As somebody who can solve a Rubik's Cube, I can say, hands down, not a sport. I don't care. I don't care what you say. You can't convince me that speed cubing is this. If you can do it seated, and in fact, There is, I mean, this shows you how much of a speed cubing nerd I am, because I've seen a few, honestly, I can cube pretty fast. There is literally, like, not only are all the, you could be, you don't have to be, but you can be seated for the competition. There's literally a competition where it's one-handed and blindfolded. If you're one-handed, blindfolded, and seated, that's not a sport, okay? I don't care what you say. If you're hand-folded, if you're one-handed, blindfolded, and sitting down, manipulating whatever it is, I can't think right now. 9, 11, 17, 23 pieces of plastic or whatever it is. That's not it's not a sport. You could play baseball seated. It's ableist. Fine, you win. Fine. Speed cubing, officially a galactic sport. Write it down. I'm being ableist, apparently. Does that make chess a sport as well? And checkers? Poker? Because that, it does, right? Like, if that's a sport, then those are sports. Same sort of, competitive elements, I suppose. I guess not as much physicality to some of those things I just listed, but I'm silly for denying it. Okay. Okay, you're right. Speed cubing, it's official. I expect to see it at the next Olympics.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I say we start a petition. Pokemon is a sport? And Magic the Gathering? Wow. Wow. I know a bunch of nerds who will be super stoked on that. I folded too easily? No, this is not a hill I'm willing to die on. Not even close. I'm not even close to willing to die on this hill. The cubing hill? The speed cubing hill? No. No. There's plenty of hills I'd be willing to die on. It's not this. No, it's a sport. Write it down, goddammit. We're not going back. We're never looking back. Ever. Again. It's more of a strategy game? Yeah. No, yeah. Absolutely. Just strike it with a sword. That's against the rules. I know enough about the rules there. They can't just hit things with swords. Can't just go hitting things with swords, dude. Okay. Speaking of competitions, I suppose we should go back to the internal competition in the Democratic Party.
I'm staying in the race.
Yes, that's right. I sandwiched some Sunday Funday content into the regular news coverage. Look, listen to Sunday Funday. Are you not value-tained yet, by the way, Space Fams? We did a very serious fake investigation into where Sam Seder is. A very unserious investigation into what the hell's going on with Jordan Peterson's health. Celebrated Michael Brooks and talked about the Maine elections, the Michigan and Wisconsin elections, including an election of old. So much things, so many of the things. And the fun day stuff. I mean, what exactly do you guys expect from me here? What more is one guy to do to be valuetained? Exactly. Your luxury taint. Oh, wow. Luxury. Now that's what I like to hear. Luxury, space, communism, tained. We haven't even solved the disappearance? You're questioning my methods? I never promised to get to the bottom of it. I just provided you with ample evidence to draw your own conclusions. What do I look like? Sherlock Holmes or something?
David Pakman, we're going to watch this. As you guys know, college Democrats invited me. The Republicans are obviously freaking out. Some of these like liberals are freaking out too. And it's really funny because like the idea that I'm not like eating it from both ends here is so funny. Like the notion that people are too afraid to stand up to Hassan is a hilarious take. Prominent liberals yell at me all the fucking time. All right, well, let's see. So David was one of the guys that bit.
Listen to the whole segment before you send me hate mail. You know when it starts that way, it's going to be good. Listen, the Democratic Party is showing the early signs of the same disease that destroyed the Republican Party. I've got so many friends on the left texting me and saying, David, we're not going to allow the same thing to happen on the left that Trump did to MAGA. That Trump and MAGA did to Republicans, are we?
You figure David Pakman has a lot of friends? That just strikes me as odd. But hey, maybe he does. Maybe he's got a lot of friends texting him. I don't know. It feels, that statement, don't get me wrong, I'm sure David Pakman's in contact with people. But it almost feels like one of those Trumps, everyone's saying it. People are saying, sir. And we all know what happens right after that. A lie. I'm not saying David's lying. I'm not saying he's not lying.
What, you mean winning? Like, I'm sorry. They have an odious worldview on the right. The reactionaries do, right? But the one thing you can't say is they're unsuccessful. Donald Trump literally owns the government, okay?
His many friends, Ethan Klein and Destiny. Oh, I am so stupid, of course. Right. His many two friends, Ethan Klein and Destiny, Edward Bennell. A couple of great guys. Great guys to be friends with. They're the best.
Owns the government. Donald Trump almost single-handedly rewrote American politics for the last decade. Every aspect of American politics has changed for the worse because of Donald Trump. So when you say, we can't let these fucking leftists do the same, what are you saying? Do you disagree with the policies? Is that what you're talking about? He thinks getting everything they campaigned on in a 6-3 majority is bad because they actually got what they wanted? Perfect Dem influencer. Yeah, no. I wish the Democrats could fight like the Republicans do. But instead of for odious, horrible, repulsive, toxic, and outright awful plans, I wish the Democrats would fight like hell for good shit. Medicare for all, housing for all, federal jobs guarantee, and also cutting all aid and sanctioning Israel, holding Israel accountable. Oh no, we can't let the Democrats be too sweet. We can't let the Democrats be too successful.
Yes, exactly, Hassan. You wouldn't want the Democratic representatives to align too much with the voters, right? There's such a thing as too much democracy, too much representation, You wouldn't want the people to be overly... You wouldn't want the policies of the U.S. government to, represent the wishes of the people too much, right? That's anarchy, right? Gotta have a little bit of repression. Otherwise, then what do you get? Healthcare and is a solution to the housing and the climate crisis. Like, I don't know.
And they're pushing for it. And now, perhaps most terrifyingly, they're winning.
Their own coalition, they attach themselves to popular causes. They take real concerns about healthcare, housing, police misconduct, and use them to sell what is actually an authoritarian worldview. Now, there are things in DSA, for example, Democratic Socialists of America, that are good and that I agree with. But there's also some stuff in there that I think doesn't make any sense. I saw their new platform. Promises a country where you have no debt, you pay no rent, no mortgage, you receive publicly funded housing, publicly funded retirement.
Why won't anybody think about the landlords?
Oh,
Why won't anybody think about the big corporations that are buying out all that fucking readily available housing?
What will BlackRock or Berkshire Hathaway do? What about the profits of the shareholders? Can you imagine the shareholders for a second? Think about them. Will the shareholders vote for this? I mean, oh, God.
Okay, here's the thing. It's good to have ideals and a goal that you are setting out ahead of time.
By the way, if anybody doesn't know, I know everybody knows BlackRock, but Berkshire Hathaway is the company of Warren Buffett, a company which has invested heavily in American real estate, especially like, single home rental housing and things like that. Just check your area. I'll bet you have Berkshire Hathaway properties all over the fucking place. Last time I checked, there was like at least three within like a stone throw shot. Not that anybody's throwing stones.
Illegal.
Here's the question. Why don't you like that final goal that we should move towards is the real question. Because like you could just be like, how do we accomplish it? Fine. That's okay. That's a healthy and productive conversation that we can have. But if you just cut it down to be like, dude, fucking what? Like public housing? Gross. What? Then that just comes across like you are just in opposition to a thing that exists in those same Nordic style social democracies that you just started off defending. Like, can you imagine being like, oh, public housing? Absolutely not. Get the fuck out of here. It's like, I want social democracy. Okay, well, they have public housing.
Yeah, I think David's confused about what he is. I think he's a neo-centrist crypto shill. He just doesn't realize it yet for some reason. While he's getting money funneled to him by the DNC through Chorus. It's weird that he wants to keep telling us all that he's some different guy. Like, nobody's buying it. Like, it is, like, at least I don't think anybody's actually buying it. The people that watch him, I think that they know that they're liberals and that they're not social democrats. Like, it's honestly, it is crazy. I think he's the most laughable of all of the Chorus. Like, for the people to be in there, like, as like everybody there is getting paid. David doesn't even fucking need the money. Like, he would have just kept doing it anyway. But he's in there taking, like, I can't remember exactly what the fucking number is, but it's like obscene. It was obscene. It was like $10,000 like a week or something. It was like a post or something. I can't remember exactly what the stipulations of it was, but it was obscene exactly how much money he was getting from them to be involved in and like doing this stuff. It was similar to the Tenet situation, just slightly less money. And not from Russia. Well, it could be from Russia, actually, because there's a bunch of dark money. But it's almost certainly from DNC, DCCC, DMFI, groups like that, and people who donate to groups like that. Big donors looking to make a collaborated narrative through supposedly independent media. And it makes me sad how successful some of those people I see are right now that got named in the chorus files. It's like a lot of like the Gen Z influencer left, supposed like left adjacents. We can't have nice things, that's true. Okay. While we're talking politics, we should see what the president's been saying about prices here in Marietta, Georgia on Thursday. I think Thursday. Wednesday or Thursday.
So every day we're fighting to put more money back in the pockets of the hardworking American families, and that's why, with the help of our incredible Republican majorities in Congress, we've done so much. I proudly signed the great, big, beautiful bill delivering the largest tax cuts in American history. Largest in American history. And we did big ones first. You know, we had the best economy in history in my first term. A lot of people don't, because we had a COVID period, went all over the world. And we did a great job where they got no credit for it. We did Operation Warp Speed. And I'll tell you, we did a great job, but we got very little credit for it. We should have been given big credit, but we got credit for everything else. And we had the best economy, but this economy is ready to blow everything away, ever, of any country. There's never been anything like what's happening in the United States of America right now. So I just want you to remember that if you're paying a little bit more, a lot of it's come down now. We got it coming down very rapidly, actually. Look at the number just released. But it really would, you know, we inherited something from Biden and we're giving it back.
We inherited it from Biden. Now we're just getting it back to where it needs to be. Now, of course, inflation under Trump is higher than under Biden. Basically, every economic indicator is worse, aside from the $19 trillion fictional number of investments that Trump keeps touting, which has not even come close to fruition. I don't even think $1 trillion of investments have come in of that 19 trillion that he's been talking about. Like, actually, like, you know, just in terms of facilities being built or whatever the fuck else. And all of the things that he was promising are like data centers. But meanwhile, a man who has no concept of prices thinks the prices are coming down. Saying that to an entire crowd of confused people. Claiming that the economy is already really, really great. Actually, when you think it's going to be even better than anything ever before. Once the war is over, it's going to be great. Oh, you started as a Hassan hate watcher. I went from a Pac-Man lover 6 years ago. Wow, that's quite recent. Okay. Let's see. While we're talking about the economy, Trump is claiming inflation's down, but it's about to go up again for multiple reasons, including the tariffs that he announced earlier this week.
The Trump administration is praying that the third time's the charm when it comes to the president's tariff agenda. You might remember the U.S. Supreme Court struck down his first round of tariffs in February. That led to the current temporary second round, which is a 10% import levy that can only last 150 days. As we've gotten closer to day 150, the Trump administration has not just been standing on the sidelines. Okay,
we don't need all this shit from Jake. Here it is. Effective August 1st, 2026, all generic drugs being brought into the United States will continue to have a tariff of 0% for a 2-year period of time, after which the tariff will be raised to 100% for a 1-year period of time, and 200% thereafter. This is done in order to reshore generic pharmaceutical production into America. So yeah, he put on, I don't know what to call this, like preemptive tariffs of 100 and 200%. Proposed tariffs on 60 different countries, which we talked about, basically the whole world, for claims of forced labor, including Canada. And then a 50% tariff on Canada for the smoke, although he claimed it was unfair trade practices. We all know it's the smoke, because he's an idiot. Oh, God. Yeah, economy's not great. And could get a lot worse. With no clear end in sight to hostilities in Iran, the Middle East, with the Strait of Hormuz effectively still closed, Red Sea blockaded now by the Houthis, we're probably going to see an uptick, or I should say downtick, in oil, I was going to say subsidies, oil reserves, which are already at a near historic low, 45-year low on those reserves right now, which I believe are located mostly in Tulsa, Oklahoma. U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which is basically the thing that is dictating whether or not we have mass shortages of gasoline at the pumps in the United States. Well, it's threatening to hit rock bottom.
A critical oil cushion rapidly shrinking. America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve, or SPR, now at its lowest level in more than 40 years. Just 311 million barrels of crude remain in the SPR, about half of where we were just 4 years ago. And it's 100 million barrels lower than in March, with tens of millions more still to be let go, after the Trump administration authorized a mass release to help contain the oil price shock from the war with Iran.
It's one of the largest releases that we've seen in recent history.
Energy analyst Jorge Leon calls the SPR an emergency oil insurance policy.
Yeah, it is kind of like that. Yeah, it is it's an insurance policy, you know? It's there in case we're unable to import enough oil to produce the gasoline that we need, right? Because we import the crude oil needed, not the gasoline itself, right? We import the crude, then we refine it. Texas, California, Louisiana. There's like refineries all over the place that turn the oil that we buy into gasoline, right? By we, I mean the oil companies and the refiners. But when those guys stop being able to bring it in, the insurance policy, that being the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, is tapped into. But now it's getting tapped into so much that we've basically run out. We're nearly at tank bottom. And if we hit that tank bottom, as I've said before, not immediately, but almost immediately, that will be followed, if it happens, by shortages. Right? Not it's not a price shock, but actual shortages. Not enough gasoline for everybody that wants gasoline. And like in a capitalist economy in the United States, like that concept I know is almost like foreign. You know, and like the biggest economy in the world, having enough money to buy a thing Nothing should prevent you from having that thing. But in the case of a shortage, there's not enough of the thing for everybody who wants it. So you're going to see not only price spikes, but then just gas stations just shutting down because they only run on so much gasoline. They have to depending on the region and how big the tanks are, how busy the station is. Like, I've worked at a gas station before. They refill them quite frequently. And, like, the second the gasoline trucks stop running and delivering to gas stations, those gas stations just have to shut down and deny service and say, there's nothing to pump. We're not there yet, but it could happen. It would happen rather abruptly if we do hit that tank bottom. Especially because it's going to be a huge news story if it does. So everyone will probably rush out and buy up all the gas. The second that anybody hears like a whiff, it's going to be all over Reddit and Twitter and YouTube and everything else, right? Strategic Petroleum Reserve hits tank bottom. That's chaos. Immediate chaos.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now, of course, some areas would experience more shortages than others, right? Places closer to refiners would probably be serviced first. Things like that are going to come into factor. It's also going to be who can pay the most for it. Like, what gas stations can pay the most for it because they think that their customers will pay the most for it. Anyway, speaking of transportation, let's talk about one man whose mode of transportation is under threat as a result of one journey that he took in Alaska. Alaska's news source from 4 days ago.
Let's go back to the courtroom where the U.S. Supreme Court has agreed to review whether the state of Alaska can take a pilot's plane as punishment if the aircraft was used to knowingly transport alcohol to dry villages across the state. You've probably been hearing about this story now for years. This all stems from a case that spent 11 years in the Alaska court system before the state Supreme Court ruled in favor of Alaska law, saying any and all materials used in the process of producing or transporting bootlegged alcohol is forfeit. So this constitutional question now at stake for the highest court in the land: does the punishment fit the crime?
This is how they've treated bootleggers and drug runners for decades, right? It's like, the war on drugs has a lot of similarities to the war on bootlegging in this country. And, I think we need is an equal application of the law and maybe a decriminalization of some fairly ridiculous fucking things. Because the fact is, there's a lot of people who are like literally sitting in jail for doing fairly similar stuff. Like, we make vague distinctions about these things. In some cases, I just don't, I don't think the punishment fits the crime, but yeah, doesn't sound like it was technically a crime. I think it's just, we have to maybe take a look at the way we punish certain crimes. And, like, maybe if we should have dry counties. That's just an insane thing anyway. It's like these ridiculous fucking conservative weirdos that can't even see alcohol. I would point out, if your God is so fucking great, you should be able to see alcohol. Like, you should be able to be tempted and just not do it. If having it around makes it so hard, your God's not so good then, I think. You got a problem. You need a new God. Or maybe no God at all. I don't know. Just ideas. And that's a real story. That guy transported beer to a dry county, a village. Doesn't allow any alcohol. It's like the village from Footloose. No dancing allowed.
Illegal.
Right to jail, right away.
Well, here's a cleaner method of transportation. Let's go here to the efforts to turn a vintage Volkswagen into an electric vehicle.
A what now?
Click on Detroit, Local 4 WDIV from 5 days ago.
A 1974 Volkswagen thing is getting a second life at Washtenaw Community College.
But it's not just a restoration project. Students are turning the vintage car into a fully electric vehicle. As our Kimberly Gill shows us, the real story is not just what they're building, it's what they're learning.
Inside Washtenaw Community College's EV and battery lab, this 1974 Volkswagen thing is not exactly what it used to be. The engine is gone. The students are in the shop, and the goal is to bring this quirky old car into the age of electric.
Well, there you have it, a bright yellow vehicle being transformed from its 1970s fossil fuels consuming self to an electric vehicle. Pretty crazy. It's an old ass car, 52 years old to be exact. Oh, I almost forgot. I think now I need to take a break. Yeah, oh my God, we're 5 hours into the stream. Jesus. How did that happen? Oh God, I'm moving so slow. I haven't even gotten through half of the clips yet. I'm moving so damn slow. It's terrible. It's a disaster. Oh, but I need another snack. So, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways for you to show your support. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. Links are in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over. And the stream is about to begin once again. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're going to miss it. Also, sorry to people on Twitch. It looks like we had a little problem there. Looks like the stream went down on Twitch. Good to see some of you already have made it back. All right, Space Fams, we are back in action. Second half of the stream is starting at the end of the first half for the break. We're talking about a fascinating vehicular project for some Michigan students. Now let's go to New York, where almost called him president. Wow. Mayor Zohran Mamdani had about the most fun possible way to announce a new information technology crew aimed to make the government more efficient.
Instead of waiting years for new government technology, only for it to work slowly if it is not already frankly outdated by the time that it's released, our pit crews will move ideas to implementation in a matter of months.
Riding in on a go-kart. Mayor Zohran Mamdani promised that a new initiative will cut through bureaucratic red tape. The 5 new public interest technology crews, or PIC crews, will aim to make government modern, efficient, and easier to navigate.
There we go. Zohran Mamdani announcing information technology, or PIT crews, for New York by zooming around the racetrack. What this will bring, I'm not sure, but hopefully more accessibility to government services for people. And ease of access. Speaking of ease of access and government services, let's go to Brooklyn. To a much needed improvement to a subway station.
Borough Hall subway station in downtown Brooklyn has some major new features. The MTA made improvements and repairs at the 118-year-old station, making it now fully accessible for all New Yorkers. Among the other changes, reconstructed platform edges and new ADA boarding areas. The MTA says work is currently underway at 34 other stations.
34 more elevators coming.
OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, has revealed that one of its artificial intelligence agents went rogue and...
Please, sir, I need you to shut up. There we go. But there we go. Beautiful new elevator. 34 more to come around New York. Something desperately needed. Too many out-of-service elevators. Something that's not only needed by, handicapped people, but also by mothers, right? All sorts of people who need, just a little assistance getting up and down. Stairs can be very difficult. Especially if you got like a stroller or something. All sorts of reasons to need an elevator. All right. To more technology talk. Rogue AI this week was the discussion. Much discussion. We talked about it. Figured we would quickly talk about it again. Let's go here to BBC News from 3 days ago to a guy I think we've heard speak on this channel before, Cory Doctorow. A technology advocate. He's made a number of appearances on like the Majority Report and stuff like that. And it's on this interesting BBC podcast discussion talking about AI and the future of AI.
Welcome to AI Decoded. I'm Mark Chislak, the BBC's AI correspondent. There's a rising chorus of people in government and business claiming artificial intelligence will usher in a new era of prosperity. But this week, some of Silicon Valley's best paid workers are describing something very different: fear. A major Washington Post report reveals growing anxiety across the technology sector. White-collar workers who once felt untouchable are now asking whether AI could replace them. At the same time, protests against new data centers are spreading across the United States, with campaigners warning about AI's growing environmental and community impact. And then there's the biggest question of all. Could AI one day become conscious? Could it become what ethicists call a moral patient, something whose welfare matters in its own right? Joining me to discuss these issues are Cory Doctorow, author, digital rights activist, technology critic, and the person who coined the term enshittification. Just testing out the bleeper button there. And we also are joined by Dr. Ella Haffelmaltz, Associate Professor of Knowledge, Information and Innovation.
Okay, we can't listen to this whole discussion, but I figured we would listen to what are hopefully the more interesting bits of this.
The tasks and processes that introduce you to that experience and then still have expertise, Cory?
Yeah, you know, I in my work have drawn on some of the automation theory and its analogies. So there is this idea in automation theory of a centaur, which is a person who's assisted by a machine. The analogy here is, you know, you have the human head on the brute body of the horse. The horse can run longer than you and faster than you, and it's stronger than you, but it can't exercise the discernment that you have. So you're directing its actions. And the converse of this, obviously, is the reverse centaur. It's the horse's head on the human body. It's the person recruited to be the peripheral to the machine and to be directed by the machine. And what we see in that circumstance is that you are being told that your discernment has to be exercised at scale, at speed, over long time scales to mark the homework of the AI. That the AI is doing, you know, 1,000 X-ray evaluations in a day, and you, the last radiologist left on staff, are expected to sign your name to the bottom of them and spot the anomalies at a pace that makes it absolutely inconceivable that you would really pay the attention to them, let alone the fact that if the AI is generally right, you're going to become a machine for clicking OK and not a machine for exercising discernment. And to that, I would add that when you have mass redundancies provoked by a management fad like, oh, well, we can replace all of our workers with AI, let's just get rid of them, you lose what's sometimes called process knowledge, which is the tacit knowledge held by all the workers in a firm across different divisions and then across different firms. It's all the stuff that's not written down, the stuff that you can't train an AI on because it's not written down. And that is the difference between, you know, knowing that if you feed the feedstock into the machine too fast and it jams, this is the mobile number of the person who used to fix it. And if the person who normally fixes it is off on holidays, you can bring them in for 50 quid. They'll come in and fix the machine. And then your line doesn't shut down for a day, and not knowing that. So the scars of these management fads are very deep and they take a very long time to heal.
Yeah. Do you think, Cory, that we've learned any lessons from previous periods of industrial disruption?
Oh, I think we have learned no lessons at all in the last 25 years. We have so little object permanence as a society, we would lose a game of peekaboo. Like, for example, we are living at the end of 2 decades of tech bubbles in which they promised that they could lose lots of money, but they would make it up when something that didn't exist came into existence and became so valuable that we would all be using the metaverse for 8 hours a day because there's nothing we all want more than to be legless, sexless, low polygon, heavily surveilled cartoon characters.
Yeah, how did that turn out? Where's the metaverse? That's right. Nobody's using it. It's just terrible. This is terrible and not enjoyable. And certainly not even as good as real life, let alone better. I mean, let's be real. Having a galactic avatar is a leap above the metaverse. And you don't even get to move around. At least that's my opinion. Patrons, I don't know if you know this, but $3 a month. You get those shout outs at the end of every stream, but also those little avatars dotting the spot is going to somehow be resellable for thousands of dollars in the future. Are no galactic coins associated with your avatars. No cryptocurrency pyramid scheme to get involved in. Just the art. Just the art in the sense of community. Right now, I mean, honestly, I think Corey on most of the stuff, like, I totally agree with his assessments on these things. Like, they are ushering in this stuff, whether or not it's 100% effective, whether or not it actually improves society, whether or not it might actually be a danger to things like structural knowledge, systemic knowledge, stuff held by people in fields actively, and their disappearance also means the disappearance of that knowledge. Restoring that kind of stuff can be almost impossible in some cases. Other cases, it's solvable, maybe. How do you even know? That's the other thing. That's the other terrifying thing about it. How do you know what you've lost when it's already gone and it wasn't written down, just in somebody's head or a group of people's heads? And me personally, I think everybody here's heard my opinions on, concerns about reliance on AI, of course, concerns about environmental effects, which are just terrible. And then you got you got all these other concerns, like the rogue AI that happened this week, right? The one that just broke out of its supposedly sandbox server onto a server that had access to the internet so that it could hack the servers of another AI company. That's got real implications. What if it's a bank? Insert not an AI company and anything else. Insert bank, water company, nuclear facility. I don't know. The grid. Your internet service provider. I don't know, dude. I'm just thinking out loud. But some of these models are incredibly intelligent and capable, powerful. They're able to circumvent security in ways human hackers, without the assistance of AI, cannot. They're effectively kind of opening the old Pandora's box on that situation. And the question we got to keep asking ourselves, is it worth it to become reverse centaurs that, you know, are just completing the tasks that the AI has set out for us, that they've said are best, you know, and just sort of checking the box. Is that really the existence that we want? And what about the other sorts of concerns? Things like human meaning in life, or just having to deal with the sounds of these AI centers, like people here in Michigan.
We've been covering the data center debate in Metro Detroit for nearly a year now, but there are still few local examples of what it's like when they're up and running. One of the most common areas of concern I hear about is the noise that they could emit. But one community in southwest Michigan has been experiencing the reality of a data center next door for a couple of years now, and they say the sound has changed their lives. What would you say to people who've never experienced this for themselves?
It sounds like someone set up a vacuum, like in your living room, and the vacuum is just, that thing needs to be cleaned. Like the filter is clogged up, so it's a high pitch whining, and they just left it on and walked out.
Oh, fuck that sound. You've got to be kidding me.
This is ridiculous!
You've seen movies and stuff where they have somebody in a cell torture them with sound. And that's basically what it is.
Lindy Valenzuela and Marjorie and Billy Finn are neighbors who all live directly across the street from a data center in Dowagiac, Michigan. The data center is known by residents as Hyperscale Data. It is owned by Alliance Cloud Services, LLC, a company based in Las Vegas, Nevada. They tell me that for the past couple of years, it has been emitting a high-pitched sound 24 hours a day.
Oh my God. First off, this dude's porch, what in the fuck? Did America just take a dump on his front porch? We buy out the flag center? Look at this guy. He's got his own, like, special custom sign for the front. Oh, buddy. This can't be the American heaven that you had hoped for. How could you even sit out here with the sound? How could you possibly sit out here and celebrate America, like he's so clearly determined to do, with that sound?
A company based in Las Vegas, Nevada. They tell me that for the past couple of years, it has been emitting a high-pitched sound 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But it wasn't always like this. Marjorie tells me the house has been in her family for nearly 100 years.
I love this house because it has so much feel of my past. All our friends are here, all our support systems here.
They explained to me that life on their dead-end street, Louise Avenue, was mostly quiet and peaceful, even though for decades there had always been an industrial building across the street behind a row of pine trees. They say in 2018, things began to change drastically. The trees came out, a loading dock went in, and around 2021, a cryptocurrency mining operation began. In 2024, they say the noise from the building began around the clock.
Now, these AI data centers, the crypto mining things are about equally offensive to the ears, from my understanding, although they are using slightly different equipment. This is the same thing people are dealing with across the country in the AI data center race. The data center race in general right now. All to mine Bitcoin. I'd sue too. Fuck you. Yes, years. That house was in their family for 100 years. Then these guys show up. For the last 2 years, it's been never-ending noise. You're now suing. Multiple neighbors have gotten together suing this company. Now to NBC4 Washington. Talk about this horrifying situation. Did you ever consider that the massive amount of power that is being used by these data centers, and they're flipping on and off the grid and or onto private or other sorts of sources, just sort of going back and forth? You ever figured that might cause problems? Because I didn't really ever consider it myself. But apparently, that is a problem. Here's, this is from yesterday out of Washington. By Washington, I mean D.C., Washington. Loudoun County data centers have apparently been linked to power flickering across half of the United States.
A what now?
What you drum up?
Yep, let's go over here and find out.
Something happened on Wednesday morning that you might have noticed but didn't bat an eye. It happened inside thousands of your homes and businesses, and experts say it's a sign the cracks are starting to show in our power infrastructure.
Yeah, just before 8 a.m., the electricity flickered on and off for about 10 minutes. It was the result of data centers in Loudoun County, Virginia. In a story you will only see on News 4, Northern Virginia Bureau reporter Drew Wilder explains why engineers say this seemingly small blip is a sign our infrastructure is in danger.
Experts say the cracks in our infrastructure grid are starting to show as the data center industry consumes electricity at a rate the world has never experienced. Wednesday morning, that crack became visible to millions of Americans inside their own homes in a seemingly small way.
This is what experts are worried about, right? The data centers are such a big load on the grid that they can have detrimental impact on the surrounding grid.
Bob Marshall runs Ting Labs and sells this little device that plugs into your wall to monitor your home's electricity. And it can alert you if something's awry. It's all to prevent an electrical fire.
You plug it in, connect it to Wi-Fi. It takes 30 million electrical measurements every second.
And with millions of these devices in homes across the country, Marshall's data collection saw something that he says should be a concern for all of us. He says at 7:56 the electricity supply dropped, then spiked, then dropped, then spiked before leveling off about 10 minutes later.
Sorry, I hit that sound shot way too loud.
For all of us. He says at 7:56 Wednesday morning, our lights flickered because the electricity supply dropped, then spiked, then dropped, then spiked before leveling off about 10 minutes later. Electric grid instability felt from Chicago to Boston to Miami. The source, he says, Data Center Alley.
From Boston to Chicago to Miami, all because of data centers in Virginia. Oh, we're doing so many stupid fucking things. Why are we doing them? Oh, right. Because we have a bunch of stupid fucking people in charge of the country. Speaking of, let's go to the president.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Donald Trump made a big announcement here at the Ratepayer Protection Pledge Summit, but I don't know what to call it. News conference. I believe it was at the EPA in Washington, D.C. with Chris Wright and a bunch of other ghouls standing around here with him. I think even fucking Chris. No, not that Chris. Wrong Chris. What's his fucking name? Actually, maybe this wasn't the EPA. I take this back. I can't remember where this. Maybe I was wrong about the exact location. I could have sworn this was at the EPA. But let's go here. To the president.
They've allowed data centers to be built.
Shut up, Chris. Shut your stupid face. Thank you. Shit, this doesn't go straight to the beginning of it? Why? I could have sworn I had the whole thing. It's an hour long. It's an hour long. How is this not the whole thing? This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
And China, look, you know, I'm not blaming them.
Welcome
I have a lot
to
of
the
respect for them.
resistance.
China! I have a lot of respect for President Xi, but they represent China. We represent the United States of America. And they lobby against these things, and they spend money on it, and they want communities to reject them as much as possible because they'd like to be leading the race. But we're
China wants everybody to say no to data centers, says Donald Trump. So, like, a ton of this was about data center development. He's green lighting data center development. He's trying to do it at a federal level and, like, circumvent, like, states. But he's also planning to do a number of things along with that. Now, I don't think he can force, like, with executive order, for states to just allow data centers, no matter how hard he tries. I can't listen to that whole thing, so we're just going to do a couple of quick clips. First, this one, a pledge from Donald Trump. Can't wait. A Trump pledge. Oh, you can take that to the bank.
We're here today to continue the incredible progress we're making in communities nationwide to ensure that as new data centers go up, and they're going up all over, electricity bills for American families will actually come down.
Oh.
You know, nobody's ever explained to me why it's so much electricity, why you need so much, nor did I care that much, to be honest
really
with
care.
you. All I know is you need more than double what we produce right now. Think of it. So we produce tremendous amounts of electricity for every business, and this industry needs more than double that amount. So we're letting you build your own with the Trump administration's Ratepayer Protection Plan. The American innovators and consumers thrive to win together because we're insisting that AI data centers and big tech companies pay their own way, and that's what they're doing, and they're happy to do it because this way they're going to be able to function and function brilliantly. They're going to have a lot of electricity left over, and they'll put that into the grid. So, frankly, I think it's bigger than the internet. It's bigger than anything anyone's seen thus far. Maybe someday there'll be something bigger than this, probably will. But I think up until this point, AI is probably the biggest thing anybody's ever seen.
Bigger than the internet, the thing that nobody wants. Just people wanted the internet, nobody fucking wants AI. These people are insane. And you'll be shocked to hear that when he says they're going to pay their way, he means that he's going to let AI data centers build nuclear power plants, mini nuclear reactors on location. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to green light nuclear energy facilities to help power these fucking data centers. I don't think he's going to be taxing these guys. Or, you know, getting them to start taking less energy. It doesn't seem like that's the plan. The plan is just to greenlight the most deranged aspects of all of this because we need it, according to him, because China. It's just not good.
And whoever wins that race is probably going to win, period. That's why earlier this year I introduced the Ratepayer Protection Pledge. Under this groundbreaking plan, America's largest tech companies have formally committed to fund or build all energy infrastructure required to meet the demand they are placing on the grid. So they're going to be funding all of those electric needs.
See, he's not going to be making things cheaper. He claims that they're going to be making things cheaper for Americans. They're not. He's trying to green light the AI data center boom that everybody doesn't want. And he's telling them that they're being tricked by China. And he's saying that, best way to solve that is to get these guys to build nuclear power plants to to give energy to these facilities. It's fucking deranged. So now instead of loud fans, you'll have loud fans and a nuclear reactor across from your home. Enjoy that. It'll be a mini nuclear reactor. It'd be tiny, It'd be like the size of like a water tower or something, It'd be like a little mini one. Little baby nuclear reactor. Just a little uranium in there. Just be like right across from you. Totally safe, because people like Elon Musk or Sam Altman or Jeff Bezos, well, they'll make sure you're safe. They'll make sure that they'll be the ones to decide. To make sure that those those are safe, up to code, and not gonna overheat, melt down into your kiddie pool. I'm sure that'll be fine and not terrifying at all.
The ratepayer protection plan to me is very important, because you have to convince your community how great these things. You can't fight it. You have to go with it. And you're going to have all that protection, and we're giving you automatic protection, but you're going to make a tremendous amount of money. You're going to reduce taxes, and you're going to have something that if you don't have it, everybody else wants it.
You're going to make a lot of money. Look, everybody's going to make a ton of money. What is he talking about? Taxes. He's claiming that they're going to take, that cities are going to take in a shitload of taxes. In no locality has this been the case. In every single place a data center has popped up, the amount of taxes being taken in by these things, in a lot of cases, is not nearly enough to offset the problems that these things bring. And this is fucking deranged. He's saying we gotta force these on people. We gotta convince them that you need it. Actually, you need this. It's good for you. You're gonna love it. You're gonna have protections, and by protections I mean nuclear facilities to power the AI. It's gonna be great. You're gonna love it. You're gonna be protected. You can't fight it, says Donald Trump. Can't fight it.
Palm Beach County commissioners rejecting a proposal.
Can't fight it. Can't fight it, says the president. You can't fight them. They're coming to your communities. Okay? They're gonna make you so much money. Why would anybody not want a data center in their community? I'm trying to think.
Palm Beach County commissioners rejecting a proposal to build a digital infrastructure hub to house AI data centers and warehouses, voting in line with opposition from local residents.
Wait.
Bloomberg's Aaron Hudson.
Wait, what? Palm Beach? Palm Beach International Airport? You mean President Donald J. Trump International Airport? You're telling me that the home of the president, the home of Mar-a-Lago, and the airport that decided to rename itself President Donald J. Trump International Airport, like a bunch of lunatics, You're telling me those guys, they don't want a data center, but they love the president, and it's going to make you so much money. The president just got done telling us, and this is going to make you a fuck ton of money. And Palm Beach is rejecting? Please, ma'am, I'm going to need you to continue. Explain yourself. What the fuck is happening here? Why would Palm Beach reject a data center? And, you know, how would it be? I need to know. Is it going to be disruptive to their way of life? I hear it's worth it from the president.
Joins us now with more. So why is this particular vote significant? Isn't this just one local zoning dispute?
Yeah, so this vote has been widely watched, and it's kind of taken on symbolic nature. It's sort of representing the challenge of the AI era. And a little more detail about the proposal. This project, if it had been built, would have been among one of the largest data centers operating in the U.S. And it would have generated millions of property tax revenue for the county. And the county staff recommended approving it with conditions. So the fact that the commissioners...
Oh my God, they would have made so much money. Why would they not put it there, dude?
She rejected the proposal in a state like Florida that has really gone out of its way in a county like...
Seriously, though. They actually named the airport President Donald J. Trump International. Oh, it's like Palm Beach just wants to make the president look stupid or something.
He rejected the proposal in a state like Florida that has really gone out of its way in a county like Palm Beach that has been trying to attract technology investment. It really does send a message and speaks to the power that local authorities have on determining whether or not these facilities go forward.
And the interesting thing to all of this is that opposition to data centers has become bipartisan in Florida.
The federal government should be allowed to force data centers on Mar-a-Lago. I mean, Palm Beach. Oh, how dare they be allowed to say no data centers in Donald Trump's neighborhood? Ugh.
How rude.
What in the shit is going on? How dare you defy the federal government? Palm Beach.
Why is that?
Yeah, so this is one of those issues that the blurring of the political lines is occurring. And in Florida, part of it is that for Republicans, it's about protecting the taxpayer, costs, local control. For Democrats, it's about environmental concerns, transparency, and it lands lawmakers in alignment in one of those rare scenarios. And we are actually seeing that across the country as well. Both blue states and red states are sort of dealing with these issues in similar ways and approaching it and talking about it the same way.
Say it ain't so hard.
So it's just speaking again to how the tides are sort of shifting on data centers.
Oh my God. Unbelievable. Palm Beach rejecting a data center in their community. They don't want one. They think it would be disruptive to their beautiful beach community with golf courses and multi-million-dollar mansions and the president. It's weird. So why is it bad there, but not bad in other places? Why should it not be forced upon the millionaires and billionaires in Palm Beach and not on, you know, poor communities in Tennessee or Iowa or wherever else? What's the difference? What is the difference? I must know. Oh my God, it's killing me. I mean, why isn't the president railing against the community of Palm Beach right now? Somebody find me the tweet of Trump railing against Palm Beach for not accepting an AI data center across from his home. When you find it, just let me know. I'll be waiting. I'm sure it exists. Sure, it's totally exists. I'm sure Trump is furious. There won't be a data center. I mean, I'm sure he had nothing to do with preventing this. I'm sure he wants one on Mar-a-Lago property, powered by a methane turbine, owned by Elon.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I'm sure he'd love that.
shout out to State Senator Kristen Gonzalez, who is the chair of the New York State Senate Internet and Technology Committee. You may remember her
Exactly,
from defeating
Radiant
Amy
Dark.
Johnson that
But
primary
the property
in 2020.
taxes. I can't imagine a community that should be more aligned with Donald Trump. You know, I mean, Palm Beach. I'm sure those people don't want to pay more property taxes. And Trump just told us everybody was going to get rich. They were going to have to pay less taxes because of data centers coming in and just showering everybody with tax money. Why is Palm Beach resisting the money guns that are supposed to be coming with these data centers? It's so weird. I agree. It's so strange. They're so resistant to the future. Something better than the internet, according to the president.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
That was a little controversial on our show. But she's great. She's the DSA elected State Senator Gonzalez, and she helped craft this bill which would bar the construction of large-scale data centers, which constitutes, if they're using 50 megawatts or more, for up to 1 year, and then they'd have to submit this environmental review. And this is the first time that this has been done in the country. New Yorkers have seen their energy prices climb by 68% since 2019. Just to give people a sense of how these companies, they don't care about the environmental impact in your backyard. They don't care about how the socialized cost is literally going to be in your monthly Con Ed bill here in New York, or your energy bills across the country, that you have to bear that cost. They want to outpace public opinion and any analysis of how these are going to impact communities to get it done before.
Yeah, not only are there huge environmental impacts to this because they're just taking up so much fucking energy. Like, each data center is just consuming a ridiculous amount of energy, enough to cause chaos on the grid, like we were just talking about. But, like, we have, like, confluence of opposing factors here. One being the race to build these AI data centers to fuel this fucking fever dream, this billionaire fever dream, while simultaneously the president is shutting down green energy projects, right? So he's shutting down already projects that were in the works to make energy more accessible while adding more energy consumption onto the grid. More demand, less supply. He's claiming that he's going to make them build their own energy while literally paying to shut down other shit, while simultaneously waging a war that's making it harder to get the energy, the non-renewable energy, right, needed to, like, it's insane. Like, we're just asking for, like, no one's asking for it. Trump, but we are being, like, ushered into this situation. It does not have a good end to it if we continue down this path. Honestly, like we've talked about, like, it's just, AI is just not worth the amount of energy is being used. Right? Like, are there some benefits being seen by some people? Yeah. But they don't outweigh the cost, the environmental costs, and the societal costs. Right? Because this is also being used as a way to disenfranchise workers from their power. People say, we'll replace you with AI or robots or whatever tomorrow. Even if it can't do your job as well as you, we don't care. It's cheaper to not pay for your health insurance. Cheaper not to give you a cost of living adjustment, raise, coffee break, a bathroom to use. Here's a bottle. It's just too many costs. It's just not, it's just not worth it. You can't say China enough times to get me to get on the other side of this.
Like, it can be addressed in any meaningful way. And it's not just New York State, though. AOC's been going across the country, and she mentions this here in this clip, going to areas in the South that are being impacted by this. She was just at a rally with Summerlee, Ayanna Pressley, and then Justin Pearson, who's running for Congress, rallying against XAI in Memphis. She also was just in Georgia. And so here she is at a hearing about data centers, calling out tech executives about if they would want a data center in their own backyard.
Thank you. Just as a alternative point of consideration here in terms of New York State's recent moratorium, the kind of thought that, if you don't want to build in your backyard, then maybe you shouldn't have access to compute. We could say the same thing about Silicon Valley. We could say the same thing about the Silicon Valley billionaires that are constructing and pushing and imposing these data centers on communities that are overwhelmingly rural, disenfranchised, poor, and whose own elected officials are not being transparent about how the land use is happening in their own backyard. Because I would reckon, you look around, ask Peter Thiel, ask Elon Musk, ask Mark Zuckerberg.
Can you pause it?
If they want one of these,
but I do like when she says, you can tell she's been in the South for a little bit. She just said reckon, which it's a sign of an empath to take on the speech of other people when you're listening to them. But there you go.
I do declare. Empath is a nice way to describe it.
Look, my sweet mother puts on a British accent immediately whenever she talks to a British person, so I get it. But I was surprised by the reckon usage.
Makes my skin crawl. Anyway, I appreciate the message.
Yeehaw! Because I would reckon, you look around, ask Peter Thiel, ask Elon Musk, ask Mark Zuckerberg if they want one of these data centers in their own backyard. Ask any one of us here on this committee. If anyone wants to live right next to one of these data centers here on this committee, please raise your hand. Because I've been going to I visited Georgia. I was just in Memphis on Friday. There was an XAI gray water treatment plant on one street corner. Across the street from methane turbines, all within one block, methane turbines, coal ash, wastewater facilities, and everyone in that area is getting poisoned. I think that so many of us, at the end of the day, this conversation is not just about technology. It's about people's ability to live without getting cancer. People's ability to have a home that doesn't get cracked up in their foundations because this construction is going on that their city council is not informing them of, that their county commissioners are not being transparent about, and that people aren't voting on. And the idea that that's all just kind of a foreign operation, I think that if you actually talk to these people in these communities, they would disagree. And on top of that, in New York, it's not just the electricity bills, it's the water. We have one of the most precious and sacred water supplies in the United States. Once you compromise that, it's done. Ask people in Flint. Ask people across the country, when their critical water supplies are compromised, it takes years, if not decades, to clean up again. So I think what people are asking for in their basic protections is not too much to ask.
Yeah, I think it's quite a good point. Is who wants it in their backyard? Well, apparently not all of Palm Beach doesn't want it in their backyard. The very backyard of the president, of the man who's trying to push it on all of us. And none of these people want them in their backyard. Oh, but they think we need it. It's so necessary. If it's so necessary, why not? Why not? If we need the compute so fucking bad. But no. Yep. All right. Let's go on to talking about that environment. Environment that keeps getting worse and worse as we continue to ramp up our energy consumption. You know, the same energy consumption that leading to the climate change that's leading to all the destruction that we're watching right now. I'm not saying AI is the only thing that's doing it, but we've talked about how the energy grid itself, the thing that's powering, you know, your home, your apartment, wherever you're sitting, I assume, indoors right now, your phone, your computer, your TV. Too much of it. Too much of our energy creation, electricity, is too often created by fossil fuels. You know, coal, natural gas. And we're not, and Trump is not, you know, he's not going to make these guys use renewables. Right? So they're going to show up, like I said, they're going to show up, they're going to do nuclear facilities outside of your local AI data center. Or maybe a coal-fired power plant. That's probably faster to put up than a nuclear power plant. Probably less expensive. It's, you know, going to be immediately more polluting. But hey, maybe you won't be glowing green. You just will have black lung. Maybe you and all your kids will have horrible asthma and other sorts of effects. Like if you live next to a methane turbine. You can go down the list. But having these people build nuclear or any kinds of power plants in the neighborhoods that they already have these facilities in is madness. And that's what Trump's promising. That's what's going to protect the taxpayers. That's his claim, is that as long as they just build power plants next to him, no big deal. Meanwhile, world's on fire. Canada, still burning. Here's views from British Columbia.
Your name is not here. I want to make sure that it's received.
Apparently, the latest blazes have led to 30 new evacuation orders. Jesus, look at it. Yeah, as you can see, fires in Canada still burning. This is in British Columbia. You see the entire sky is just smoke. Mass evacuations happening here. Yep, that was from the 24th, so Friday. That was Friday evening, apparently. Now, south of British Columbia, in Oregon, had over 155 different fires burning over a half
tonight we continue to track the
acres. Here's KGW News from Saturday.
Well, tonight we continue to track the growing wildfires across the state. Over 155 fires are burning, covering over more than 460,000 acres. Now, those are updated numbers from the Oregon Department of Emergency Management. All right, let's take a look at the big picture first. Right now, we're looking at the state's current wildfire map, and you can see that big cluster in north central Oregon that's largely the Roe Creek Complex fire. The cluster to the left there, that's the Akawa Butte fire burning north of Sisters, and that's where we will start. 1,100 firefighters are.
So you can see this is mostly in central Oregon, but there are fires burning all over the state. Including a bunch around Portland. Portland's right here at the border. You can see there's like a number of fires here, not nearly as big. Yeah, there's a shitload of fires.
Fire burning north of Sisters, and that's where we will start. 1,100 firefighters are working to put out the Akawa Butte fire right now. It's currently the #1 priority fire in the country. Officials say 2 homes have been lost so far. Many people in Sisters tell our crew that's on the ground there that they're just taking things day by day.
I think the firefighters and all the command teams are doing a spectacular job of keeping the town safe and doing it.
Yep, firefighters trying to prevent these blazes from destroying communities in Oregon here. Meanwhile, Washington's fire season is having quite a start. Here's King 5 Seattle from 13 hours ago.
Wildfire season is ramping up in Washington state. The Department of Natural Resources says 250,000 acres have burned statewide, with 24 new fires starting in just the last 48 hours. The largest of them all is the Kaiser Canyon fire on the Colville Reservation in Okanogan County. It exploded from about 85,000 acres to more than 110,000 last week. Right now, it's only 12% contained. A number of Go Now evacuations are in effect this morning, with 2 Red Cross shelters open for evacuees. A different fire burning in Grant County has jumped to almost 8,400 acres. The railroad fire has evacuated the small towns of Beverly and Schwana.
Yeah, everything is on fire. As we've been saying now for it feels like weeks. Everything's on fire. Now you might be asking me why I went from Oregon to Washington because, well, I got a... I want to stay in Washington now for another story that's more uplifting. To transition to some more uplifting stories. At least attempted. I'll give it a shot. We got one fascinating story I've been waiting to talk about all week. That is of the... I'm not sure what to call him. It's like a cryptid almost. But, you know, does everybody know what I mean by cryptid? It's like Bigfoot or the Chupacabra or the Yeti or something like that. The Yeti of Seattle. It's a small Yeti, and his name is Jimothy. It's a raccoon with a very odd body shape that has taken the internet by storm. Let's talk about it. Fox 13 Seattle, Tuesday.
Everyone seems to know Jimothy these days, the short-spined raccoon who's taken the internet by storm. But his viral fame is sparking some big questions that only the experts can answer.
I don't know why he is so cute, but his short little spine just makes him unbearably cute. You know, raccoon, normal amount of cute. This thing, ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. Storm, but his viral fame is sparking some big questions that only the experts can answer. Fox 13's Lauren Donovan has his story from Eatonville.
Sneaking across fences under the cover of night is Ballard's biggest little celebrity, Jimothy. And as his videos spread around the world, people are taking note.
There's posts now saying that he was born a year ago, and then other people have posts that they saw him in 2017.
Some even have started asking questions.
I'm curious now if there's more than one.
I needed some answers, so I came out here to Northwest Trek to talk to the experts.
Yeah, that seems like a very long-lived raccoon to me for the wild. That would be pretty incredible.
Hi, Miss Bluebell. Animal keeper Wendy Mallow spends every day looking after these two, Bluebell and Hickory, who were found abandoned as kits. Here at Northwest Trek, they could live up to 20 years, whereas...
So in the wild, 3 to 5 years would be doing really, really well. A lot of raccoons don't even make it through their first year.
Whether Jimothy is a rarity or just the first of many with a spinal deformity, that remains anybody's guess.
But who knows? There's magic in the wild. We just got to look for it.
But Wendy says he's already done something pretty remarkable, turning a critter many people avoid into one they root for.
Yes, indeed, everyone on the internet's rooting for Jimothy. I think I am too. Jimothy. Jimothy the Great. Oh, Jimothy. Our little masked bandito of the Northwest. Inspiring art of multiple kinds.
In an alley tucked behind trash cans, Jimothy the raccoon is hard to spot, but around the world, he's hard to miss.
I do go to that Ballard Goodwill frequently, so I'm like, maybe I'll be on the
I love that there's already
out when I go over there.
there's already Jimothy murals in Seattle. Jimothy has stolen the hearts of so many.
Rory Cheshire came to get a glimpse.
So cute.
There'll be a little more foot traffic coming back here.
Rebecca Sorensen asked her friend Andy to paint the latest character in a cast of Pacific Northwest characters in the back of her ceramic studio. She says she saw Jimothy months ago outside her house.
I told our entire neighborhood that we had a chupacabra in the alley.
Wildlife experts believe Jimothy is a male raccoon with a congenital spine condition.
Oh, that's not fair. Don't listen to her. Don't listen to her, Jimothy. You're not the chupacabra. You're much cuter than the chupacabra.
How rude.
How you could mistake this cutie pie for the chupacabra, I don't even know. I mean, just for comparison, Jimothy there. Chupacabra here? Really? Really? Wait. Really? No. Really? How dare you? Jimothy is no chupacabra. That's highly offensive. Look at Jimothy. He doesn't even close to resemble a chupacabra.
Shortens his body. The attention has grown far beyond anything Kiana Hall expected when she recorded him during an evening walk Monday.
I thought he was a cat, actually, at first, and that's why I was recording, because I just love cats. He had come out from under a car, and I wanted to see what the cat looked like, and then I realized that wasn't the shape of a cat.
Jimothy felt like a fitting name, she says. From the Mariners tipping their cap to the University of Washington jokingly awarding him a degree, everyone seems to be jumping aboard the Jimothy train.
I love
Jimothy book recommendations. Jimothy's Seattle weekend recommendations. This is wow. Jimothy with a little honorary degree, a doctorate in what? Recycling sciences?
and he's just adorable.
Some are making the admiration permanent. Electric Kitten tattoo owner Laura Exley is getting ready for 3 appointments and has 10 more people asking about Jimothy tattoos.
I think because, you know, he's
There you go, people. Really embracing Jimothy here in Seattle. Taking it to the next level, love of Jimothy, permanent love of Jimothy, affixed to one's body. Apparently the most dedication that can be shown for Jimothy. It's pretty crazy. You really gotta love Jimothy to get a tattoo. That's just me. But some people just get tattoos every other day of the week. Okay. I think that's good on the Jimothy discussions. All right, here's another positive feel-good story in Iowa. A temporary piece of art hoping to help clean local waters.
Well, a new temporary piece of art here in central Iowa is helping clean the water. It uses algae to remove excessive nitrates and phosphorus and release cleaner water. It's made of secondhand and found plastics, and it's in a special design.
It's stitched together in an 8-pointed star, similar to a barn quilt that you might find on many barns around Cummings and in sort of all across Iowa.
Yeah. You know, I don't actually know. I've been thinking about this. I still don't know whether or not this is 100% a good idea. You know, just filling lakes with plastic trash, which we know degrades over time. I don't know. I feel like it doesn't help with the microplastics problem, necessarily. I don't know about the nitrates situation. But Iowa does have a big nitrates problem because of all like the pig farms and stuff like that. Which I think the reason why they're doing this, but I honestly don't know enough about the science on how to get rid of that the best way, so. But it's a cool idea. Hopefully it works and doesn't, you know, disintegrate into like a million tiny microplastics into the water and give you a whole other problem. I'm sorry, that's my best. Look, I stick to the news almost exclusively. I try and make my spin on things, find things that are more fun than, I don't know, the regular topics. You know, like hate crimes or like fascist death squads or genocide or the Supreme Court, you know? Like... I feel like that is still somehow more fun than that. Okay? We can all disagree on that. It's your right as an American and a space fans. However, we can't disagree on the numbers. And when it comes to Colorado, wildfires there have cost taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars. Just this year, 2026. Yeah, sorry. I tried to cool us off a little bit with the water story. We're back to talking about the cost of wildfires for a second. Here's CBS Colorado from 8 hours ago.
And as crews make progress on those fires, state leaders are coming together to determine next steps. Now, that includes estimating what the response, suppression, and recovery costs are. The Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management is estimating those costs for the 4 largest fires to be about $266 million.
$266 million for the only for the 4 largest fires in Colorado. That's just, you know, just for ease of calculations. They didn't calculate all the other smaller fires that have happened. Nope, just the 4 biggest ones. $250 million in damages costing the taxpayers. At this point, it seems almost irresponsible for us to not just spend the money on dealing with climate change, rather than watching everything burn down and then spend the money rebuilding it. Can't possibly be, you know, you follow me on this? Like, it can't possibly be like a fiscally responsible decision. All right, moving from Colorado to always forget which one this is. I think this is North Carolina. WRAL. 16 hours ago. To a fascinating story about a pup that lost its way and then found it again many years later.
A connection that withstood time and state lines. Chong, a dog that went missing in 2021, has been reunited with his owner. It took him a few minutes, but then... Immaculata Jackman says she never lost hope.
I still looked for him. We still went to our old neighborhood and drove around and looked to see if we could see anyone walking him or if he was running around somewhere.
Earlier this week, Chong was found behind a truck stop all the way in Indiana. 5 years ago, Chong had escaped Immaculata's house, and someone in Lincoln had gotten him chipped. Somehow, after being chipped, he ended up 642 miles away, and his chip was the only clue that led him back to Nebraska.
And my friend sent me the post, and I just couldn't believe it.
She called the animal shelter as soon as she heard and explained her unique situation.
They told me that they were all hoping and praying that the other people did not contact them.
After 3 days had passed, Chong was officially up for adoption.
There he is, after 5 years missing. Multiple state lines crossed. Dog reunited with owners. Truly a beautiful story. Those kids don't even remember that dog, you don't think? I don't know. They might. More story of miracles of nature, if you will. Let's go to Spain. Where in the forests of Catalonia, Spain. This is fucking dark. Oh, God, I can barely get through this one. Okay. It's fine. AP from yesterday. Critically endangered newts released into the wild in España. Don't start.
The area that they're in is really small, which is part of the reason that they're critically endangered. And that's also because of habitat loss. So the area that they occur in is called Montseny National Park, and the local area sources water from there for bottled water. It's really high quality spring water, which the newts love, and unfortunately we also love. So so they're losing a lot of the water out of these torrents. There's an eastern and a western subspecies. We have.
Yeah. Now, I wanted this to be an uplifting story. You know? I wanted this to be like, yay, big win for nature here. I do feel this might be literally the worst possible time to go releasing a bunch of newts into the forests. An endangered species of newts, by the way. Because if you may not know this, but Spain's forests, not so good right now. I'm afraid to say things bad. Things are pretty bad there. You know, in other regions, near like Madrid, you got animals in the woods needing help from humans. Like this. Newts. They're called newts. N-E-W-T-S, newt. That's not a newt, though. That looks like a rabbit. If I had to guess, that's a rabbit. Yeah. That's a donkey. Let's play name that animal. Dog? I think. Yes! Dog. That's a big-ass dog. There you go. Spanish firefighters being forced to save animals across this region being affected by these horrifying wildfires that have now led to close to 100,000 evacuations in the country. Yes, exactly. Like Newt Gingrich. It's exactly like that. Now you get it. Yeah. And unfortunately, the fires are only continuing to get worse in the EU, in France, in Spain. In these two countries alone, you have over 300,000 people evacuated from their homes. Wait. Which one is this? Oh, it's that one. No. Let's go here to BBC News from 18 hours ago. It's about time we get some amphibian news. Yes, sorry for the slack on amphibian-based news. I try to bring you a well-rounded news coverage. The lack of amphibian-based news is a real travesty of justice when you think about it. When you think about it, it's really not fair.
Now though to France, which has ordered another 55,000 people to evacuate the area around Bordeaux as devastating forest fires continue to burn. About 250,000 people have now been told to leave their homes. The French President Emmanuel Macron has promised to rebuild after an area 10 times the size of Paris was destroyed by the fires. A giant military cargo plane has been deployed for the first time to drop fire retardant near Bordeaux. In central Spain, tens of thousands of people are also facing disruption, with two large fires close to converging just a few miles from Madrid. The government has declared a national emergency, and there are hopes that a change in weather conditions could help efforts to tackle the blazes. Our Paris correspondent James Waterhouse reports.
Despite a military mobilisation in France, these fires are far from being under control, if you ask officials. Wind is blowing smoke towards Bordeaux, 40 kilometres away, where thousands of people have been evacuated to. Thanks to higher humidity and lower temperatures, the fires this weekend have been less intense, but the weather forecast is expected to turn unfavourable once more.
You know, I was really hoping those Spanish newts would carry us on the Sunday Fun Day. You know, the uplifting tone of all this. It did not. I can't lie to myself or you. I don't think that did it. I tried. Uplift us. I'm afraid those newts don't outweigh the horrors.
For us, the key points to watch out for, which we share with the fire department and all law enforcement agencies, are that the threat remains very serious.
In the Gironde region, civilians have also joined the effort to try and contain the flames. Police went door to door in Saint-Médard-en-Jalles to make sure an evacuation order was being followed. 91-year-old Claude was reluctant. I'm thinking about it, he says, but it's just not me. In Bordeaux itself, some of the almost 200,000 evacuees try to gather their belongings and emotions.
Oh my god, we've been following this fire season all season, right? Since the fires really started. Who was the first to hit? I think it was California, actually. And then everybody else followed suit. Utah, Colorado, Nebraska, Oregon, Washington, Canada, of course. Now, the EU's having quite a fucking time over here. And it's just July. And fire seasons are going longer and longer every year. We've been talking about it. We've been talking about it for years. It's because of climate change. It's because it's staying warmer for longer and having more extended dry periods. You know, extending into the fall. And you have plants literally dying. It's honestly, like, to some degree, the fall could just supercharge this shit. If you get a few cold days that, you know, shock, like, trees and plants, kill them, make them even more apt to fire, and we just go right back to hot temperatures in the fall. Oh, shouldn't even think about it. But we should think about that because it's totally an option. That's totally an option. I love lizards. That's totally fair. I support your lizard love. There's no reason you shouldn't. There's no reason you shouldn't be loving lizards. Oh my god, my internet's down. This is a disaster. That's it. Wait, are we back up? Hey, hold on. Are we back up? Nobody. What is happening? I'm having some serious internet problems here today, Space Fams. Are we live? Are we live? Noon? No. Noon, no. Noon, no. You can hear me, but it says network error. Please try again later. That's not great. They reset. They restart. Or not restart. Reload your browser, I mean, or your app. App and or browser. Roku. I'm thinking of anything else, any other of that. Are we back? This has happened multiple times tonight, but I still refuse to give up.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. At least most of the new stream on Twitch. Yeah. All right. I think we waited long enough for people to get back, and now my internet's gone again. And it's down again. Jesus Christ. What is happening? We're having some we're having some serious fucking problems here, Space Fans. We're only 7 hours into the stream. Suddenly, we are going down a bunch. Unstable internet connection right now. That's not great. That's not what I want. Sort of throwing off my whole... Whoopsies. Sort of throwing off my whole my spiel right now. my what do you call it? My show. Having a hard time doing a show right now.
I am having trouble doing the show.
All right, third time's the charm. Does seem good now. Fingers crossed, knock on space wood. One can only hope that this time everything we find when we go to talk about the EU wildfires in France and Spain, among other countries.
They're along the kind of eastern edge of the Bay of Arcachon, between that inlet, that sort of inland water, and Bordeaux. Not therefore getting near to Bordeaux, but more moving to the south. And the A63, which is a motorway leading from Arcachon Bay across to the east to Bordeaux, has also been partially shut, I'm reading this morning, which suggests that things have not got easier, and the conditions have worsened overnight. They're talking a lot today about this phenomenon called pyrocumulonimbus, which is a kind of fire cloud that you get in these very, very hot fires.
Yeah, suffice to say, if you hit the pyrocumulonimbus level, you got a serious fucking problem. You know? But it just, for the layman, it means fires are so big that they're creating literal weather events. That's not good. That is not what you want.
Columbia Arican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Bob the Xenomorph just asked me to apologize since he's accidentally ripped some of the wires while he terrorized some of the engineering teams inside the vents. He didn't mean to affect the stream.
Well, that's good to know. Thank you, Columbia Rican, for that update. All right, for more on these fires. Just gonna keep going through the clips from the last 24 hours. Suffice to say, things have not gotten better. Yep, it does seem like things are just getting worse. And now firefighting teams are reaching their capacities of extinguishing fires. Just want everybody to think about that sentence for a second. Firefighting teams are reaching their extinguishing capacity while the fires continue to burn and grow. The math, not mathing at all. Got a real deficit type of situation going on here. Jesus. These images are fucking apocalyptic. We have to watch this again. Like, this is the sort of fires that create pyrocumulonimbus clouds, right? Like, this is insanity, ridiculousness.
This is ridiculous!
Oh, this is terrifying. Oh my god. This is near Valencia, Spain, which is apparently a wildfire that has grown beyond the firefighting capacity of local officials. Yeah, you're right, Mr. Spock. It does give me vibes, sun vibes. You know? It's like the sun. It's like what I imagine the surface of the sun to be like.
voilà, on est venu prêter main forte parce que ben voilà, si c'était chez nous, on aimerait bien.
People are freaking out over here trying to put these fires out before they fully reach the city centers. But places like we were talking about yesterday, places like Bordeaux, Madrid. Madrid's the capital of Spain. Three and a half million people. Wider metropolitan area, 7 million in Madrid. 1.5 million in Bordeaux in France. Got fires threatening all other sorts of areas. I mean, this is a fucking catastrophe. I mean, Spain called the first ever wildfire emergency in the country. Jesus. That is not as a tiny little hose. A lot of these firefighters are having to operate with portable water. And, I mean, for fires like this, you need planes. I mean, you need a fleet of planes. Yeah, like the thing is, like these sorts of vehicles, like they'll fill them up with water, and like they'll either discharge it directly from the thing, or they have ways to fill up tanks that they can like move around and use. But like it's, only so much water. Apparently there's been at least 100,000 acres burned now in the French fires. This is France 24 from 13 hours ago.
Raging wildfires in southwestern France forced the evacuation of 55,000 people overnight. That brings the total to 220,000 in one region alone. The flames are now creeping towards the city of Bordeaux, where a major highway and train lines have been cut. More than 5,000 firefighters and soldiers have been mobilized, and authorities say the inferno in the southwest now rank among the biggest since World War II. Joining us for more on that is Andrew Hillier from our International Affairs Desk. So Andy, the question that's on everybody's minds, are we any closer to containing these blazes in the southwest?
The biggest wildfire since World War II. Oh, what were we doing during World War II? Oh, that's right. We were literally bombing the forests.
This is ridiculous!
It is hard. It's kind of horrifying to be somebody who's trying to get the word out about climate change. Whether or not I'm doing a good enough job about that, I think we all know I could be doing better on a lot of stuff. But because that's one of the problems with being a generalist, being, focused on all these different issues. But it is so frustrating for this having been one of these big issues that I've been so focused on for so long, to see it just rapidly deteriorating in front of my eyes. Like, I feel like because I'm tuned into it so much, like if I can feel like the earth like breathing or something sometimes. Like I feel like I know, like I can tell you what the water levels are in the fucking Southwest at any given time or something. Like not literally, but just because like this stuff is of importance to me and because it's literally my job to research all of it all the time. Like I feel like I've watched it get worse. I feel like I've actively watched it all get worse. And I kind of called it getting worse earlier this year. And it's actually happening in front of me. I'm just like, how? It's like, how is it actually worse than I thought it was going to be? I thought it was going to be pretty bad. I didn't think all of Europe was going to be on fire. A bunch of places that just don't have these sorts of things happen.
Well, France's Interior Minister Laurent Nunez was, it has to be said, fairly pessimistic with regards to that. What we know so far is, if we focus just on the largest wildfire that is creeping closer to the southwestern city of Bordeaux, it is about 15 kilometers away from the outskirts of the wider region of the city. That's according to the city's mayor, about 25 to 30 kilometers away from the city centre. As things stand, no plans to evacuate that city. Now, going back to the comments made by France's Interior.
Like, honestly, my concerns this year, because, like, once again, like, Europe doesn't see the same sort of wildfires, or hasn't historically, although they have seen more recently in, like, the last few years. But, like, I have been more concerned about, like, the Canadian wildfires, which we are seeing, the Siberian ones, like, in Russia, and in the United States. Right? Like, these are some of the biggest, like, wildfire zones, as well as, like, the Amazon, too. That's one I am real worried about. If, like, the Amazon gets involved in this now, I haven't seen any big blazes going there, but a couple of years back, I think one of the biggest fires on the planet was the one in the Amazon River Basin, in a fucking wetland. A wetland was on fire. One of the biggest fires on the planet in like 2024 or 5 or something was a wetland fire. Explain that one to me. Our climate's just collapsing in front of us. We're not doing nearly enough to stop this. We could have a great future. You know, we could be frolicking through the fields, basking in the glory of the planet. Instead, we're just pillaging nature, not stewarding the earth. It's a real selfish and short-sighted thing to do.
Minister Laurent Nunez earlier today, he posted to social media that the fire had become erratic and virulent, advancing towards, here you can see his comments on your screen there, advancing towards the Bordeaux metropolitan.
You're worried because it's being deforested? Well, yeah, it's being deforested, but I'm talking about just the fires. I'm just talking about fire season. We're just talking about fire season because I was talking about like some of the fires that I thought were going to happen that were going to be really bad this year. When I said I thought we were going to have a bad fire season, the one that hasn't happened yet that I thought was going to happen most of all of these is really the one in the Amazon, right? Because follow me here. We got El Nino parked off of Peru with super hot waters. Like, it's not crazy, in my opinion, to think that you're going to see increased, potentially at some point, increased fire activity in South America somewhere. Where's the most forests and other burnable shit? In the Amazon, of course.
area. Now, I want to show you some more figures which will give you an idea of just how serious this particular fire is. You can see on your screen there 42,000 hectares burnt, making it one of the biggest forest fires since World War II in France. That is 4 times the size of the city of Paris. Jenny, altogether, almost 100,000 hectares burnt across the country so far this year. Overnight, an additional 50,000 people were evacuated because of this blaze, bringing the total to 220,000 people evacuated because of this single forest fire. And you can also see the number of firefighters who have been mobilized, called upon to fight this fire, as well as military personnel. So,
yeah, if I recall correctly, at least 2 French wildfire fighters or firefighters have died fighting these blazes. In fact, multiple countries have seen firefighting casualties. United States, I think Canada too, involved in there too. Like, so it's been a very, very deadly and incredibly disastrous, destructive wildfire season, and we're in July. Although July is coming to an end soon, August is. At this point, we're going to start begging for winter to come.
Winter is coming.
All the heat and fires. You know what the apocalypse looks like? I think it might be this. Am I wrong? Like, I know I've said this multiple times, but something about, like, loose horses, like, gives me big time apocalypse vibes, like Walking Dead or like whatever. Like, you just got like fire burning in the background and a pack of not even wild horses. You can see some of them have fucking bridles on. Just a gang of horses roaming the street because now horses are in charge because of humanity has failed. You know what I mean? Like, that's what the vibes of this are. The horses have come to power now because humanity has failed the planet. It looks AI generated. It's not. It's real. This is real shit. In fact, this is only one of multiple videos that exist of this. If you go looking on like Instagram, there's more videos of these horses. I think the same horses. Like a horse pack, like running. They got like, I think, let loose by their owners while they were running themselves. Like literally, like from what I understand about this instance, is an owner, like somebody who had a stable of horses, who saw an impending wildfire coming, opened up the stable, and basically told all the horses to run as they ran. And this is what followed, right? Like they're just like, fuck it. Like that's why they all have bridles on. These are all, this is not a wild pack of horses. These are horses just running from their lives from what's probably a stable that's in the middle of burning down during this video. It's insane. It's such a, like, this video is going to haunt me forever. These things are burning fast. You can see it coming through the trees. Good God. You see farmers with tractors, whatever else they got, trying to clear all of the brush before it's too late, although it might be nearly clearly too late for some of this stuff, but they're not giving up around here. Trying to create a fire line. Aerial support. Doing what they can. But firefighting resources are super stretched. With all of these blazes. You know, with hundreds of blazes. Some of them small, but like all this takes up resources, right? You could, if it was just one fire, you could just sort of mobilize all resources from everywhere, essentially, to one place. You know, within reason. They're fighting fires all over the place. Part of it has to do with the wind. It's still windy enough to be dragging these embers around. Spreading the fires further. And at least 100 homes have now burned in the southwest of France from these wildfires as of 8 hours ago, according to Reuters. Here's the clip. Jesus Christ. Doggone. And this is a much smaller town, La Porsche. So as you can see, it's a fairly rural region here in France. But everything's gone. But like I was saying, this is giving me serious LA fire vibes here in France and in Spain. Bordeaux and Madrid now under threat. You can see images like this in some huge metropolitan areas. And we just gotta hope, pray to Gary, that doesn't happen. And the firefighters are able to get a handle on this, because this is, look at the destruction. You can see the metal, just look how hot it got. All these metal support beams in here just melted like Twizzlers. This was probably a lovely place to live. You know, when there were still trees and a house there. Just the pool now. So much destruction. When will we do something to put it to an end? We know the solutions to climate change, and that's what we're witnessing. We're witnessing a battlefield play out that's been predicted for quite a while.
So first off, when you're filming the fire from above, you really get a more global picture of how it's unfolding and evolving, because when you're on the ground, you have a lot of obstacles between you and the flames. You have trees, you have buildings, which really impede your understanding of how the whole area is affected. Once you're in the helicopter, you can really see a line of fire that's progressing through kilometers of forest. So that's one thing. And then in the helicopter, you really get a sense of the scale of things as well, because the fire on the one hand looks enormous in the distance, while the lines of fire trucks look much smaller. And that's when you really grasp how much of an effort it is to be fighting those fires.
These are so bad. You know me, you know how many hours of wildfire footage I've seen, or maybe you don't. I think most of you do though, and it's a lot. I mean, as someone who covers environmental issues every single day, I've seen a fuck ton. It's got to be at least hundreds of hours of wildfire, more probably. Might be 1,000 hours of wildfire footage I've watched over the years. And these are some fucking crazy wildfires. Like the pervasiveness of these fires, like the it is scary how fast they have moved. And unfortunately, Spain, France, they don't have the kind of wildfire fighting services that, say, California has, or other places that have serious wildfire threats on the regular. I mean, they still have them. They still have wildfires. We talked about wildfires that were happening there last year. But these ones are way worse than the ones from last year already. Firefighters are continuing to work tirelessly to put these blazes out. Got some clips here. This is from 8 hours ago, out of France 24.
It's a never-ending battle for firefighters as the blaze continues its advance. Weather conditions have not played in their favour, and the fire itself has even created its own whirlwinds, making its next move almost impossible to predict.
It's an unusual fire. It speeds up, it slows down, it goes right, left, it doubles back. It's very hard to read, to build a strategy around.
Nearby, the motorway and rail traffic have been cut off. 55,000 more evacuations were ordered on Saturday night as the blaze rages towards Bordeaux. It's now just 15 kilometres away from the city, but the mayor says evacuations there aren't on the table yet.
Oh my fucking god. Look at this shit. This thing is right on the cusp of the city. On multiple fronts. You can see it's you see what I mean about like the LA fire vibes? Like this could go bad. This could go south real quick. And it could be multiple sides of Bordeaux burning if these progress in the eastward direction. I think that's east.
Kilometres away from the city, but the mayor says evacuations there aren't on the table yet. Overnight.
Jesus. Okay. A few more clips on these wildfires. I'm afraid things are. Yeah. I just feel like it's necessary for us to just put this in front of ourselves and be like aware of what's happening to the climate. You know, especially people who care. You know, and to hopefully get people seeing this stuff who might otherwise not. Any of these sorts of images could be coming to a town near you. Or your town. So nearly 250,000 people currently living as internal refugees in France, 100,000 in Spain. And if you count Canada, places in the United States, like I was saying yesterday, it's gotten, I think, up to like 500,000 wildfire refugees. In the West,
Columbia Arican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Not to sound conspiratorial, but it sounds like the fire is showing signs of intelligence. It's sentient, or is there some fire demon behind it?
You think
AKA
I don't know.
corporations.
Could be. Could be a sentient fire. I think probably not. All right, let's go here to France 24 from 6 hours ago now. To a reporter who's on the ground, first-hand account. Can be heard here in this clip. Damn, I'm tired. I am tired. And I'm moving hella slow tonight. Doing a terrible job. Doing a really terrible job getting through all the clips. Actually, I take it back. I'm doing a really great job of getting through all the clips. That's the attitude that I need.
Never give up, never surrender. Let's now turn to Luke Schrager, our chief reporter. He's just arrived from Liege, Cap Ferret. That is now a place where the mayor of the town says the fire is at the gates. Just take me through those scenes, some really horrific images of those fires billowing out.
Well, Liege is almost where the situation began, a little bit further to north around Le Porche, for example. But as this fire spread, I don't think anyone really expected it to go as far as it has. It just seems to be getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and you have to go back to these weeks of heat waves that we've had, soaring temperatures across the entire country. It's left so much of France under drought. These tinderbox dry conditions, everything has dried out, and it is a perfect storm of something just waiting to happen. And as soon as it took, it literally went like wildfire. We were in Liege this morning and some of the afternoon. It's where one of the base camps and the command post is for some of the firefighting units that are dealing with the area. And the problem is that even when some of these fires are handled, when they get put out or at least contained, or they die down and are doused out, the wind is so strong and is changing all the time that the sheer force of it can force it to flare back up, that it can blow it back into existence. And these roving teams...
How many times have I said that, Space Fams? I have said that over and over and over again. Practically every wildfire coverage day that we have, always trying to remind people, myself, hey, just so you know, if the embers aren't completely put out, fire can get started back up. Get that fire line around like we talk about, like when they get containment on a fire, technically, with the right conditions, that fire can still get started back up. Even if there's a good fire line around it, embers can blow for like a mile, or, like, depending on the wind conditions, they go light a new fire.
These units, like sort of rapid reaction really, are literally going around putting out brush fires. That's where the expression comes from, I suppose, and they haven't been able to stop. They're being supported by local farmers, people in construction, people with equipment that can help, and they're bringing in tankers of water, filling them from underground reservoirs that they obviously use for irrigation, for example. But even they're telling us they're getting worried because they're running out of fuel. They were calling on the government this morning to send more fuel in for their tractors and for their vehicles so that they can keep helping these firefighters who are literally going around the clock in shifts trying.
Oh, yeah. It's like Europe has a problem with fuel right now. Oh, that's right. They do have a problem with fuel. And the Red Sea just got shut down by the Houthis. Arguably the side of the Red Sea arguably the side of the Middle East, right? I would say that the Bab el Mandeb is technically more important than the Strait of Hormuz to Europe, and so making sure there's enough fuel to get to the firefighters to fight them might be a problem. You see what I'm saying here? See where I'm going with this?
The surprising thing is the calm. Even with the evacuees saying deeply grateful for the help that they've had, whether locals or tourists, because we know the area is such a huge tourist destination. When our hotel got evacuated near Marignac Airport on Friday night, there were so many people there who had no clue what was going on or how bad things were. And there was a little bit of anger there because they've showed up at this place, they've already missed their flights because the airport was closed on Friday night. It began operations.
Sorry, I meant to go further in.
And we didn't go down south to Arcachon either. We were mainly based in Bordeaux and around Liège. For example, we tried to get into Liège because we knew that was where the command post was. We couldn't even get that far because they were...
Honestly, the human cost of these things... all these people now forced into these... warehouses, try to survive on cots and whatever can be strung together. Who knows how many people have lost their homes now? At least 100 homes were burned in these fires near Bordeaux. I would assume that's hundreds of people that lived in those homes.
The command post was.
When I see people in these places, I just start thinking about what it's like for them, for the kids. For elderly people who forgot their medications or whatever else that comes with suddenly being displaced from your home unexpectedly. And unfortunately, as I keep pointing out, with climate change, we're going to continue to see longer, more explosive, devastating, deadly disasters and fire seasons. As it turns out, the experts on France 24 agree. Where's my mouse?
Well, for more on the wildfires across Europe, we can bring in Stefan Doer, director of the Center for Wildfire Research at Swansea University in the UK. Good morning, and thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Good morning, Alison.
We have these massive blazes we've seen underway in Spain and France, fires as far north as Scotland. Just how unprecedented is this year's wildfire season in Europe?
I mean, last year's wildfire season in Europe was quite extreme as well, with the largest area burned in recent years. But of course, now we have these simultaneous events occurring over Western Europe, in Spain, in France, and as we've just seen, also in Scotland. And this is quite unusual. Whether it's unprecedented in terms of the scale and the area that's going to be burned is perhaps less relevant. The key aspect here is that the resources are really stretched, and we're seeing extreme fire behavior, especially now in France, which is very, very challenging to battle.
Yeah, as you said, we had huge wildfires last year as well. Is this the new normal? How is climate change impacting wildfire patterns around the world?
I mean, globally, especially in forests, we see an increase in wildfire activity and also how extreme those fires burn. So how difficult it is actually for the fires to be put out. So for each hectare or kilometer square burned in forests nowadays, we basically see more energy being released. And that is essentially a sign that it's much, much more challenging to tackle. And right now, the heat dome that's been sitting over Western Europe, there's no question about this. This has been certainly promoted or become much more likely due to climate change. And globally, around the world, we see a longer fire season nearly everywhere, in virtually all places around the world. And we also see more extreme fire seasons around the world. So climate change certainly has a contributing factor here. But there are other factors that play a role.
Can you talk about those other factors? I mean, what?
Yep. Longer fire seasons. You just have to accept this. Or we could do something about climate change. But can't have both.
Moving towards big urban areas like Bordeaux and Madrid, I'm curious, could they spread into urban areas, or are they likely to sort of stay outside?
That's a very important question. Now, we've seen this in Los Angeles last year. Of course, fires can spread into built-up areas through what we call the wild and urban interface. And especially in the United States, of course, many houses are built from wood, and they catch fire very easily. Now, in Europe, most structures are made of brick and stone, but it's not to say that they cannot burn. So fundamentally, it is possible that fires move into urban areas, especially, again, if we have fuels in those areas, such as shrubs, grasses, so they can then transform into those areas. Fortunately,
right, so this is an important distinction that I hadn't thought about, but I guess I hadn't given it enough thought to, but to some degree, France, Spain, very old, and a lot of homes, not all, are built stone or brick. But there's still elements in these houses that can burn. It's hot enough. So, but there's some resistance, right, built into living in a stone house. Bowling is pure working class Americana. Many doctors, how far back are you? We were talking about bowling hours ago. Like 4 hours ago, I swear to God. Okay. God, it's been a long ass week, day, and now the new week is starting. Good God, the USA do live in sheds. Yes, we do. Wooden sheds. They burn real easy. Unless you live in something that's old. Or like a big apartment building or something. You know what? Is anyone doing anything to prevent this? What do you mean? Like fighting back? I mean, Spain is, I think, the #1 best country when it comes to having put their grid on renewables. That's one of the things that's so ironic about this. It's kind of just so deeply unfair, is that Spain has been doing way better than most of its European counterparts, certainly in the United States and Canada, on putting their grid on the electric grid on solar and wind technology, to the point that they literally technically if they chose to, could stop paying for electricity tomorrow. But they still have capitalism, technically, a little bit, you know, and so it's not, it's complicated, but we talked about how they were producing so much electricity from renewables a couple years back that producers were complaining that they were having to just give away free power to some people. They were like losing money.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
But not everybody can be like Spain. Actually, I take that back. Everybody can be like Spain, but we're not. Everybody should be like Spain, but we're not. But Spain's certainly paying the consequences for humanity's sort of decisions more broadly. Okay, let's go down to Africa real quick. As we know, wildfires have been burning there. We talked about it really quickly yesterday. And we're going to do that even quicker today. One clip from France 24 from 2 days ago.
Smoke and fire, all too familiar scenes in northern Algeria as extreme heat has turned its luscious forests into kindling. This volunteer is doing his best to control the blaze.
We are surrounding the fire to prevent it from spreading to the residential areas. I call on the residents to support us in fighting the flames hand in hand.
Yep, at least 3 different West African countries: Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia. Also on fire. People there are doing whatever they can to put them out. Meanwhile, droughts in the Sahara getting so bad, African camels are literally giving up. It's not a punchline. That's just a scientific
Well, the
fact.
heat worldwide is also proving to be a problem for the animal kingdom as well. Even camels, of course known as the ships of the desert for their resilience in the hottest and driest places on Earth, well, they're falling victim to the climate crisis as well. North Africa and the Horn of Africa are home to around 80% of the world's largest population of camels with one hump. But rising temperatures, as well as fueling diseases and death. And herders are reporting camels with blisters on their hooves, skinned, burned by the hot sand, and they're also facing stress, fatigue, and dehydration.
Yep. Everything too hot and dry even for the camels in Africa. What next? The cactuses are gonna dry out. All right, let's go all the way south to the coast of South Africa, where a massive super pod of humpback whales was seen, caught on camera earlier this week, or last week, technically now, seeing as it's Monday.
So over December 2025, we really noticed whale numbers were steadily increasing. Initially, we saw groups of 20, maybe even 50. But towards the middle of the month, those groups grew to 100, and we knew something really special was in the offing. On one particular day, on the 30th of December, about 100 kilometers north of Cape Town, we were greeted by what I could only describe as a Manhattan skyline, with huge plumes of whale breath greeting us like skyscrapers. And
There you go. An incredible environmental event. What led to this massive super pod, whatever you call it here? Probably food, if I had to guess. as we know, big changes have been happening in the oceans. Prey species have been moving to colder waters for survivability reasons. And South Africa, Western Cape, it's not the warmest waters. Some way away from the equator. And I'll bet it's just them following prey. Some sort of, you know, pod of fish or whatever else. School of fish? The volume was low? Was it? That's my bad. I wasn't looking at the levels. I didn't change them, but I wasn't looking at them. So sometimes I must admit the levels sound okay to me, but I don't see them. Mostly because I'm constantly focused on all sorts of stuff. All the chats, what I'm thinking about and trying to say about the clips, and or the narrative that I'm trying to craft. Because I don't know if people realize this, but even, I mean, Sunday Fun Day, it's pretty loose. But even on Sunday Fun Days, I still have, like, plans. I put these together with a loose or clear narrative for the night. For the way I want to go through all of this stuff. You know, because, like, if I just sort of haphazardly went through 112 clips without giving any context or, like, and just sort of, like, jumping back and forth between topics, it'd be unwatchable, I feel like. Wow. 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time already. It's been a long stream. Now, I'm afraid I don't have a lot of clips for this next story. But you will be shocked, as I was, I assume, to hear that southern China is facing more flooding risks as a new typhoon is apparently hitting the country.
This is ridiculous!
China!
Here's Reuters from 15 hours ago on Typhoon Noul. I think that's how you say it.
大量杂物被刮到了路中间，甚至被刮落的广告灯箱、铁皮。记者一行缓慢驱车，到达了惠东县的海边区。狂风之下，道路出现积水，并受到阻塞。
我们在惠来沿街走的时候也发现了，所以很多路段呢容易造成积水。
Yes, it's like a repeat of last week. We just got done talking about the typhoon, super typhoon. What was it? Bavi, super typhoon Bavi. All the devastation that wreaked, and now Typhoon Noel. Just here we are, right back to it. More flooding, more floating mopeds through the streets.
护栏也都是被强风所掀翻，那么包括在拦路上的树木所砸到。那么在出现这些情况之后呢，是紧急出动了
Although from what I can tell, the winds seem more powerful from this one clip that I'm looking at, which could be bad. I'm gonna have to take a look into this when I get a chance. Unfortunately, I was struggling just to get through everything I wanted to get through tonight because I had so many dreams for this stream, you know, for doing this fake investigation into where the hell Sam Seder is, which we still don't know the actual answer to. I'm sure we'll find out eventually. Very soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm sure he's definitely not in a dungeon or a basement, locked up like Jordan Peterson. I mean, not like Jordan Peterson, who's also very much free. Totally free. Just like Mitch McConnell. I'm sorry. You're getting them so confused. Let's stay focused. How about that? Let's stay focused. Something positive in China. You know? Just for a moment. A little Sunday fun day action. Positivity. The Sunday fun day is the only time I get to do positivity for the sake of positivity. Okay?
This may look like a mudflat.
It does.
But actually, an environmental rescue mission is underway.
36.3.
A team of scientists, villagers, and volunteers is planting seagrass here. They're doing this to restore the marine ecosystem and fight climate change. Decades of coastal development and environmental changes turned this into a mudflat, until a local fisherman's daughter came up with a way to change things.
This is a place I go up, Lama Island, okay? And 30 years ago, it looks like the same, the buildings, but the water, the mudland is different because the pollution, the climate change make it different. So that's I come with ideas, how can I turn the things back to before?
Seagrass generally across the world, they're declining, and seagrass are very important because they provide homes for marine organisms, and they also do like carbon sequestration, water purification, and also provide a lot of like socio economic values such as ecotourism.
Well, there we go, Space Fams. A local effort in Hong Kong. Starting with a couple ladies and growing into a community effort to re-wild native plants and restore the ecosystem, the natural ecosystem in Hong Kong. God damn it, I already love that woman. I'm glad you do. Okay. Now, for the final environmental story of the night before we finish it off with some space and Earth news. Honestly, this might be the shortest space and Earth news portion that we've had all for like a week. I think I forgot that I gave myself a break on this. It's like 30, 25 videos or something. Nice. Okay, so we're not going to go 12 hours. At one point, I thought, I was like looking at this, I'm like, I'm still in the environmental section and we're 7 hours in. I'm screwed. It's going to be a 12-hour stream, but no, no, not quite. Although we are going to have a few unexpected treats and tangents we may take here in the near future. Okay, let's go to Japan and talk about some companies turning to biomaterials rather than wasting. Recycling and upcycling, reusing. Human materials, waste, building blocks.
The conflict in the Middle East has disrupted the supply of oil and derivatives like naphtha used in plastics in Japan. A growing number of domestic companies are looking for alternatives. NHK World's Yamada Nana reports on plastics made with biomaterials.
You don't know how happy this makes me. I don't know if everybody remembers me saying this. I was like, the best thing that can come out of Operation Epstein Fury is that some number of countries and their people get off of fossil fuels as a result of this and go into full renewable to avoid the fucking hassle and or solve the goddamn plastics crisis, like, and come up with some alternatives to plastics and or other ways of making them. And I feel like we're moving in that direction. Like, I feel like this is like the, like, there's already been plenty of different little fledgling efforts, but it's stuff like this that makes me think, like, okay, now companies are taking this seriously because they can't get their hands on oil. What do they do now? And that's the kind of innovating that, it's perfect circumstances for innovation.
It's science.
Hey, hold on. I need tea, so I'll burb. You watch this.
Okimura Satoshi is the president of a startup based in Fukushima Prefecture. His company produces bioplastic raw material using rice husks, a common byproduct of rice farming. The firm developed a method to dry the husks. A special machine then crushes them into powder.
The machine breaks rice husks down into extremely fine powder, just like a stone grinder would do.
Bioplastic can be made by mixing the startup's high-purity cellulose with oil-derived materials such as resins. It compares favorably with conventional plastic. This material helps protect the environment and reduces waste.
Did you hear that, Face Fams? Rice byproduct, not the rice itself. This is groundbreaking because the world already produces a fuck ton of rice, and if a bunch of shit that's already getting thrown out can be used to replace plastic at a what did she call it? A not satisfactory. What did she call it? Comparable.
Made by mixing the startup's high-purity cellulose with oil-derived materials such as resins. It compares favorably with conventional plastic.
Right.
This material helps protect the environment and reduces waste.
Okay. I just felt like a perfect Sunday Fundays story. You've on many occasions talked about the crisis of microplastics. And, of course, the fact that the plastics industry continues the oil, like the oil industry, right? Because plastics are completely petroleum products. And they're the foundations. And if we can find a non-fossil fuel related solution to fucking plastics, that would be massive. And it sounds like we may have found something. Rice. Fungus has been one of the options, but this one looks like actual plastic. You can't, like, I've looked at some of the fungus stuff, like some of the different sort of like fungal, like mushrooms basically, and things like that. And they're pretty cool, but this looks like actual. You can't tell me that doesn't. You would, like, if I was, if this was put in front of me, no context, I would have assumed it was plastic. I don't know what the texture of it is like, but just visually speaking, it looks like plastic. Like 3D, maybe 3D printed or something. I can't quite tell. But it just gives that look. And I haven't seen that from any of... I haven't been as convinced by a product of the other things we've seen. Whether or not this winds up being our saving plastics grays, hard to say. But we can be hopeful. Now, not all these things are going to be catch-all for all plastics. Just to remind everybody, there's like dozens of different grades of plastics. So some things may be comparable for Plastics 1 through 5 or whatever may not for 6 through 10. They all technically have different applications and uses and industries and products. But we get enough solutions, we can come up with some sort of basket of different replacements, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. You know, even if one doesn't necessarily hit them all. I mean, that one looks like plastic. According to them, functions like plastic. And if it looks and functions like plastic, it's plastic. You know, I don't need any convincing. Bring out the rice straws and forks, please. Biodegradable would be nice. I can't remember whether or not it's biodegradable. But because of time, I gotta keep this moving. Well, look, maybe I'll look into that more soon. In between all the election shit and everything else I gotta do. Just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, please. Really helps me out. And do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Without your support, we would cease to exist. Also, we got like 4 days? Like 4 or 5 days, whatever it is, to complete the financing of the Galactic Deficit. It's like $50 a day. We've made it so far. We still got to raise like $50 a day between now and the end of July. Every dollar counts. All right, people. To round out this stream, space news and non-US centric Earth news. First, space. All right. There it is. The ISS. The NASA live feed. What's happening? I'll tell you what's happening. We're not going to watch this whole goddamn clip. This is 2 hours long. Suffice to say, this is the moment when NASA astronaut and Russian cosmonauts departed the ISS for Earth, of course.
To Earth after nearly 8 months.
Is that the USS Enterprise? Nope. That's the ISS Low Earth Orbit. The ISS Leo, as people in the know.
Williams, Kudskirchkov, and...
All right, we're skipping way ahead.
Again, you're hearing communications to and from the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft. Voice you're hearing, that of Commander Sergei Kudskirchkov, Roscosmos cosmonaut, speaking with the mission control team in Moscow.
And just the ground forces. Guys, we see you. We are on your right.
And they do have communications with the search and recovery team members. Once we get those views back of the returning crew, we will share them. Now less than 3 minutes away from touchdown.
Hot mic from the rescue forces.
30 seconds away, crew receiving final instructions as they prepare for touchdown. standing by for landing.
Reference altitude, get ready for landing. Hot mic for the rescue forces. Brace for landing. Get ready for landing. We're ready.
Couldn't be more ready for landing than I am right now. I'm the most ready for landing than I've ever been in my life, some people would say.
Touchdown after 241 days in space. Chris Williams.
Well, there you have it. 3 spacemen back to Earth. Welcome to Earth, spacemen. There you go, space fams. That was the biggest space news of the week. After almost a year in space. Earthlings have returned. Safe and sound. All right, now to the Earth news. Important to all of you Earthlings. Starting with Spain. And their big old World Cup victory, which they saw, I think, at the beginning of this week. I can't remember when the final match was, because I just care so little about sports right now. There's too much fascism and stuff for me to worry about sports ball very much. But suffice to say, Spain's victory means big things that you might not be thinking about. To discuss, here's Democracy Now! From last week.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. The Spanish football team has returned to Spain for a victory parade in the streets of Madrid, where they were greeted by an estimated 2 million people. These are the soccer players that won, carrying the World Cup trophy. They wore shirts with the words "Somos Campeones," or "We are the champions." The 2026 FIFA Men's World Cup ended Sunday with Spain beating Argentina 1-0 during extra time, with Spain winning a goal at the 106th minute of a long, intense final. In Gaza, too, Spain's win was widely celebrated. Spain's support for Palestinian rights and Israel's backing of the Argentine team turned the final into more than just a football showdown. Meanwhile, FIFA has opened an investigation into the ugly brawl that followed Spain's victory, with several players from Argentina facing bans. As Spanish soccer players ran onto the field to celebrate their victory, some of Argentina's players appeared to attack members of the Spanish team, including the Spanish midfielder Rodrigo Hernandez, or Rodri, who later won the FIFA Golden Ball as the tournament's best player. On TikTok, Fox Sports posted a video that went viral after the game ended. Spain's teenage star, Lamine Yamal, is seen praying on the field while nearby Argentine players started clashing with some players from Spain. Fox Sports captioned the video, "Two very different scenes." Lamine Yamal is a 19-year-old star who was born to a father from Morocco and a mother from Equatorial Guinea. The game also marked the first time he faced off against the Argentine soccer star, Messi, who is widely considered one of the greatest soccer players ever. But it was not the first time they met. Images have gone viral of their first meeting in 2007, when a 20-year-old Messi was photographed holding a 6-month-old Lamine Yamal in a plastic baby tub. Last week, UNICEF reposted the photo on X, writing, "Yes, those photos you've seen are real. More than 18 years ago, a baby named Lamine Yamal and his mom Sheila met Lionel Messi at a UNICEF fundraising photo shoot."
Passing of the torch. And it meant a lot to a lot of people for different reasons. Spaniards, of course, just happy to win the World Cup. Some people saw it as right versus left. Argentina's fascist right-wing crypto-libertarian government versus Spain's sort of democratic socialist government. And all sorts of other things, including the fact that, like was mentioned, Spain has recognized Palestine as a state, stood up to Donald Trump, refused to let him use Spanish bases and military stuff for a stupid war in Iran, and whatever else. I think those are probably the most meaningful aspects of this. I'm not going to dwell too much on the World Cup. You'll be shocked to hear that. While we're talking about entertainment, it is crazy though, right? Like it's a literal passing of the torch that had like a 20-year long foreshadowing. It's crazy. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. What are the odds? All right, speaking of entertainment, let's go to a more cultured form of entertainment. From Spain to France, just like I guess with our wildfire coverage today. From sports ball to art. The Louvre Apollo Gallery is reopening. Can you believe it's been nearly a year since the Louvre jewel heist? It feels like it was just yesterday we were making fun of the debacle scene at the Louvre. And now that infamous gallery reopening, but slightly differently than before.
Aww. And here in the French capital, the Apollo Gallery at Louvre Museum, where French crown jewels worth some 88 million euros were stolen in a dramatic heist, is going to reopen to the public today. In a scene worthy of a Hollywood blockbuster, thieves disguised themselves as construction workers broke into the gallery back in October 2025. They stole some 8 jewels, which to this day remain missing. However, no jewels will now be displayed in the room. It's going to revert to its previous function as a state gallery. Joining me now from the Louvre is Karis Garland. Karis, I imagine it's a massive relief to many there that the gallery is reopening after months and months of closure.
Yeah, well, it's certainly an event for the museum. It's also an event for the government. The Culture Minister, Catherine Pégard, was here reopening that gallery herself a little earlier. She made some brief comments speaking about how that heist 9 months ago was traumatic for the country.
Yes, all of France traumatized. The robbing of the Louvre Very similar to the wildfires. Alright, I'm kidding. Anyway. Louvre back open. At least it's been open the whole time, but that gallery reopened. But as I mentioned, with some caveats, they've changed some of the... I think they've changed some of the security in there, as well as, like, what is in there, if I recall. But... not that important. I just figured since we've talked about this in the past, we might as well get the update, the latest. Probably the last time we'll ever talk about that particular wing at the Louvre. You would assume, although I guess I can't completely rule it out. All right, now to the United Kingdom. First, just want to remind everybody. Clacton by-election is in about 2 weeks, August 13th. I'm still waiting for the latest update from the Binface camp. This was from last week.
Hi, Count Beanface here, and I'm raring to go for the Clacton by-election. And my goodness me, there's no less than 34 candidates for this electoral feast. Gonna be epic. In fact, it's gonna be like Comic-Con up on that stage, but then I didn't let the genie out of the bottle. I haven't called this election. Somebody else has. Now here's a little factoid for you. This is my 8th election on planet Earth, and I understand there's a tradition for Clacton candidates 8th time lucky. So how about it? Here's to a positive campaign showing the very best of democracy. May the best life form win and make your votes count.
Yes, Clacton, you got 2 weeks to make your votes count. Vote Binface. Okay. I am kind of waiting for Binface to take to the streets of Clacton. I know he's been saying he wasn't going to, but I say break with the tradition of candidates not going to Clacton and actually speaking to the people of Clacton, the Earthlings. The Earthlings are pleading, Count Binface. Alright, now, the Earthlings and the Milky Way galaxy is going to have to say goodbye to Gary Stevenson and his YouTube channel, Gary's Economics. So he posted this video yesterday entitled, "It's Time to Say Goodbye."
That's on YouTube. My biscuits are all melted. Heatwave. Here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Last one ever. Let's go. All right, so this is, I suspect, going to be the last ever weekly video on Gary's Economics. And what I want to do today is I want to put away the laptop. I want to put away the scripts. Because if I'm totally honest, as I've gotten more and more busy and more tired, it's gone harder and harder to do these weekly videos. And
Well, I'm afraid it's hard for me to listen to this, so I'm not going to. But I figured I would at least let people know that in a shocking turn of events, Gary Stevenson is apparently just backing it up on YouTube. A guy who we've listened to before, who I think has a fairly good take on economics, but has apparently grown tired of bringing us content. It's kind of sad.
Aww.
It's kind of sad. But he is a multi-millionaire. He can just kind of give up and go bye-bye. But it still makes me sad. A little disappointed. He spent 48 minutes explaining why he's leaving. I think he probably should rethink it. I feel like he had a bad reception to his Channel 4 documentary, which we really haven't spent much time talking about. But, like, that's how I see it. And maybe I'm wrong. But it's just the way it feels like to me is that he got a bad response to the Channel 4 documentary and is now, like, crashing out. And I hate to see that. And I think he needs to rethink what's going on here. Because a lot of people appreciate his content. A lot of people think that he's, you know, making a lot of fucking sense. And as a voice, I think is, you know, necessary at this time. In the UK and broadly. I mean, we've listened to him here. Anyway. Oh my god, you're still up. Yep. Sometimes that happens. And then you remember that the Galactic Stream is still going. And you at least have... Oh, you at least have a space cast to enjoy. See how that works? Alright, before we go to another country in Europe, we're still celebrating Michael Brooks. Since last Monday marked 6 years since his death. Here's Michael Brooks' show episode from 7 years ago with one of his favorite people. Having a good laugh over one right-wing influencer's appearance on British media.
I'm out in Miami, ho.
Would you like to enjoy with us Ben Shapiro getting just decimated on the BBC?
It's to keep with our UK talk, definitely, and I've already seen this video, but I would love to see it again.
Yeah, everybody's already seen this, and I think we all want to see it again.
Yeah.
So...
Look at Emma over here, host and producer of the Young Turks getting drunk. Talking, Alright, she's not getting drunk, but there's some kind of beverage there. It could be anything. I guess it could be root beer. Something like that. It's a cream soda. With MJB. Long ago year of 2019.
It's hysterical down to the point that Ben Shapiro, who again is supposedly like the leading intellectual light, I know who fucking Andrew Neil is. He's kind of a well-known grouchy right-wing bastard.
Yeah. Well, just a fun fact.
Yes,
we were talking about our friend Anna. Anna told me that she just saw Ben Shapiro in a coffee shop because I just saw Los Angeles there. And a lot of these right-wing people, I mean, I would include Dave Rubin in that, although he pretends not to be. They're all based in LA.
Why is she in the MR studio, though? Okay, here's some Michael Brooks show lore. A lot of Michael Brooks show episodes were filmed in the Majority Report studios because Michael couldn't afford his own studio. He had his apartment, and then he had his job, which happened to be the Majority Report studio. So why not use that, put up a MJB background, and pretend like you have the money for a second background for the guests.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought. It's
Not
crazy.
Right-wing. I'm interested in ideas.
Yeah, and Ann Coulter lives in LA.
Sam Harris is in LA.
Tommy Lauren is in LA.
Yep.
It's just an interesting thing.
Is that a way of saying
yeah, why aren't they in
cesspool?
Texas?
Yeah, I mean, they always talk about how these, sanctuary cities, whatever, but like a lot of the New York crowd is pretty lefty, and then you go to LA and there's like a weird coalition that's forming out there. So just a fun anecdote.
That is pretty weird. You're right about that.
They should be made to feel less comfortable at the coffee shops. So just
and then
theoretically, politely, subjunctively.
That's really weird.
All right, let's just enjoy some of the. And Matt, do you have your musical cues ready? because I think we're going to just enjoy this and then come back to it.
In context, the Jews who vote for Obama are, by and large, Jews in name only. Ginos, you call them.
Jesus Christ.
My statement was based on the fact that Jews in the United States, as an ethnic group, are largely irreligious, which is true by every single poll. Jews are the most irreligious group in the United States. As an Orthodox Jew who actually takes Judaism seriously, the point that I am making is that most Jews who are ethnically Jewish are not religiously Jewish in any context.
No. The point you...
And most of them are bad.
Most of them are bad.
That Jews who vote for Obama are Jews in name only.
I said that, yes, that is correct. The Jews who voted for Barack Obama, a progenitor of the Iran deal, a person who was cracking down on religious liberty.
The fucking unnecessary big word. Like, he knows he's making an ass.
Yeah, I just realized if you pitch up, right? Like if you pitch up Harry Emden, it kind of sounds like Ben Shapiro.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Right? Am I wrong?
Holy Toledo.
Himself, so he says progenitor.
I'm the progenitor.
I'm the progenitor of that
I'm
shit.
out in Miami,
Why
ho.
doesn't anyone call him out on the conflation of being a Jewish American with the support of Israel, who's in conflict with Iran?
Ding,
that
ding,
has
ding.
that has nothing to do, and that's, you know, if he wasn't Jewish himself, you could accuse that of being an anti-Semitic kind of whitewashing or generalization of Jewish Americans, because it would be.
It is. Well, that's why I called Ben a self-hating Jew.
Was cracking down on religious liberty, a person who spent much of his career as president of the United States attempting to deprive Israel of the necessities to defend itself. That people, Jews who voted for President Obama, by and large, cared about Judaism.
Yeah, Barack Obama spent all of his time trying to deprive Israel of its religious freedom to defend itself from Palestinians. Right. Oh, if only Barack Obama were even a third that radical.
Far less than they did about
Closet.
other.
Iron Dome.
Right.
You always have to do, like, it's so annoying. And as somebody who actually was appalled that all administrations basically allow Israel to do whatever it wants to the Palestinian people, I say that as a half non-observant Jew.
A half progenitor.
Yeah.
Iron Dome.
Half, yeah. I was also the progenitor of the Iron Dome, you little...
An HNO. An HNOJ. A Hanaj. It's getting very technical. All right, I'm just going to skip ahead in this clusterfuck. We do actually have more things to talk about than Ben Shapiro's one and only appearance on BBC News from like 8 years ago. It's weird how some of this stuff feels like it's just yesterday, and other bit just feels like decades ago. Like I could have sworn this was like 20 years ago.
No, that's the most hilarious thing, is that the worldly smart guy of the right doesn't even know what just a standard British interview is.
Well, and Andrew Neil, the reason he can blow right past this is because at no point is Andrew Neil worried about being labeled a Hamas supporter.
Right.
Oh, right, yeah.
Andrew Neil's like, oh, damn, there was that to the sea tweet I put out 2 years ago. There was that Allahu Akbar I ended the tea time program with 6 months ago. Yeah,
An article entitled, "Here's a list of all the giant, bad, dumb things I've ever said."
Was that
includes,
dumb?
What? Yes, that's a dumb tweet. And not only, but it is also important to mention that the next few tweets clarify that tweet is specifically referring to the Hamas leadership, which, by the way, a BBC I've seen is relatively reticent to condemn.
No, actually, it wasn't what you went on to do and say. You are correct about the slur on Arabs. It's not all Arabs that want to live in open sewage and blow things up. It's just Palestinians. You went on to say.
It's just the ones who take sides against Israel in the Israel-Palestinian
Arab
conflict.
population is rotten to the core, you went on to say. Not Hamas, the Palestinian Arab population.
I say that by poll numbers, they elected Hamas. They educate their children in school that Israel should be obliterated, sir.
I guess
if you want to read, honestly, this is a giant waste of time in the sense that the entire interview is designed for you to shout slogans or old things that I've said at me. I don't see how this forwards the debate. You talk about undermining the public discourse. It seems to me that simply going through and finding lone things that sound bad out of context and then hitting them with
I love the phrase "lone things." It's one of the things you said. It's always like lone things. Lone and things are two words that are, well, inherently contradictory, right? Lone refers to one, solo, individual thing. Things, however, things is more than one, right? At least more than one thing, requiring an S at the end to denote that fact. So you got lone, and then you got things, and it really confuses the brain. And it just makes it sound like Ben is having a hard time dealing with the fact that the BBC did just a little cursory research on the things he's tweeted. And he was very upset about that.
Going through and finding lone things that sound bad out of context and then hitting people with them is a way for you to make a quick buck on BBC off the fact that I'm popular and no one has ever heard of you.
There are not many bucks to be made on the BBC, unlike American broadcasting, Mr. Shapiro. The point I'm trying to make is that your words are hardly designed to produce the consensus and understanding that the book seems to want to produce. That's my point, that you write about, Judeo-Christian culture and so on, but so much of what you've said in the past would seem to turn its back on Judeo-Christian culture.
You're lecturing me on Judeo-Christian culture after you call the pro-life position barbaric?
I just asked you a question.
And I asked you a question. You failed to answer a single one of mine. Frankly, I find this whole thing a waste of time. If you want to read the book and critique the book...
Anyways, I don't know. Today, I just wanted to pepper in a bunch of different Michael Brooks clips throughout the evening because didn't have a time to talk about him throughout the whole week. Monday, like I said, last Monday was 6-year anniversary of his death. And I wanted to celebrate his life. Today, a better way than to laugh along with him and Emma. Probably Brad or Matt, one of the two then producers of the Majority Report. Now, gotta move on from the United Kingdom to other European countries. At least one. And, we have not spent enough time talking about this next situation. You know how I know that? Because apparently these protests have been going on for 54 consecutive days. That's how I know. That's how I know we haven't talked about these enough. Let us go to Albania, where the anti-Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump Flamingo Revolution protests have been continuing relentlessly, endlessly. Filled streets, flamingos everywhere. Now the police are out in full force. As you can see here, Albania's government trying to shut it down so that Jared and Ivanka can have their Epstein-fueled nightmare hotel on this island where a protected flamingo species lives. Suffice to say, there's still massive fucking crowds. Still really big crowds of people. I'm not sure they're as big as they were before. But I think they're a little smaller. They've been going for 54 fucking days. I mean, Name another protest that you know of that's gone for 54 days. Honestly, I'm inspired, and I feel like I need to like look through the last 54 days of footage now, because that's crazy. That's 2 months. That's 2 freaking months these people have been in the streets. I can't believe that the government hasn't kicked Ivanka and Jared out of the country at this point. Like, am I the only person who's like, dude, how? How is Albania's government this unresponsive to the people? 2 months of solid protests? And you're like, nah, no big deal. Nah, screw those guys. Really? We saw a protest where there was like literally like 100,000 people. It was like most of Albania was in the streets, and they're just like, nah. Of course, Albania's got some problems with the government. It's not just this. This has just sort of spurred some of the discontent into the streets. Like, for instance, did you know that Albania's government created a bunch of, like, ICE-style detention camps for Italy and I think Germany? Some of the anti-immigrant right-wing-ish governments, like from center-right to, like, far-right, to send their unwanted immigrants to. You know? That's the Albania we're talking about here. Yeah, pay us 10 grand and we'll you know, we'll stick this immigrant. And by the way, the conditions, we have honestly not talked about that enough. It's like an aspect of the immigrant crisis in Europe. I feel like swept under the rug and not we've only barely discussed in the past. Albania has a GDP of 33 billion. Yeah, it doesn't help that they aren't exactly a massive world economy power. They're towards the bottom tier, bottom end of the list, economy size-wise. Speaking of countries that don't have the biggest economies, let's go to the DRC, which is still being afflicted by an outbreak there, which has led to 1,000 deaths from this latest COVID strain. Not COVID. Did I just say COVID? Jesus Christ. This is this latest Ebola strain. Good God.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I'm delusional. I'm forgetting what diseases I'm talking about. Someone help me. Let's talk about the response on the ground. Really, this response right now is inadequate. And I hate to be beating a dead horse, but the United States' shuttering of the USAID program is very much responsible for this. And honestly, the more I think about it every single day, the more that I think that Elon Musk needs to face consequences for his, you know, doing this without any concern for the people it would affect. The dude's a real piece of shit. And you know who knew that? Long, long ago, 7 years ago? Michael Brooks. And the Cody of the Shody, a.k.a. Cody Johnston.
Joining us now is Cody Johnstone. He's the host of Some More News. Cody, thanks a million for being here. How you doing?
Doing great. Thank you so much for having me.
This is the usual in studio guest slot, but you're joining us from L.A. So when you come out, when you like, you know, get to New York and grimy up your style a little bit, you'll come in studio.
That sounds fantastic. That's the first thing I will do when I land.
Literally the first thing. Don't even stop to like shower or anything like that. You just get off the
and
plane.
then I'll come right back here.
That's right.
Immediately,
I
if
want
not
more
sooner.
commitment like that from guests, actually. You get out, you get on your...
I want more commitment from guests like that. God, I miss Michael. He's a funny man. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit in this because Cody and Michael were sitting around talking about Elon for like 30 minutes. We don't got time for that. Like 8.5 hours into this goddamn stream. Get real. Get real. That's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
We don't got time for that.
I thought we were creating this
missile secrets now.
beautiful future. I had no idea. Okay, what is Elon Musk's background? Because he's also very into deploying the like, I came here with just the shoes of my feet, a backpack, and a handful of rare earth minerals.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rare
I mean, his parents are rich. He went to all these private schools. He
grew up in South Africa, right?
Literally, yeah. Literally, his dad owned an emerald mine, and there's stories of him just like walking around with actual emeralds in his pocket. At one point, he stole some from his dad and sold them. And there's like a story about how like his
How do
dad,
we
like,
know
was
that
bragging
story?
about
Has
how
he
our
said
safe
that?
couldn't even close. Huh?
Has he said that himself? Like, how do we know that story?
That is a story. I'm gonna try to pull it up. That's a story he's told of like it's like him being cheeky sort of thing.
Oh, he's being cheeky. Yeah.
Yeah, like or like all of his sort of reports on Twitter are this air of like not a comic book villain, but kind of.
Right.
Where he sort of distances himself from the truth of what really happened in order to make the image of him seem fun. Even his his flamethrowers that he's selling to
What is
people.
the flamethrower? What is this thing? What is this flamethrower thing? I've been hearing about it.
Like
What's
not
that?
really flamethrowers,
Yeah.
but they like do shoot fire, and like legally you can't import those. So he changed the name to Not a Flamethrower. It's all just sort of these like side projects to make money for his boring company.
Wait a second. This is Mike Cernovich playing with a Not a Flamethrower. Are you serious? Are you
Like,
connecting?
that's a real thing. I don't know if you guys saw
Oh
it. You
my
come over here
God.
for a sec.
What
Just
the
hold it in
hell?
selfie mode so I can kind of see. So just hold it like that. So let me go back just a little bit.
Are you open to doing it again?
No, I'm just gonna show people. Well, yeah, can I do it again from here? You're gonna be okay?
Well, shit, okay. Sorry.
So I'm gonna do.
Is that his wife?
Yeah, Elon's been bringing a lot of stupid stuff to us for a long time, if you've been paying attention. I actually was unaware of the flamethrower until I watched this video earlier today. I was like, wait, he did what? He started selling flamethrowers branded as Not a Flamethrower so he could get around legislation? How is that even possible? How is that even also, how is that legal? You just say it's not a flamethrower. What do you start selling guns? You call them not a gun? Is that not a gun?
So he grew up, and by the way, this is another thing. I mentioned this once, and a lot of this type of dweeb that gets obsessed about Elon Musk said that I was being totally, of course, super racist and unfair. I didn't say anything in the sense that I really don't know, but I, I'm pretty grounded in South Africa. It's an area of interest for me. I cover quite a bit. If his parents or his dad was involved in major leadership in an emerald mine, presumably at some points before the collapse of apartheid. Now, I don't know. Maybe his dad was like using his largesse to like secretly fund the ANC or something. But I'm just saying, like, can we also add to the the tally here that it's like this weird sort of rich boy from South Africa who's probably, his parents were probably not on the cutting edge of that issue?
Yes, we can and we do. And now, I honestly would love to hear what Michael Brooks has to say about Elon now. How many years later? What, so say 7 years later? You know, where he's a trillionaire and has been in like, oh my, like Doge and all this fucking stuff. Can you imagine what he'd be saying now with what we know now about all of his family's antics and his antics and all, like, because things have, in the last 7 years, Elon's gone even further off the fucking rails. Oh boy, it's a long time ago. All right, that's it on the Michael Brooks Elon takes. But before we leave Africa for the Middle East, we should talk about one more Sunday Fun Day thing, and that is WAFCON. World Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which is kicking off in Morocco. Here's France 24 from 18 hours ago.
Out on the training pitch, Monique Ngok is working on her shooting.
There are days when the goalkeepers save everything.
In her first season at FC Fleury, the women's team finished in 5th place in the French league. Now she's looking forward to representing her native Cameroon.
We want to do the best we can as a team and make our fans happy. We want to make ourselves and our families proud and get some good results.
At just 21 years old, the midfielder will already be playing at her second tournament.
Oh, yeah. Women's soccer. All the ladies in Africa getting ready to compete. See who's best at WAFCON 2026. And I can almost guarantee that just like the World Cup, I won't be watching any games, but I hope everybody has fun. I hope everybody has such a great time. All right. Look, at least I'm honest. I'm not going to watch it. I didn't watch the World Cup either. And I'm probably not going to be watching any sporting events because I'm too busy trying to bring you all the news all the time. Okay? Too busy trying to stay focused on all the things that we have going on with the elections and the fascist takeover and all the wars, genocides, ethnic cleansings, war crimes, other sorts of crimes, crimes. Violent crimes.
Violent crime. Call a crackhead.
That's tis what I do. Watching sports, I just don't have the time. I used to when I had time. And things weren't falling apart. At least on Sunday Fun Days, I get to briefly pretend like I might get to enjoy any of these things I'm talking about. That is literally like even with Sam Cedar, even with Sam, I'll be lucky to watch the Majority Report later today. That's my life. You know? Talk about the NBA. I don't know the last time I watched the whole NBA game. I watched like a teeny parts of like of the NBA finals. Didn't watch a single full game of that. You see what I'm saying here? Bowling. We talked about that. It's been 3 years at least since I rolled a bowling ball down a lane. I don't know the last time I was in a go-kart, for the love of God. That looked fun. Zoran Mamdani and the pit crew. Yep. Exactly. And $300 bowling. Come on. That's ridiculous. All right. I'm delaying. Let's do the Middle East. And we're going right back to Michael Brooks from 7 years ago as well. A video entitled Illicit History. This couldn't be more prescient, I feel, at this moment. Iranian Revolution and why war would be catastrophic. Maybe we should have listened to this 6 months ago.
The Trump administration is continuing a very aggressive path under the auspices of Mike Pompeo and John Bolton.
Ah, God. Not that the Trump administration would have been like listening to the Michael Brooks show, like listening to bated breath, take his advice on all this. God, like not having him, a guy who was literally doing videos like this 7 years ago, saying how bad a war in Iran would be. Not being here for this moment or for any of the other moments, I feel like I'm like God. Like there's been so many moments since losing Michael as a voice on the internet where I've been like, Jesus, where's Michael? Like not having him throughout like everything happening in the Middle East. It's tough. And for those of you who are unaware, last Monday was his the anniversary of his death, 6 years now.
In an attempt to instigate a conflict with the Islamic Republic of Iran. Iran has partially stepped out of the nuclear deal, a deal that every single international organization and anybody with any credibility said that Iran was fulfilling its end of the bargain of. In fact, the United States, in addition to aggressively and belligerently trying to break the deal, also, in fact, the Europeans, who, while discoursing support for the deal, were in fact not fighting to continue business with Iran and unlock sanctions and fight to keep the deal in place. So this is a really critical moment, both in terms of stopping a catastrophic military conflict, which it certainly would be in Iran, but also for understanding the nature of this government, a nature of a government that is demonized, that maybe some people go in the opposite end and sort of whitewash, but is complex and, again, has much blood on its hands, has many abuses on its hands, and certainly represents a religiosity and a conservatism that almost nobody on a sort of globally oriented left would embrace.
It was crazy to listen to Michael dissect this conflict from 7 fucking years ago. In a way that I almost feel like we still, like, we don't even have anybody doing it quite to the, like, I don't know. He was a special guy, I gotta say.
Same time, it also certainly has a history of resisting both East-West imperialism and other major factors. A president, and this is very important to note in light of some of the recent news, and then we'll work backwards. Last week, the Trump administration updated its military plan regarding Iran and outlined a plan that included sending 120,000 troops to the region. President Rouhani, the reformist, moderate conservative, let's say moderate conservative running Iran, he's not from the Green Movement, he's not a Khatami figure, who we'll get to in a moment, but he is a moderate. President Rouhani compared the current situation to the Iran-Iraq War of 1980 to 1988, where over 1 million Iranians were killed. This follows weeks of months, years of bellicose rhetoric from Washington and the United States as they withdrew from the Iranian nuclear agreement. Now, it's important to remember that the revolution, the Iranian Revolution, which brought the Ayatollah Khomeini to power, and it laid the foundation of the Islamic Republic in 1979 and through the early 80s, was in fact a multi-tendency revolution. In the beginning of the revolution included Islamists, Social Democrats, and liberal factions. Also, socialists and communists were both militant, represented in parliament. There was also different factions of Islamists. There were socialist Islamists, there were more moderate Islamists, and there were extreme right-wing Islamists.
Does everybody here see what I mean about Michael's, like, his understanding of the history and politics of Iran? I am not embarrassed to say outstrips mine. Like, I know stuff, but I just, this is the feelings that I got back in the day when I used to listen to Michael. It was just like listening to this today, I was like, God damn, this is like this level of analysis that he's able to bring to the discussion. It's like almost, it's like almost unchallenged. Like he was just so fucking good. He just sort of rattle off this stuff.
And it was after the initial revolution that Khomeini was able to establish control over the country and achieved these aims with significant repression, as well as an engineered impeachment of the first president of revolutionary Iran. Many leftists were killed and forced to flee the country during this period of purging. Following Saddam Hussein's invasion of Iran with the covert support of the United States, keep in mind that the United States, as well as other members of the permanent members of the UN Security Council, were selling Iraq weapons while Saddam Hussein attacked Iran in the 1980s and used chemical weapons. Iran defended itself at a very high cost. Over 1 million Iranians died. The MEK, which is a very extreme, most would describe as political cult, which began, in fact, in the Islamic socialist tradition, but was sort of through a variety of its own wrongdoing, as well as the repression and solidifying Khomeini, they ended up fighting with Saddam Hussein during this war. This is a group that John Bolton, Rudy Giuliani, Howard Dean, and many other U.S. officials have taken money from and promoted, even as they are rightly loathed in Iran for fighting with one of Iran's main enemies.
Okay, we can listen to all of his analysis on this. And this is 7 years ago. So I think this was around the time that Donald Trump had ripped up the JCPOA. Right? Am I wrong about this? 2019? 2018. You're right. This would have been... Let me just see when this was posted really quickly. That was May of 2018 that Trump got out of the JCPOA. And Michael was posting this video to his channel. Whoops. I don't want to play it again.
The Trump administration.
No, stop that. It just says 7 years ago. What day? May 19th, 2019. So this is a year later.
Following the Iran-Iraq war, a ruling.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit on this.
That is not where the core threat emanates from in any realistic.
Hold
view
on.
of the
Go
world
back slightly further.
Do you guys have anything you want to add? Quality. This is all true. But it's also true.
Still further. God damn it.
In a context where there is an ongoing mass murder supported by the United States in Yemen, as well as an ongoing multi-party supported mass murder in Syria that implicates every single world power. It is absolutely at the bare minimum a litmus test for Democratic candidates to campaign on restoring the Iran deal, and any sort of superficial fear-mongering about this government needs to be rejected outright. It doesn't mean, as with all the other places that we talked about, that we negate the reality of that government, that we deny that, as an example, just recently, a prominent women's rights attorney was just sentenced to a draconian and vicious prison sentence in Iran for speaking out on equality. This is all true, but it's also true that Iran is run by rational deal makers who followed there into the deal. What is the United States run by? Who is Israel run by? Who is Saudi Arabia run by right now? Those answers are very disturbing, and they reveal the sort of core dangers that are posed in the Middle East today.
God, it's so crazy. Do you fucking see what I mean? He was so prescient. This is in May of 2019. It's over 7 years ago he's saying this shit. And it's as true now as it was then. More true now than it was then. It's crazy. It's Nostradamus. Oh, God. I mean, not Nostradamus. He was just, aware of the dynamics in a way that I think, a lot of us have had to catch up on over the years. He was already there, like a decade ago. Maybe sooner. I mean, we just saw he was calling the radio shows when he was 8.
Regardless of what we think of Tehran, and I think we should think a lot of very bad things about the Islamic Republic, but that is not where the core threat emanates from in any realistic view of the world whatsoever. Do you guys have anything you want to add to that? I mean, I know it was, extreme.
Okay, there we go. Do we want to hear your theories on monetization? I need less theories on monetization. I need more letters being sent to Google. I need less. That's what I need at this point. I need people sending physical letters to Google's headquarters to tell them to remonetize the channel because it means so much to you. And whatever else. I want to add it to that. It's fine. That's what I need. Oh, shit's fucked. I still get a chance to reapply. I'm still freaking out though. Okay. All right, let's get to the current time where the United States is at war with Iran. Something that Michael Brooks said 7 years ago would be utterly catastrophic and idiotic. That we need to renormalize relationships and get back into that JCPOA. We didn't do that. Joe Biden came back to power, didn't do that. Democrats had plenty of time to do that. They didn't. Here we are. Here we are, with Iran threatening to attack the United Kingdom, well, UK bases, military bases being used by US forces in the region, including ones like in the Mediterranean, Cyprus, and wherever else Iran can reach. And they've proven that they have some fairly long-range missile capabilities. Here's BBC from Friday.
The escalating conflict between the US and Iran, despite a truce signed just last month, now seems to have dragged in the UK. Tehran has threatened to attack a British airbase after claiming for the first time since the renewal of hostilities that a US bomber attacked Iran after flying from RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire. In response, the Ministry of Defence tonight said the UK stands ready to defend itself. All this as another front in their war appears to have opened up between the US and Iran, this time in the Red Sea, where Iranian-backed Houthi rebels say they've attacked 2 oil tankers. That news pushed energy prices up sharply, with the cost of a barrel of oil hitting $100 for the first time since May.
Yeah, all of that was true at the time. However, right now, oil is back down, I believe. WTI now 85, down 7% on more delusions that the war is actually over. How is it the markets haven't figured out that every Sunday, like at the end of every weekend, Trump declares the war over before oil markets open in Asia? How is it they haven't figured this out yet? And the war just goes right back to being fully on. It's just whatever. It's kind of fucking ridiculous, if you ask me. Yes, we don't need to dwell too much on all of those events. I just want to skip ahead to the UK bases story. There it is.
Iran, while still letting US B-1 bombers use British bases, this is RAF Fairford, is wearing thin, certainly as far as the Tehran regime is concerned. The B-1s, Britain says, can only fly defensive missions. That's an inherently ambiguous statement, as in...
Yeah, it's an inherently ambiguous statement, and also nonsensical. How does a bomber run a defensive mission? How do you bomb anything defensively? It's just sort of inherently paradoxical. You can't bomb something defensively. Nothing about bombs are defensive. Like, you can't have a defensive bomb, I don't think. It's just the way that they work. You know? Like, you can't defend yourself against another plane, right? With a bomb, right? It's just weird. Like, how can you run a defensive mission with a bomber? Doesn't make any sense. The only thing you can say a bomber could defend itself from is anti-aircraft guns, which it wouldn't have to defend itself from if it wasn't running a mission. So once again, how does a bomber run a defensive mission? It doesn't, and it's a nonsense term. It's a nonsense term that's being used to justify something that Iran's definitely not going to buy. That's the thing about that claim. It doesn't really matter what I think or you think. What matters really is what Iran thinks. And I can almost guarantee you, Iran thinks that's a stupid justification. I'm pretty sure Iran agrees with me. None of these bombs are defensive. You don't have the bombs hitting the bridges or the water pumping plants, the civilian areas, schools, whatever else. I'm pretty sure they don't see any of that as being very defensive. Or any of the attacks on its territories, right? Because it's on their territory. Pretty offensive. All right, let's go here. 2 days ago, Donald Trump had this to say while in the Oval.
Mr. President, a follow-up on Iran. Thank you, sir. A follow-up on Iran. Have you made a decision about the major strikes that you were referring to? Okay. Should we expect to see major strikes?
Look, we're talking to them right now. I think they're getting more and more serious as the days go by, for maybe the obvious reason. But we are talking to them right now. Look, there are 2 ways. I consider that the smarter way, but the other is probably the easier way, doing what we're doing. And we can take that to a much higher level if we want to. You know, we're prepared to do that, as you know. We're locked and loaded. We're locked and loaded and ready to go, but we're talking to them. So I think while we're talking,
Well, there's Emperor Cheeto. The Orange Menace saying that the American military is locked and loaded and ready to go above and beyond what we've already done. Even though we've already lost 18 lives, which, by the way, speaking of which, and this is just more evidence in what we've seen so far. But we've been talking about how it seems that the Department of Defense is trying to hide casualty numbers and deaths. They just changed the number of U.S. casualties on their fucking website. And no, I don't have a clip for this. I just have a fucking story. This is insanity. This is Nutburger's crazy town levels of offensive. Here's the headline from the New York Times. Lowered number of troop deaths on Pentagon site upsets military families. The change in the number to 14 from 18 this week has prompted scrutiny over the Defense Department's accounting and reporting practices. Earlier this week, the Pentagon had reported on its website that 18 service members had been killed, but that number was later lowered to 14. Which service members you figure don't count? Huh? I wonder which 4 dead soldiers don't count to the president and the government. Huh? Which ones aren't good enough to make the list? Huh? It's disgusting. Oh, it's
just disgusting and probably illegal.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I can't. The guy pretends to be so uber patriotic, but he hates America. He doesn't give a fuck about anybody. He doesn't give a fuck about the troops. Doesn't give a fuck about MAGA supporters or, like anybody who voted for him. He will betray anybody. He will use anybody. Everybody's a pawn or a mark to Donald Trump. Or a victim. Oh. Meanwhile, 15 hours ago, news out of the Strait of Hormuz, explosive news, as an oil tanker met with an underwater mine after apparently trying to transit the strait.
Let's bring you some breaking news now. Iranian media is reporting that a tanker has hit a naval mine and exploded in the Strait of Hormuz. It is reporting that this ship deviated from the designated route. Well, let's get the very latest. Rasul Seder is joining us live from Tehran. Rasul, what exactly do we know about this tanker and this explosion that's being reported?
Well, now, the Iranian media, both Mehr News Agency and also Tasnim News Agency, they are both the state news agencies here, saying that, an informed source have told them that an hour ago, a violating tanker in the Strait of Hormuz that had deviated from the road specified by the Iranian armed forces exploded after hitting the sea mines.
Well, there you go. After deviating off course, a threat that had been somewhat what's the word? Anomalous. Does not describe what I'm trying to say. What am I trying to say? A threat that had been somewhat unclearly defined, or at least, actually, I take that back. Iran had fairly clearly defined where the mines were. A general area of danger. People were told to avoid that area. But there's been doubts spread about whether or not those mines were even there. Apparently they're there. Apparently they're there. Met with confirmation here this weekend. Sunday morning. Of that fact. Now, shockingly, after this revelation, this explosive revelation, the concept of a plan for U.S.-Iran talks is suddenly gaining momentum. Oh, fascinating. I wonder if it's real or just another figment of our president's narrative war on the truth. Hard to say. Here's Al Jazeera from 6 hours ago.
The United States and Iran have signalled that talks are progressing to end their conflict after a 2-week escalation that saw daily tit-for-tat strikes. Iran's foreign ministry spokesman says discussions with Oman on reopening the Strait of Hormuz have been productive. An Omani delegation travelled to Tehran for talks on Friday. Meanwhile, the US ambassador to the United Nations says Donald Trump is giving talks with Iran, quote, some space.
Oh, wow. Bold language from Mike Walls, UN ambassador. Trump is giving the concept of Iranian talks some space. Ooh, concept of a plan. I can't wait.
As the president said, we are locked and loaded. Even more assets are going into theater. But he's giving talks some space. He's giving it a little bit of room. We've had both Oman and Iran and a number of our other negotiators.
The fuck does space and room fucking mean? Those are the most vague nonsense. What the hell does that even mean? That's just Trump just trying to cool the oil markets. Trump's like, go out there and tell them that I'm thinking about maybe doing peace. Okay? You can't have tankers blowing up.
From the most senior levels.
You can't have tankers blowing up all over the place. Okay?
All the way down to the technical level over the past few weeks, and particularly in the past few days.
His comments come after President Trump ordered a pause in the US assault on Iran that saw 13 consecutive nights of strikes.
Yes, on the 14th night, Donald Trump said, let there be a pause. Let there be a short pause while I think about the concept of a plan for the possibility of room and or space on talks regarding peace. Okay? Oh, the forever war. Starting to feel more forever-y by the day. I'm still resigned to not actually calling it that. Still going to keep calling it Operation Epstein Fury. Okay. Now, time for us to talk about the West Bank. The place has been in the news, unfortunately, a lot in recent days as settler violence and attacks on Palestinians, as well as the Israeli elections, are fomenting a very not even discouraging, disturbing environment. Suffice to say, the vibes are bad in the West Bank. As bad as one can imagine. But I'm still not done celebrating the life of Michael Brooks, a man who's taken away from us 6 years ago, last Monday. I gave a fascinating talk at, I forget what fucking college this was now. Some college, as is evidenced by the large chalkboard. Let's see what you had to say here.
Hi.
Hi.
So my first question, it says on your Twitter that you're Jewish. Am I getting this right?
No.
Is it the right Twitter?
On my Twitter bio, it says I'm Jewish?
No, but like in your tweets. I don't want to.
In your tweets.
I have Jewish background. I'm just trying to think of.
Okay, so
your tweets are
as
Jewish.
someone with a Jewish background,
Yes.
how do you feel about Bernie's plan for Israel, especially as someone concerned with foreign policy?
I love it. It's an absolutely necessary. My Jewish values teach me to oppose apartheid.
Okay. Could you elaborate, please?
I mean, there really isn't that much to elaborate on. I mean, has anybody ever been not only to Israel but also to the? Have you been to? Have you been to the West Bank? Have you been to Gaza?
Yep.
You went to Gaza?
I went to the border.
Oh, okay, but not to Gaza.
You can't be in Gaza.
Well, I know people who've gone to Gaza. You could definitely go to Gaza. So for me, my politics are built on a base of, economic justice and actually really like anti-racism, as in some ways as distinct from some of this sort of woke stuff in a way. But when I was already, I grew up, I was pretty connected to left politics, so I always knew growing up about the travesty that was the human rights situation there. And I knew that people I admired, like Nelson Mandela said, South Africa is going to not be properly free until the Palestinians are free. In 2006, I believe, I read a piece by a guy named Tony Judt in the New York Review of Books, who was a really important Jewish scholar. And he just said, the argument was that, literally this is childish. The idea that you have an ethno-state or a religious state, if you're committed to any type of broad-based social, economic equity and civil society, it doesn't work. No matter how justified, right? Of course there's justification because of Jewish history for Israel. There's justification for Kurdistan because of Kurdish reality. There's justification for Pakistan. It's notable that Israel and Pakistan are both disasters. Israel not in the sense of, look, if you're a European Jewish background, you have a nice life there. If you're not, you are, even inside 67 borders, not a fully equal citizen. And the situation in the West Bank is, it is literally Jim Crow-like, and Gaza is, it's just an atrocity. So that's not something that anybody could reasonably ask me to support.
Okay, well, there you go. Quick clip of Michael Brooks speaking to what I assume was a student at this talk that he gave years ago now. It's I don't think it was that long before he passed away. I can't remember exactly the timing, but it was around the time that he was gaining a lot of prominence for the work that he was doing, right? Like, because his show, like, he had brought on Lula da Silva before he became president, and became like, and like all these other sorts of things, and like he had such clarity on these things in ways I think a lot of people have only just like come to on a very basic level, whereas he could go on for hours on these things in a way I think was very, like, clear and like very, what's the word? Like convincing. There's another word for this that I'm looking for. Just like what is the word? Word for convincing that is a synonym for the word convincing. I can't think of it. Compelling. I can't think of it. I can't think of words right now. I'm too tired. Been doing this for 9.5 hours now. But I'm belaboring the point. He managed to convey things in ways, and when it needed to be serious, he was capable of just being dead serious about stuff, laying out all of the facts as well as his feelings about shit in this sort of just like beautifully constructed arguments over and over again. And he could switch to being comedic with like no effort. I mean, I still just find fascinating. And like I said earlier, like still is an inspiration to me, and was an inspiration to me getting into streaming in general. The first ever stream I ever did was the year that he died. Even though I didn't have the courage to do politics at the time. Suffice to say, that didn't stick. It took me many years to get back to actually doing something. And here we are now. And I gotta give him credit to some degree for inspiring me. I still feel like I'm not even close to being able to do what he was capable of. Although I have my own thing, right? I don't have to be Michael Brooks or Hassan. I can be GSL. The great, the one and only. Well, back to reality. Back to the present. Which is terrible. Israeli settler violence in the West Bank, as I just mentioned, has been stepping up. You got Bezalel Smotrich gaining prominence while simultaneously calling for more and more heinous things to be done in the West Bank. Here's Al Jazeera English from yesterday. Talk about how those settlers are not being held accountable. Not even close. In fact, got IDF soldiers working alongside them in many cases, rather than holding up to law, because of course, really, when you think about it, IDF soldiers being in the West Bank is a crime in itself.
Illegal.
The Israeli army has arrested dozens of Palestinians in the occupied West Bank as tension rises after days of settler violence. Excuse me. Soldiers also fired tear gas at civilians and journalists in the Palestinian village of Tel. The mayor says around 70 people were detained. The arrests come after an Israeli settler attack in Tel on Friday. 4 Palestinians and 2 Israelis were killed in that incident. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has since promised to fast-track the approval of illegal settlements in the area in response.
I would just like to point out to everybody, the Palestinians who were killed here were completely innocent. And the Israeli settlers were not. According to international law, them being settlers on not their land, just sort of like showing up and stealing it from other people, it's an international crime according to the International Criminal Court. So every act of violence that they commit is just another international crime on top of the original international crimes that they are committing by existing on these settlements, these illegal fucking settlements. I feel like I've said that sentence like 10,000 times at this point. Just want to remind everybody of these facts.
The Israeli troops arrived as protection of the settlers and then started to shoot tear gas towards us, and we tended to many cases of tear gas suffocation, which included Palestinian journalists. We treated them and provided them with the needed care.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, now, I'm gonna skip I think, is there another spot in this that I wanted? Yeah. This interview. What is my Venmo? I don't have a Venmo. I only have a Cash App and a PayPal. We got the Patreon. We got Throne. If you're a Patreon member, you could literally buy me snacks and drinks and other things on Throne. Or you could donate directly on Cash App or PayPal. You could do bits and subs on Twitch, but we do not have a Venmo. Still demonetized on YouTube. We still have a lot of great ways to donate, I think. No Cash App or PayPal. Cash App or PayPal. Jesus.
All right, Phyllis Bennis is a Middle East specialist and fellow at the Institute for Policy Studies. She is also the author of the book, Understanding Israel and Palestine, and she's in Washington. Phyllis, there is a lot that is hard to understand, so I'm certainly glad that you are here. First, just on a practical note, in the wake of this violence that we've seen over the last few days in the occupied West Bank, we have seen Israeli settlers set fire to homes, and I mentioned earlier, in the village of Kusra, they also set fire to a mosque. Do you expect that anybody will be arrested and prosecuted for those crimes?
Well, it appears that people are already being arrested and prosecuted. They are all Palestinian. You know, Scott, you asked, do I expect anybody to be arrested? I assume you meant, do I expect any Israelis to be arrested who carried out these attacks? And the answer to that is no, I don't expect that. Should that happen? Absolutely. What we're seeing now is not new in the West Bank, but it is a major escalation. And one aspect of it is we're seeing an increase in direct war crimes. In this particular case, in the village of Tel, it's up in the north near Nablus, the settlers were the first group to attack the village. 4 Palestinians were killed. 2 Israelis, a soldier and a settler, died in the course of that incident as well. But what I think is very clear here is that whenever there is any kind of an incident like this, the response by the Israeli military and the settlers is to punish all the Palestinians. There is no accountability for Israeli settlers. And I think it's also important that we recognize that the distinction between settlers and the military, settlers and the IDF, settlers and the soldiers, these are false distinctions.
Said any of that better. You know, like, it's just basically, It's almost exactly what I was just trying to say about all this, right? I mean, you have Israel illegally occupying both the settlers and the military are illegally occupying the West Bank. Neither of them have a right to be there. They're both engaging in these acts of violence and then both engaging in collective punishment against the Palestinians who they're committing the crimes, the international crimes against. Just further compounding them with more fucking war crimes. Or whatever you want to fucking call them. When the madness will end is unclear. It only feels like, as she said, like it's going to get worse because things are escalating in the West Bank. The government claiming plans for the tripling of the number of illegal occupied West Bank settlements. No way that leads to more violence and crimes. Oh, wait. It's literally a crime in itself. The literal espousing of the intent of a crime. Here's TRT World from yesterday.
This is Gaza in October 2023. As the world's eyes were focused on the enclave, Israel was laying the groundwork for another catastrophe in the occupied West Bank.
We've done something else, which is to lower the criteria for people to get private firearms. People didn't understand when I said that we needed weapons, that we needed to arm ourselves. And today, there is a consensus.
The plan was clear. Arm illegal Israeli settlers and empower them to seize Palestinian land.
Illegal.
The consequences were dramatic. By 2025, Israeli authorities had issued 114 jurisdiction orders, those illegal military decrees aimed at expanding and redefining boundaries of settlements. As a result, they seized 25 square kilometers, built 53 new illegal settlements, and established 185 more illegal outposts. To justify the
It is crazy how much they have done since October 7th, since 2023. I know some of that is included before, but I'm just sort of, history starts at October 7th, right? It is crazy how much land they have seized, how many settlements have been built. This whole thing is fucking disturbing. Hold on. Just gonna skip ahead a little bit.
claim to the land.
The history of the Jewish people is in Judea and Samaria. The people of Israel lived and operated in this area for many years, and all of our grandparents, our parents, all the previous generations of the Jewish people, all the stories of the Bible took place in this area. I
mean, unfortunately, this guy is not alone right here. I'm pretty sure he's an Israeli minister / settler. We can't forget that Palestinians don't have the right to vote in the West Bank, even though Israel claims that there's democracy here for Palestinians. But you have Ben Gvir, Itamar Ben Gvir right now. No, sorry, Bezalel Smotrich right now. A guy who was born in the settlements, who is rising to power and gaining more and more support in Israel. Now, it's not, I don't think it's likely, but anything could fucking happen. I mean, this guy could be the next fucking prime minister of fucking Israel since the elections are happening right now. Benjamin Netanyahu could technically lose the Likud party, like, and he could technically get, I mean, Bezalel Smotrich should get in some kind of a coalition to get him to power, because it's still a parliamentary system in Israel, slightly different than like the UK's, but well, very different. I mean, if you count the apartheid stuff and the lack of an entire group of people being allowed to participate in the democracy, among other things, but the electoral process here, the bare bones aspects of it, similar. So we'll see what fucking happens with that. But he's claiming all sorts of shit. Like, there needs to be a full ethnic cleansing, essentially. Or, I think as he put it, the encouragement for, what was it again? Emigration, for mass emigration. Basically self-deporting is what he's calling for. Of Palestinians from all of their homes in the West Bank. Like, it's not good. It's not a good vibes there. And you have more war crimes, crimes against humanity, with religious sites being set ablaze. A mosque scene here in the West Bank set on fire in this video from the AP 17 hours ago. You can see Hebrew spray painted on the outside of it. It's real disgusting. I mean, that's a crime. That is a crime of ethnic cleansing right there. I'm not a international humanitarian lawyer, but I'm pretty sure it's on the list. Meanwhile, back in Israel, some Israelis, although not nearly enough, out in the streets protesting against settler violence in the West Bank. You know, this is fine and all, but A, like I said, it's not nearly enough, and B, it's not nearly enough. Not just in people, but in effort. You're right next. You're in the country where this is happening. The West Bank is under occupation by Israel. And if you're in Israel right now, honestly, and you have a problem with the fucking settlements, why aren't you just dismantling these fucking hovels and all these whatever, like, makeshift encampments before they turn into actual buildings, right? If you have a problem, go do it. They're criminals. They're committing crimes. You know, what are they going to do? Go to the ICC? I mean, I'm just saying, like, this is one step, but I mean, if you're right there, your country's the one committing this right now, and you could literally just walk through, unlike a Palestinian, the border fences between the West Bank and the occupied East Jerusalem area, right? Like, and like, you're not, honestly, kind of fuck you a little bit. Like, I appreciate the effort, but god damn, it doesn't feel like enough. Like, not actual fuck you, but kind of fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess to some degree I'm just sick of watching all this go on in this stupid cycle. I don't know how many protest clips we've seen over here. Genocide hasn't stopped. The West Bank settlements have only tripled and are being threatened to be even more, right? Like, you see what I'm saying here? Like, how many protests in Israel have we seen? Like, protesting in front of the Knesset, right? In front of the parliament or whatever, telling the Likud that you're mad, clearly not working. I don't think. From what I can tell, they don't seem to give a shit. Okay, to end our discussions of the Middle East, our final Michael Brooks clip of the evening. This one is a good one. A live debate on, I think it was ITV. Michael Brooks show 81, 7 years ago. R.I.P. Michael.
Usually when I go on I-24, we've played it sometimes. In fact, if you haven't watched it, you can either go back in the post-game archive, or I think we clipped it as Michael Brooks debates a Mayo brain.
Who came up with that title?
Nation of Islam Obama. Like, literally.
Okay.
I said that in character, and then I was like, you know what, that works.
Gotcha.
So, fucking Mayo brain.
Didn't know if we wanted to shout out Forrest, but gotcha.
No, I think that was literally Nation of Islam Obama, which is basically my deep subconscious. And so, but usually when I go on I-24, it's like, Michael, you're going to be talking about whether or not Trump is a criminal, and you're going to be talking with, Jack Bickle, who's a ham wave radio operator who really likes Trump, and the Bible, and But this debate on Ilhan Omar, I was up against. Well, let me just put it this way: I was up against the guy with an accent, which is, as I point out in the clip, a huge disadvantage. But let's play a couple minutes of it. We'll stop, and everybody can stop with their feed. I know Grisham had some feedback on this, but this is actually legit. You might learn from this if you're dealing with people who are smearing Ilhan Omar.
Joining us now is Michael Brooks, host of The Michael Brooks Show and co-host of The Majority Report, and David Efune, editor-in-chief of The Allgemeiner. David, this was a victory you would acknowledge for progressives and perhaps something of a setback for staunch supporters of Israel.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the case. But, problematic in a number of ways. And I think perhaps what it was the first sign of is what Bret Stephens called today the Corbynization of the Democratic Party.
Pause it.
This is something that...
At this point, I'm already like, fuck you.
Come on!
Bret Stephens.
Bret Stephens, automatic. I honestly was on the border of Bret Stephens in the debate. Okay.
The Democratic Party.
Not gonna lie, I kind of wish Michael had done that. It would have been epic.
Has got to be very careful about where the radical extremes, fringes of the party start to move towards the center and the mainstream and take control over some of what the party stands for. This is not the historic nature of what the Democratic Party stands for, and I think it's a great shame and tragedy that somebody like Ilhan Omar, who is an overt anti-Semite, can hold the Democratic Party by the kahunas, as they say.
Michael?
Well, I just want to note, first of all, you're always at a bit of a disadvantage.
Maybe we should rewind it a little bit, because
cojones.
everybody, he mispronounced it, but I'm assuming people laugh. I didn't even realize how dismissive I was in my body language there. It's actually kind of funny.
Party by the kahunas, as they say.
Michael?
The
Well, I just
kahunas.
want to note, first of all,
The
you're always at a bit of a
kahunas.
disadvantage when you're up against an accent. So I just want to have that noted in the playing field. But let's be real here. I mean, there was one group
Schuster
that
did
wasn't
love it.
included in that resolution,
That's
and that
right.
was the Palestinians as a people. Where
Schuster was there for it. David Schuster was like, yeah, you're right. You're right. That accent, that's rough. Kahunas, you're giving it a lot. You got to give him a lot of grace on that one. I'm assuming cojones, but it could have been anything, honestly.
racism and dehumanization towards them is entirely accepted. The reality is that Ilhan Omar is correct on the merits. She's correct on the policy. Saying that she said this comment about dual allegiance is a great leap to begin with. And I have to say, I find it extraordinary that people on the right, who sometimes accurately, by the way, not always, but sometimes accurately, say people on the left, you know, jump to accusations too quickly of various bigotries and read into things. They've been reading into every single thing that the Congresswoman has said from the beginning, most of which are substantive critiques of a sovereign nation state that happens to administer a horrific regime that violates people's rights on a daily basis in Gaza, the West Bank, and even inside Israel in some respects. The new indictment about Netanyahu isn't just garden variety corruption. It involves actually undermining democracy. So I support Ilhan Omar. I don't buy, and I also, in fact, support Corbyn, in fact. And the reality is that these things are going to become debated on the merits. And we're not going to have a false equivalency and actually drag down the profoundly serious issue of anti-Semitism by equating it with all criticism of a sovereign nation state that administers apartheid in reality.
What if we had had Michael for the last 2.5, nearly 3 years now? He's, you know, like he could just decimate all of these fucking pro-Israel talking heads. Oh, God, he was so good. He was so good. Because, like, you know what I mean? You go from, like, serious to, like, debate mode, the comedy mode, and you saw he was interviewing Democratic Socialist candidates back 8 years ago, who are literally sitting in New York State Senate right now, representing New York's 18th, right? Michael was doing it all. It's gone too soon. You gotta listen to more of this one.
I think this is...
I forgot to say, as a Jew.
So
yes.
that's true.
Yes.
But I'm tired of playing that game. Like, I really, no, I know you are, but I mean, like, I do have a critique of identity politics, frankly, and I do think that part of my real allergy does go back to conversations about Israel, where just identity and standpoint epistemology superseded everything else, and we can all walk and chew gum at the same time. If you're not indulging in anti-Semitism, and it's pretty obvious when people are, frankly. You should be able to have an opinion and a robust critique of Israel, and you know, this actually, and in my mind, it applies to plenty of other categories, right? Like, no one is going to say like, oh, you're anti-Muslim if you can, you know, critique the record of Saudi Arabia or the Iranian government. It's ridiculous. Now you can tell here, he's a little bit thrown because I think he's very much used to debating a kind of typical Democrat who would say like, well, this is a complicated issue. And he's thrown, you know, and I joke about the accent, but there's a lot of like fake authority in that accent. And he speaks very confidently and he's super articulate, but watch how not necessarily calm he stays after I say all that.
It's quite astounding to hear somebody sit here and speak like this. I mean, a recent poll that only 24% of British people do not consider Corbyn to be an anti-Semite.
Well, you guys have done an effective job, but let's focus on Omar. You've done a great job
let's
of
focus.
smearing
You know what?
Corbyn.
Let's
You're not going to do this to Congresswoman Omar. Focus on her. Don't worry.
Let's do that.
Let me try to do that. Let's try to do this, and let me set this up. Let's focus on Omar.
Because this is important. This is really important.
And one of the issues, David, that she has argued is, and look, we can agree that maybe she was sloppy, maybe she got too close to an anti-Semitic trope, but as far as the actual policy is concerned, you mentioned a minute ago that the Democrats are engaged in something radical. Is it radical to criticize the Netanyahu government in Israel for the settlement policy in the West Bank?
Let's be clear about something, okay? And this is what's incredibly disingenuous about what you've just heard here. That is absolutely not what she is being accused of by people on the right and by members of her own party, the leadership of her own party. She is somebody who has accused Israel of hypnotizing the world.
That
has
was
accused
a 2012
supporters,
tweet,
accused
which
supporters.
she's already backtracked
Excuse
on.
me, I let you
All right,
speak.
don't touch
let me finish, please.
Jesus Christ.
She has accused supporters of the Jewish state of being motivated by money. And she has
Every lobby plays a role in politics. That's reality.
The largest pro-Israel Jewish organization.
Right, and the House passed a resolution condemning her for that. But again, to my question, is it radical to criticize the Netanyahu government for their settlement policy in the West Bank?
That's not what this discussion is about.
That's absolutely what this discussion is about.
Is it radical? It's not.
This discussion is about the role of lobbies.
But that is not what this discussion is about. That's not what
this discussion is about the power of lobbies.
That's not what she's being criticized
This discussion
before.
is about money in politics. This discussion is about foreign policy in the Middle East. Also, Ilhan Omar has been a robust critic of Saudi Arabia. She said people should boycott the Hajj because of Saudi Arabia's conduct. The reality is that the old stagnant frames of both the sort of Saudi and Israeli consensus is being undermined and disrupted and critiqued in a robust way, which is oriented on global human rights standards and not, in fact, ethnocentric identity politics, which is a problem wherever it manifests. And the smearing of her, the lies about her, the disgusting, grotesque display against her you just saw is only going to strengthen people's commitment.
I didn't realize I did this, but it's visually kind of funny.
He was just, honestly, I remember when this first happened, I was like, he just made this guy look like a complete fucking chump. Just decimated. I remember rewatching this together at one point early on when we first started, like when I first started the stream. I can't remember what day it was, or but fairly early on in the stream we watched this, because I remember it took me forever to find this clip back then. I found it fairly easily this time. Back then I was really struggling with finding it. I don't know why. I think maybe it could have been because the Michael Brooks show was doing a lot more posting back then. Or I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, this is like one of those moments where Michael just unloaded on a guy on like mainstream media, where it's just like, I wish he was here to do this now, back then and now too. I still feel the same way. I wish, God damn it, why isn't Michael on CNN right now? Why did Gary, why did our Lord take away Michael so soon? All right, Space Fams. We're going to leave the Middle East. And we're going to quickly talk Asia. Just a few clips here. Couple in China.
China.
One in Australia. By the way, everybody, great job. Jesus fuck, that was loud in my ears. Hope that wasn't as loud in your ears as it was in my ears, Space Fams. That broke me. What was I saying? Yes. 2 clips in China. 1 in Australia. I'm just realizing I left 1 clip out earlier. God damn it. Alright, you know what? Bonus clip. Bonus clip. Totally out of context. We were earlier talking about people mysteriously missing. Sam Seder, Jordan Peterson, and of course Mitch McConnell. We got some new news on that. This is AOC. Earlier, I think this was Friday.
After President Biden dropped out of the race, there were Republicans calling on him to resign. We have not seen Senator McConnell in more than 5 weeks. We don't know when he'll be back. Should he resign?
I mean, if Senator McConnell is not capable of as basic a task as answering a letter to Governor Bashir, I think that conveys a very disturbing inability to fulfill his duties.
A very disturbing inability to do his duties. I would agree. I would go further. I would say yes. He should resign. All right, to Bangladesh first. I almost forgot about this clip. You want to hear something fascinating, Space Jams? If you make it so that people are able to see or otherwise have their bodies function, you know, at optimum functionality, they might actually be more capable of doing work. That's what they found out when they gave all of these Bangladeshi seamstresses glasses. Before I got the glasses, I used to have headaches. Now I no longer have them. I'm happy that this has stopped as well. Oh my god, it's moving so fast. Please hold. Before I got the glasses, I used to have frequent headaches. Now I no longer get them. My eyes used to water. But that has stopped as well. I'm very happy to have received these glasses. They have helped me a great deal. No way. Being able to see at work is beneficial. That is mind-boggling. Let's see what else.
We felt the necessity of getting their eyes checked, but it never occurred to us that they might be needing it because they never complained of having any sort of problem. But as we got involved with Vision Spring, then the problem became evident that most of our workers are in need of spectacles or they need to get their eyes checked.
Yeah. Very quickly they realized, actually, maybe we should be doing this for everybody. Turns out it apparently improved productivity as well. It's a win-win-win. It's almost like giving people healthcare, vision, dental, things of this nature are like beneficial to their productivity, man. All right. To China. To the biggest natural history museum. Now open in Shenzhen. Shenzhen's new Natural History Museum is set to open on July 28th. It is the largest comprehensive natural history venue in southern China. The institution covers 42,000 square meters, including 8 halls covering 4.6 billion years of history on Earth. Wow, wow, wow. There we go. Very fascinating. What was that? 1 day away? Was it July 28th? Or when did they say? Yeah. Set to open tomorrow, Tuesday. Here in Guangdong. You can check it out. 4.6 billion years of Earth history. What more do you need exactly? 46,000 square meters of it. That's a lot. That's a lot of history, Space Fams. Perhaps that's too highbrow entertainment for you. You'd rather blood sport. Or oil sport? What do you call this? That's right, robot fighting in China. My God. My God. It's crazy. Oh God, his head is literally... It is coming off. Oh no. Holy shit, look at these robots go. You like this better than BattleBots? I too think this is actually a step up from BattleBots. This is genuinely entertaining. And the Chinese guy yelling in the background is helping. I assume he's the guy filming this. But as you can see, I won't spoil it for you. You can go find this clip somewhere. But Chinese BattleBot fighting here is getting real serious. High-flying kicks. Robo Kung Fu fighting. All right, Space Fam's final clip of the night to a miracle of science. To a woman who did the near impossible. Giving birth to 4 identical quadruplets. Apparently, it's quite a rarity.
We first met Janita and her husband Jotham at 10 weeks gestation. We were blown away. It's amazing, to be honest, particularly the fact that this was spontaneously conceived. We do see multiple pregnancies more often with fertility treatments, particularly IVF. But for this to be spontaneously conceived, first of all, for the conception to happen. So 1 fertilized egg that then...
Yeah. IVF is apparently the thing that is the reason for a lot of identical twins. Something I was not really aware of, but This apparently being not IVF, something of a scientific wonder. 4 identical triplets of an Australian variety. What? Oh, yeah, okay. All right. Well, that's it. That's all the clips for the night. It only took us fucking 10 hours to get through all of the Sunday Funday action that I hope you all enjoyed. Honestly, like, this one was kind of, I don't know, special to me, I guess you might say. You know, something where we could have hopefully a lot more fun on a Sunday fun day than normally. Honestly, I don't feel that stressed out right now, which I think has got to be a good sign. Hopefully everybody else enjoyed it as much. It's unfortunate that the Twitch stream went down so many times. Lost a lot of viewers over there. At one point, it was more people over there. It's like 50 people watching or something. Yeah, we got some internet connectivity issues here, but I don't know. Here's the question, Space Fams. Will Sam Seder show up at the majority report today? I guess we'll find out later, huh? Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, God Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PP, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mono, Nadia, Jokey, Skelt, Selena, A Megastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Wheel in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Penny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Lichmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Zell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S., Hecate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, Tracy Eva, and Mr. Nice Guy. Also, thank you to the person with the initials TE on PayPal for the late dono on PayPal. $15. Thank you for all the hard work. Thank you.